Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, everybody. We're just going to get some invites going and we're going to get right down to it. Okay, let's just get some invites going here. Just doing some invites. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everybody doing? Just getting some invites going here, and I was going to just do another morning live stream. I hope everyone's having a fantastic Monday. When some more people come in, I did give my last live stream some homework assignments. Just one. Oh, thank you, Ashley. I'll read it. But yeah, just. Oh, by the way, Ashley, I'm not sure if you attended my last live stream, but if you really want a very powerful documentary, if you haven't seen this, Dear Zachary, a letter to a son about his father. If you've not heard of that, it's about the Andrew Bagby case. You need to watch that. That's probably one of the most compelling and effective documentaries in any true crime, you know, genre I've ever seen. And I think it was on Netflix for a while, but then they took it off. I don't know. I rewatched it again. It's on YouTube for free right now. It's actually on YouTube, and I know the director was the best friend of the victim. And it's going to elicit every emotion out of you. It's going to make you angry. It's going to make you laugh. It's going to make you cry. It's going to make you extremely, upset and about the justice system, not just in America but also in Canada, because this kind of takes place between both countries. It's called Dear Zachary Paradise, a letter to his son about his father. So look up Dear Zachary, a letter to his son about his father. It's on YouTube for free right now. The director posted it for free. It's either him or someone close to him. Again, it's for free on there. It's about the Andrew Bagby case. And it's horrific. And there's twists and turns in it that you're not going to see coming. And yeah, and plus, like, you're going to get to know Andrew Bagby's parents. And there's some of the most you feel like you've known them forever. Like, there's some of the most saintly people I think that could ever exist, and what they had to endure, as two parents that were, first of all, Andrew was their only son, and it's extreme. Yeah, Susan, it's extremely sad, and it's like it's also one of the most tight knit groups of friends, and just all I mean, this is around the Silicon Valley, California area, and it's like there's all these people that went to like kindergarten together, and they're all like BFFs, all still in touch, all still attend each other's weddings. I mean, everything. It's just like I've never seen a more close knit group of like friends and families I've ever seen in my life. It's very salt of the earth, and I can't recommend this highly enough. And just I revisited that documentary like in this like last week or so, and it's so incredible. I think it's better than anything that's out right now. It's better than The Crash. It's better than Maternal Instinct. It's like, if anything deserves to go viral, I think it did at one point, Dear Zachary should be revisited, and that case has a lot in it, and it did like change a lot of legislation regarding the Canadian justice system, the bail system, especially for people that are accused of murder. Because again, it was another one of the it's another case and another unfortunate series of events that could have been prevented at every turn. And it's crazy that the perpetrator in this documentary was able to basically get out on bail, and they didn't even do a background check on her to even see if she had restraining orders against her, and she had already fled jurisdiction. You have to watch it. It's like it's like one of the most like this took place in like early 2000s. The crime I think was like 2001, but the doc didn't come out until maybe around 2009, 2007. But again, it's still something I think everybody should watch, even if there's been laws that have been changed since then. Oh, also, we have an open panel over here. Whoever wants to come in and want to guest or want to talk this morning, please just go ahead and make a request, and you can come in and we can talk. And again, I'm going to be doing my Gypsy Rose series today. It's going to start. It's going to be called simply Gypsy Rose Debunks Herself. I have compiled a very, very large amount of debunkings through not only her interviews, but through her social media posts, quotes from her book. It's basically Gypsy Rose debunking herself with her own words. It's not even, any commentary really, other than me just introducing the premise. And I gave an example of this in my last live stream where her claiming with the birthday cakes that she didn't know what her age was. But then I had pictures. I presented a picture of her with a birthday cake that has a big 8 right on it. So again, and then also the fact that she says she's never had real food until until she went to prison. But all these emails, all these correspondences to Nick and friends around their neighbors and stuff like that, talking about barbecues, having cheeseburgers, having her favorite takeaway meals, and just Royal mashed potatoes, that whole thing. Again, it's like it's gonna be a great series, I think, because again, it's just I'm not gonna have to really say much of anything. I'll let Gypsy do the talking. I'll let her talk. I'll let her talk her right into to the contradiction. I don't have to say anything. That's what's gonna be great about that. Well, I think the only about Liam. First of all, I think his book is very good. I'm not completely done with the book yet, but he really humanizes Dee Dee in the new book. For anyone that hasn't seen, I posted a short video, a stitch, on the book, just recommending it. I think it's because he doesn't know the entire case. But I mean, he does know the case, but there's a lot of things about Gypsy and the whole Gyp verse he's not quite versed with, and I think they criticized him based on that. But I think that's a little unfair. But he did do all this background work on Dee Dee, and he's trying to humanize her. It's not really about Gypsy, and for once it's nice to see something from Dee Dee's perspective, or at least as close to her perspective as we can get. Again, because Gypsy and her attorneys and the mainstream media at large turned her into this monster that was just out to just use her daughter for all these free monies. And you want to know what, I'm not going to deny and say none of that took place, but in my opinion, based on all the FOIAs and all the research, I think Dee Dee Blanchard was stuck with a very bossy and spoiled daughter that always had to have her way. And Dee Dee was willing to do what basically everybody else in Gypsy's life does: shield her from consequences and cover and do her bidding and cover up for her. So I think she was trying to take care of her daughter at the best of her ability. And I think one of the motives of why Gypsy did what she did was, I think she had true hatred for her mother. You know what I mean? It wasn't just about she wanted to go and have the D all the time, or she wanted to go. She could have done that. Again, if she just wanted to leave and that's it, she could have just gotten in a cab with Nicholas Godejohn and went to the airport or went to Wisconsin or what have you. What was Dee Dee going to do? It's like, again, she always says, oh, she tried leaving once before and her mom found her. But it's like her mom was out in the middle of the night with a flashlight and just happened to find her somewhere randomly in the middle of the night. No, she was at Dan Glidewell's, and Dan Glidewell's friends called Dee Dee and said, yo, come get your girl, because she was a little creepy. Dan Glidewell was a married man that she was pursuing, and essentially his friends intervened and they said, yo, come get your girl. Yeah, and then based on and even if they want to make the case, let's pretend all of that is true. That she went out and just found Gypsy and dragged her back to the house, and that's it. So why not try again? Why not try leaving again? Why is murder the only thing you go to? Why is that the only option? How come you couldn't call Rod or Christie? Didn't even attempt. They would have came and got her if something was, if something was up. And another thing is, if this all Shabuse narrative really took place, how come she didn't mention any of it to her lawyers? She didn't mention any of it to Rod or Christy on the jail phone calls. She said the opposite. She's like, "Yeah, I know mom was a little bit, possessive for a good reason because your daughter's out pursuing married men and stuff like that." But it's just like, she said nothing about being abused. She said nothing about, medical stuff. It was just like she did not embrace any of this garbage
Well,
until her
that's
lawyers did.
because she didn't want to leave. See, her mom was threatening to kick her out,
I know
and
she was.
yeah, and so my theory is she didn't want to leave, Justin. She didn't want to leave, but she also, it was like like she didn't want to have to go financially support herself because there's multiple hints in those, if like there's hints in those videos, like so many hints. Like
You're right.
she didn't want to financially support herself, but she also felt so entitled. Like she was like, I don't want to have to, have the responsibility of taking care of my sick mother either. So the only way she seen it was, she was dead set in her belief that she was going to take her mom's life, and I believe that she wanted her mom to torture her mom, because in that one video where she's talking about torturing Nick's ex-girlfriends and stuff, you can tell that she has like a torture interest. And I don't know, there's just a lot of theories, that because like I just like to watch the videos and stuff, so
He's very sadistic, absolutely. And again, like I love trying to hear Bree saying like, "Oh, this is all Nicholas Godejohn." And first of all, again, there's no evidence that Nicholas Godejohn behaved like any of this with any other person. And he was questioning this whole thing because I remember when he got in touch with his ex-girlfriend slash friend and was like, "Hey, I think my current girlfriend's a little nuts, a little nutso. What do you think of this?" And then, like, again, that's when she said, "Well, schmurder in a sense of self-defense, or like, someone that's harming you is I guess an exception." And I guess that's sort of what validated it at the time. But again, that's just a very small portion of it. I think this was a grooming of 2 years, very thorough grooming of a man with level two.
yeah. And see, that's my thing. That's why, like, I probably sound like a nut job with all the theories that I have. But that's
No,
my whole.
you're a good
That's
guy.
that's my whole thing, Justin. Okay, it's 2 years. She could have changed her mind. The
Yeah.
fact is from the outside looking in, she didn't want to change her mind.
And you want to know why? I think a lot of it had to do with the financial aspect. I think
Yeah,
she thought, I
yeah.
think Nick was the perfect guy to not only groom for the crime, but also throw under the bus as a patsy as well. And she thought that she was going to be able to just do that and go back to the little pink house all by herself and all the assets, the car, everything else that her and Dee Dee built.
She was very
She just kept it to
troubled.
herself.
She was a very troubled person all on her own. And
Sure.
so many people, take that behavior and they blame, they automatically blame the parent. And it's like, at a certain age, Gypsy had unlimited access to the internet.
Correct.
Like she knew right from wrong. The fact
Correct.
is she was very troubled all on her own, and she was already doing some pretty shady stuff before she got involved with Nick, or before she started grooming and meeting Nick. Like she was stealing her mom's money and medication and stuff, and running off with it to a random dude's house, and she admits that. She has admitted that.
Absolutely. And again, like, I think it was her mom, just like, when a mom sees her, child, regardless of how old or young she is, seeing, like, pursuing married men and doing some really reckless things. And plus, like, Gypsy herself said that she's been, like, schmex obsessed since she was, like, single digit age or something like that. I'm just like, no surprise, because it's just like all she pretty much did, from her own admission in prison, was correspond with men after man after man after man after man. And then, she was even corresponding with that one woman where she was like, the woman was calling her a goddess, and Gypsy was demanding like $50, that $50 a week thing or whatever it was. And she was doing this all the way to the end of her sentence. And like, her friends give her like this pass on this because that's what everybody does in prison. Everyone's got to survive in there, even though she probably already had plenty in there. And I know her own family supported her on top of all of this, so I think it was just
And like Justyn, I'm the type of person that, I do like blame parents when children like don't get corrected or they don't have guidance or structure. So like, I know what people are saying, but that's not the case with this situation. Gypsy, I could see it if Gypsy was like completely sheltered and she was just allowed to do whatever, but she literally had unlimited access to the internet. She knew right from wrong. The fact is she was just a very greedy. She took her mom's life out of greed, and I can't be convinced otherwise. I really
no.
can't.
I haven't. I've. I mean, not just over common sense, but again, over the fact, like, it's like she not only had. I think
She was a
I think
grown ass
Satan as well.
adult.
I
She
think
was a
she's
grown
also
ass adult.
and she switches back and forth again because when I was talking with Ken, especially, like he kept kind of contradicting himself in the way it's like, yeah, she does, yeah, she's mature enough to be a mom, she's mature enough to, take on motherhood, but when it comes to her acting a certain way and recording herself being completely smashed after her parole and doing like kiddish things and doing like things like a teenager would do, well, she doesn't have the mind of an adult, she's got the mind of like a teenager, she never got to experience all these like teenage
Oh
style
my
things. It's like, well, wait,
gosh.
so you're saying she's mature enough to be a mom, but not mature enough to just handle everyday societal things, and she acts like an idiot. It's just like, which one is it?
It's very ignorant. And when I hear these kind of arguments, it just kind of really irks me because I am someone who went hard for Gypsy. Like, I full on believed this woman. I defended her. I was like, well, it's not fair for people to say that just because someone's an adult that they can just leave because sometimes it's not that simple. Child
Yeah.
abuse can bleed into adulthood. Trust me, I
Oh
know.
yeah,
But like, so
absolutely.
I kept, I was defending like those aspects and stuff. But like, the more that she did a good job at exposing herself,
No,
when she got out of
that's
prison,
what.
and that's how I started coming to this side. Is how she exposed
You know what?
herself.
I was one of the people that was advocating, just like everybody else, for her release and stuff like that. I'm thinking, and I bought into the mainstream media narratives. But then when I not only her behaviors, but when I hear from her own lawyer in an interview say, in one of her own documentaries say, if we didn't come up with this abuse narrative, she would have gone away for life. That to me says dirty lawyer tactics and not the truth. So you know what I mean? It's like, well, wait a
I
minute. If
mean,
he admits they had no defense for her. I'm like, well, wait a second. If all this abuse and medical abuse was true, it's just like, well, there's your defense. How come you didn't use that? Why'd you have to go to this plea deal thing? It's just like, again, like you would have had, if any of that stuff was true and it was documented. And I love how they allude to that one doctor that said, this is the worst MBP case he's ever seen, this Munchausen by proxy case. However, that same doctor, or whatever he is, said that Gypsy showed some alarming high levels of sociopathy.
I
So,
always say this. Okay? Because so many people are like, like, Dee Dee was at fault, da 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 da. I don't think that's the case. However, here's the one thing that I will say about Dee Dee, and I will like I hold this belief is I do believe that she, should have like corrected Gypsy's behavior from a very young age. I think that, like, for an example, when Gypsy would purposely fall to the ground, like, like that was an attention tactic, and that should have been corrected. They should have been like, no, honey, you don't need the wheelchair. And I
yeah.
can see like Gypsy throwing fits and stuff like, I
Oh
want to
yeah.
be in the wheelchair. I want
You
to be in
know,
the wheelchair.
Dee Dee probably got to a point, and this is just speculation. I think
I think
maybe
she
Dee
was
Dee.
overstimulated.
Right, well, not only that, but I think also maybe Dee Dee got to the point where it's just like she didn't even have it in her to even put up with it anymore. It's like she gave her the world not because she deserved it, but just to shut her
Yeah, and
up.
it was her only daughter as well. And when you're an overstimulated single mom, I can understand. So like, here's my thing: just because she spoiled Gypsy, and just because she didn't guide her in the way that Gypsy should have probably been guided does not mean that she deserved to lose her life over a rotten, spoiled, psychotic adult daughter
Well, yeah,
that
while she's
could have
sleeping.
that could have left, but she didn't want to leave. She had every like her mind was set on taking her mom's life. I really
I,
cannot be convinced otherwise.
I agree. And also, Ashley Baby's in the panel now. So if Ash, you want to add to that?
Hey,
Hey, how's it going?
sorry. Hey, I'm
How's it
sorry. I
going?
was making me a little sub, so I'm eating, but I'm here.
Awesome. Yeah, I've been getting a lot of DMs from people like, "Yo, you and Ashley Baby never done like a live together or anything." I was like, I'll reach out to her. So I did.
Yeah, I'm trying my best to get used to going live more. I think I'm
Yeah,
doing
me
good
too.
though.
Now that I have a job that's like, because again, my last job was I had to be out 14 or 15 hours a day because my commute was 2.5 hours there on the train and two and a half,
Yeah,
3 hours back, and I had no energy to do almost anything. Like
I
there's
bet.
big gaps of periods of time. So and plus I was working directly out of the mayor's office, so it's like I
Yeah.
had no time for any of this. So now that I have a normal job, it's like okay, now I can settle into that kind of thing. So
Oh yeah.
trying
Yeah,
to
I
do
have
more.
to plan mine. My kids are always running around. I have to plan, because they're loud. They're loud. I have two gamers. They're always in the background screaming.
Awesome.
So,
Awesome. Yeah, I never had
hey,
children, unfortunately. I mean, it's like I think that ship has sailed for me. I'm like in my 40s. It's like, what I do? I want to have kids like and be like the oldest person at high school graduation. Be like
yeah,
a geezer.
yeah,
But it's something that either was going to happen or not. But
yeah.
it's a double-edged sword in a way because it's like while it's like yeah it's kind of sad I never had that experience it's like looking at my past and the people I've been with it's like thank God I'm not attached to these people
Yeah,
for the age of
I get
18
that.
or whatever but yeah I'm going to be starting that this Gypsy Debunks Herself series this week. I have collected a lot of information, a lot of videos, a lot of stuff from Gypsy's book, a lot of different interviews that she's done, and basically it's going to be Gypsy debunking herself with her own words and
Oh
statements
yeah.
and
Oh
recorded
my
by
gosh,
herself.
I love that. I love
Yeah,
that.
so that's going to start, and I have a lot of them. It's like I was thinking about maybe doing a compilation, maybe I could do that afterwards, but I think each and every one need to be highlighted. Each and
Oh
every
yeah.
one. You know what I
There's a
mean?
lot of them too.
Well, there are, and even if just one of them happens to go viral, it's just
That's
like maybe
right.
that'll entice them to read to go more into them because it's going to
Well,
be lots of FOIAs. It's going to be lots of statements in her videos to Nick. It's going to be stuff that again, like another example I'll give is the whole BB Pew Pew thing, where in her own
oh
documentary,
yeah.
thank God it happened to be a BB Pew Pew.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God. And then now she goes on Carol Lowry's podcast, not even a couple of years ago, and she's like, "Oh, I knew the whole time. I knew the
Yeah.
entire time it was a B." But she said in her documentary, with her own words, that
She
she
said she
had
was
no
so
idea.
relieved when she realized it was a BB gun. Like,
Thank
girl.
God.
It's just
Right.
an absolute mess. And the more that I watch those video diaries, the more things I notice about how calculated and smart this girl really was. And
She is.
that's not me defending her, that's me
No, I know
saying
what you
like
mean.
you have to be smart to be psychotic.
He is a
you know?
lot
Right.
smarter than
Most
people give her
psychopaths
credit
are
for.
very, very intelligent.
And
Look at Ted
that
Bundy.
I
He
think
was,
that's why
yeah,
she
Ted Bundy.
plays. Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
No. I was going to give an example. Like Ted Bundy.
Oh,
He was not just a psychopath that was smart and intelligent. He was handsome and
yeah.
charismatic, and he
Yep.
wasn't like
Charming.
He didn't check all
That's
the
how
boxes.
predators. That's how predators are. And
Yes.
Gypsy's
Right.
She's a predator.
And
And
she
they don't
plays
always.
into that whole I'm naive, I don't know, I'm unworldly. She tries to lean into that so people will see her as not as educated, not as street smart. When that girl's smart as fuck. Christy even clocked it in her police interview. She told the detective, she's smart, don't let her fool you. They knew
No,
back
absolutely,
then.
absolutely. And it's crazy when she's like, "Oh, I couldn't go to the police because my mom told them that I was like the mind of a 6-year-old." It's like if she
But
went in
here's
there,
another thing. She admits.
all she had to do was go there in the wheelchair, jump out of it, and start running circles around and say, "Hey, my mom's been making me put on this act for so many years." As soon as they hear her be able to articulate herself in the
Yes.
way that she knows how, they would have. It doesn't matter what Dee Dee or anyone would have said. They're like, "Oh, she can
Facts.
speak for herself just fine, and she just, like Jesus, just came out of that wheelchair and healed herself somehow. We're gonna hear her out." So
Yeah.
it's ridiculous to say I could never talk to the police because mom told them A, B, and C. And again, that didn't come in until lawyers were involved, because you have to really pay attention to those jail calls
Mm-hmm.
before lawyers got involved. Because first of all, why would the lawyers say if she goes to trial she's going to get life?
And he
Wouldn't
also said they didn't even have a defense for this. He
they had
flat
no
out said there
defense?
was
It's like,
no
well,
defense for this.
what about all this abuse and all the
You
medical
know,
stuff? Where's and plus
my
also if all this medical stuff was happening and was true, and like, where's all the lawsuits? This should be massive. This should be like federal lawsuits in every direction, and we
Well,
haven't seen a single one since
in
any of these claims have been made.
2017, there was an interview that I think it was Christy Blanchard did. Sorry, I was chewing. I'm sorry. But she did an interview and she talked about how she had talked to a couple of attorneys and showed them gypsy stuff, and they said nobody would touch it.
Right?
That,
There's a
yeah,
reason for
like
that.
there exactly. Like there's a reason a fucking attorney won't touch a case that's supposed to be
no,
ironclad. Supposed to be this huge abuse case that is all what nationwide big case. Why wouldn't they touch it?
Right,
people
because
say
they're
that
not going to sue.
Yeah.
people say that you're not supposed to like bring emotion into like true crime and stuff, but I can't help but to, because when I seen those videos, I just downright cried as someone who believed her and defended her as a child abuse survivor. I just downright cried because I felt deceived. I felt, just like I've had so many emotions because I just felt duped. I was like, wow, this bitch was not scared for her life.
Well, if you go
She
to my
was not
first
scared for her life. She was a
no.
vindictive, like very
Well,
Very
vindictive.
manipulative.
Not just that she was duped, but this is what this is what struck the biggest chord with me. And you can go to my pinned videos. They're my first like 3 or 4 videos I ever put out. I have brothers that actually died from muscular dystrophy. And this is something she was claiming. And for her to sit there and say that, and then it's on video of her jumping out of the chair, off the house, into the snow, and getting herself in and out. I'm like, does she really think that I'm like, I'm watching this like horrified and disgusted. I'm just like, first of all, when you have muscular dystrophy, like I explained in those videos, your entire body doesn't work. It's not just something that happens minor in your legs. Her legs were not atrophied in any way, shape, or form. She got around perfectly fine, and she's making championship, hey, and with her like fist in the air. My brothers couldn't even lift a fork to feed themselves, and you know what I mean. And they both died before the age of 22. So
I
it's
just,
like, yeah, they would. If she really was in the throes of muscular dystrophy, she, of course, she can blame someone that her mom and say, "Oh, she made me say that," or whatever else. And of course, it's very convenient because Dee Dee can't, defend herself.
Yep.
So it's like, again, it's just like I think, I'm starting to feel, especially with like some of the things that's surrounding Aurora right now. I'm starting to feel like maybe Gypsy had the Munchausen herself, because she admits to Nick in videos that she was like lying to her own mom about her
I
ability
wondered
to
this
walk.
too. And I looked up some stuff on kids with factitious disorder imposed on self. And some of the stuff I read was basically saying that those cases are almost invisible. It's hard to catch these kids, especially if they're younger. They are just playing into the sick role because it gets them attention. They don't realize,
Right.
and it ends up they think the parent is the one doing it.
Right.
But
And
you
again,
know,
like, it's convenient to just put anything on Dee Dee at this point. And again,
from
it's
the,
like, I
yeah,
don't think Gypsy didn't think about that at first, because until she got with the lawyers, she was on the phone with Christy and Rod saying, I would have never hurt my mom. She was my best friend. Yeah, she was a little overprotective because I go after married
yeah.
men and stuff
from
like
the
that.
outside looking in, from the outside looking in, she obviously did need the wheelchair from a young, because she admits
Yeah.
it in the video diary. So she
Yes.
did need it. So I think from the outside looking in, once she didn't need it, once she like grew out of having to need the wheelchair, she was so spoiled by then by all of the attention and all of the pampering and all of the love and showering that she was getting,
Why
that
stop
she didn't
now?
want that. she was so young still. She was probably like what, like 8 years old whenever she didn't need the
9.
wheelchair anymore, or
Yeah,
9.
so why
And so
stop
she was
now?
still in her 9-year old mind, like she was probably like, I want to be in the wheelchair. I want to be in the wheelchair. Like probably overstimulating Dee Dee.
Right.
And I think that this is a clear sign of a product of a very spoiled, pampered child. But
That was Dee Dee's biggest
as
sin. That was Dee
a
Dee's biggest
child
sin.
abuse survivor, I don't condone unaliving simply because you're a spoiled child, because at the end of the day you have a choice. We're human beings. We have
When you
self
know better,
like
you do better.
control. We have self control, and
Yeah.
as adults, you know right from wrong. Gypsy knew right
Absolutely.
from wrong, and
He did.
she chose to plan her mother's brutal unaliving for 2 years. She chose to groom that man. She could have changed her mind. The fact is she chose not to, because she
For
was
two
dead set.
years.
She
2
was
years to
dead
change him.
set.
She could have
She was
changed her
dead
mind when he
set.
got to the door that night before she ever
Correct.
handed him that knife. At that
Right.
point,
He
you
handed
had
it right to him.
tickets, you had money, you had a hotel room. All you had to do was walk out that fucking door.
And you
But
know why a lot of us call her,
instead,
we call her Gypsy Rose Manson, because she makes that comparison. She tries to downplay herself with like, I didn't physically touch anyone.
she
That's why
escorted that man down the
right.
hallway.
But
Shit.
neither did Charles Manson. He didn't touch any. He wasn't even near the crime scene. She
Yep.
was just in the next room. It's like, in a way, she's a little bit worse than Manson. Yeah, maybe she didn't have
She
a cult,
listened to
but
it.
it's like, right. But like, and plus, like, what I think. Here's my theory about the bathroom. I think she was in there in the bathroom in the unlikely event that somehow Dee Dee ended up either running or defending
That's what I
herself
think
from
too.
Nick. She was going to play victim in that
hmm
bathroom and be like,
That's what I
"Oh, my
think too.
scary boyfriend came in here and tried to unalive my mom and kidnap me." But as soon as they look at her cell phone, they
There's
know
an
that
interview, it's
yes.
one of her older ones, where she kind of says something along the lines that she didn't think he was going to be able to do that, And
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think the same
I'm
as you.
still intrigued by the whole, Nick saying he only did 4 of the pokings. It's just like, you know what I mean? There's still like, because I think he told the truth once he got to the confession part of it. Like, again, it's like, what's the difference between 4 and 32 pokes at that point? You know what I
Right.
mean? I don't
And
see why you would lie.
the more that I learn about micro deletion, the more that I realize it's not all like spoiled. Like a lot of it is being like the product of like a spoiled child, but also with micro deletion, it's a behavioral thing. Like it comes with the micro deletion, from what I've seen, from what I've looked up.
No, absolutely. And also, there's been a couple of videos I saw even with her out with Ken recently where she had some real trouble walking in some instances where it's just like, you know what I mean? Like she was either, kind of like,
Or waddle.
kind of chipping, like, or waddled, or, just had some
Mhm.
like some coordination issues. And I'm thinking this is something that was probably a lot worse, because one of the things that she had when she was a kid, especially, was failure to thrive, which is, led to the feed.
Low muscle
He
tone.
spent a full month in an eating clinic before they put that feeding tube in there, and they're just saying that. Again, I've been in the healthcare field, in the medical field. There's no possible way that you're going to not only get physicians, but then your insurance company, and they're overseeing
Right.
physicians,
And they're not
to
keeping
just
you
do
a
something
month
because
for no reason.
because a charismatic mom told them to. That's absurd. And also, medical records going missing is not a thing in the 21st century. I'm sorry.
I think that it's just an absolute mess, and I think that it's not fair to blame everything on Dee Dee. Like, for an example, I'm always getting told, well, why do you think Gypsy's so manipulative? It's because her mother, this, that, and the other. No, Gypsy had the choice. At a certain age, she had the choice.
When you know better, you do better. At some point, you can't keep blaming everything on the parent. If that's what it was, then a lot of us would be pieces of shit, honey.
I agree.
Like at some point, you have to grow up and do better yourself. And Gypsy had lived with her mom. She had been 24 years old. She had been a damn adult for 7 years at that damn point, right? 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Yeah, you could have left at any damn time. You had years you could have left and you just stayed.
I don't even think. I think that.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. All I was gonna say is like, well, not only that, but it's just like like yeah, knowing the difference between right and wrong is very paramount when it comes to this. But again, I do believe there was a true hatred for Dee Dee as well because the pew pew thing and stuff like that. Like there was times where
Yeah.
she tried taking her mom out herself, and yeah, she can't be recharged for the thing, the whole unaliving, but they could technically charge her for attempt. I
Yeah.
mean, she admits, like, right out of, and plus also we have the diagram from the FOIAs of where the injuries were on Dee Dee. So there's
I
forensic evidence.
think the anger. I think the anger is a very much part of the micro deletion as well. I don't think that Dee Dee's to blame for. Now, I'm not saying like people probably like mistake me as if I'm just like sound like Dee Dee's the perfect mother. No, I don't believe that at all. I don't think that there's such thing as a perfect mother. I think that like. I think that Dee Dee tried her best, and I don't think that she was the perfect mom, but I also don't think that she's to blame for all of this
No, but it's very convenient
happening.
for Gypsy and her lawyers to do that, though, because it's always very convenient when there's someone that can't defend themselves that they can just, put everything on them, and then also they had Nick to fall down as a patsy as well. So it's just like,
And it's like
look over at Nick, look over at Dee Dee, and don't look at anything I did.
I
Again,
don't think that Dee Dee, you don't have to teach your kid how to be manipulated. If you spoil them enough, they're going to learn. They're going to be like, oh, well, I can get away with this. Or I can get away with
Dee Dee,
that.
I think Dee
That
Dee
was
not
Dee Dee.
holding her accountable for certain things played into
that
that,
was her
like the
biggest sin.
shooting,
Yeah.
shooting her and stuff. Like instead of holding her accountable for that, she was allowing Gypsy to make Facebook posts talking about,
Sure.
oh, Gyp's so scared, she's shaking up. She didn't hold her accountable for that.
So I think that Gypsy got to the point where she was like, I can get away with this. I can get away with that, because there's no consequences.
That and also,
Yeah.
she's this
Yeah.
high pitched, pipsqueak, under 5 feet tall little girl that can put on the kid
Nobody
acting.
will suspect that.
He thought like the police were just gonna buy into this victimhood narrative, and especially like it really revealed her when like she tried to act surprised that her mother was unalive. Like no 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 no. It's like as soon as she started making that Pee Wee Herman face, like when they weren't buying her like nonsense story. Again, she looks like Pee Wee Herman when she does this. It's like
Mine was when she's in the interrogation and she starts telling the detective that she's got illnesses, and she goes into how her aunt has power of attorney over her. That
Right.
girl was going to let her Aunt Rachel and Uncle Ray take custody of her and go right on back to that pink house and play with her
That's what she
sicknesses.
thought. Because
Like-
also she said she didn't know what a social security card was, but then when she was asking about going home to the pink house, she's like, "Can I get my purse and my social security card and I think a little bit cash that she had in her
Yeah.
medication?"
Yep.
And
I
again,
mean,
this is
She
another one
thought
of
she
the
was walking out of
contradictions.
there.
This
I
is one of
swear,
the-
guys, it's a whole mess. I swear, guys.
But again, that's why I'm going to be doing that series this week for all those that haven't
That's
heard. There's a
gonna
lot
be
more
good.
people here now. Yeah, I'm doing a whole series on each and every. I'm going to post them all individually of Gypsy debunking herself with her own words from her book, words from any interview she's done, documentaries, live streams. I mean, you name it, I'm going to be posting it where she says one thing and then another's going to come in there and she just completely, turns her whole narrative that she made on its own head. So, I mean, Conspiracy, Tiffany, and some of them have done a very good job at revealing a lot of this, but I want to do it one at a time. And at the end of all of it, I'll do a compilation and post the entire thing from start to finish if you want to see the whole thing. So I think it's about time. This is going to have a lot of FOIA documents in there where it's not even going to be me talking or another content creator. It's going to be Gypsy either talking through her, own words or, whether it's emails to Nick, videos to Nick, or, even correspondences from prison. You know what I mean? Where it's one narrative.
That'll be good. That stuff needs to be brought back out again. I really think it does.
I'm doing it this week. So if anyone's not following me and wants to see this, follow now, and you can turn on the updates because I'm gonna go hard with this because it's about time. Like what I mean. Like for anyone that's gonna be looking up this case, like I want to be able to be the one to provide and be like, hey, if you're gonna sit there and believe that her nonsense, you may want to check out this first. For people interested, because one thing that scares me about Gypsy, one of the main problems I have with her is she's going after a younger and more naive demographic, and the last thing she needs to be influencing is kids.
I think the sad thing, though, Justyn, is a lot of people just choose to be like they choose to close their eyes and shut their ears, like, because I feel like unless you've been living under a rock, it's been
Right.
all over. I mean, just the videos, her what she says, the fact that she says, well, technically I wasn't the one that took my mother's life, it was Nick that did the jabbing. Like, there's
Well,
no accountability. She
again,
blames everyone else. It's always somebody else's fault.
well,
She's never the problem. I mean, it's sick. It's
yeah.
sick.
And again, Charles Manson didn't technically wield the weapons either.
Well,
So,
I think
where was his reality show and a sweetheart deal?
Well, I
You
think
know?
people also, it's because of the documentaries. People hear documentary and they think factual when that's
Right.
not true. Documentaries
True.
do not have to be factual. And if you look
Nope.
into them, a lot of them are very biased depending on what the producer or what whoever believes. That's how it's going to be framed.
And
But
they
people
want
watch
ratings.
these.
They want
Yeah, yeah.
ratings. They don't
They
care if
want
it's
what's
accurate or not.
going
It's
to
just like the
sell.
mainstream media. They want to be the
Yep,
first one to a story. They don't want to
that's
be
right.
not to
And
an
they want
accurate
what's
story,
going to
just to the
sell.
story.
And
Correct.
people they love that victim to survivor narrative shit.
Sure.
So, and that's how they painted Gypsy. That's how they painted her. And even she has said that her attorney was like, it's better to be a sympathetic criminal versus a piece of shit victim. And that's how they painted Dee Dee. People
Absolutely.
painted her out to be a POS victim.
Well,
And it's very
as
convenient because she's not
someone
here to defend
who,
herself. She's not here to defend
as
herself, so it's very
Yep,
convenient
I
for her.
agree. It's very one
um,
sided.
Yep.
as
And it's
someone who
crazy
did
to
a
believe a one sided story from a convicted murderer who wouldn't even go to trial. She would not
Well,
even
yeah.
go to trial.
Why would her attorney say they had no defense for her, and if she goes to trial, she's going to do life? If she had all this abuse and medical stuff going, wouldn't that have been a good defense?
Mm-hmm. You'd
Why
think,
wasn't that used? Probably because
because the stuff
they
that
had
was going to
nothing. Well,
come
they're going to have
out
to go
was
to
going to
trial. They're going
outweigh
to have
whatever
to,
they said.
right. They were going to have to prove it at trial or corroborate it somehow. I don't think putting her on the witness stand was going to do her any good.
No.
But it's just one of those things where it's just like I think they knew if they go to trial and any cross examination of any of their witnesses or narratives come along.
Well, even at Nick's trial, why didn't the prosecution call Gypsy? When have you ever seen two people who are involved in a murder and the other one not testify against? Because she didn't testify against him; she was testifying for him.
Yeah, it was really bizarre.
Yeah,
Because it's who. But again,
he
I
did
have
that
I
for
have
a
a video of
reason,
solving
though.
the case in less than 20 seconds. It's you know what I mean. It's just like how did Nick know when to unalive Dee? She goes, I told him. Who
Mm-hmm.
planned this event? She goes,
Yep.
I did, and then I end the video. There's the case right there.
Yeah.
when I found out about the case back in 2022, I went down a complete like rabbit hole. And like, mind you, like, I'm 24. A lot of people my age, like, they are the ones that are believing the narrative, like young college like people, and like that was when I found out about the case, was back in 2022, and I went down a complete deep dive. I watched the act because I came across the act, and obviously the act, what we know now, it's not very informational. It's very biased, and but back then, the way that they portrayed Dee Dee, I felt like I could relate to it because of what I had went through in my childhood. So after watching the act, I went down a complete rabbit hole. Like, I started watching Gypsy's interrogation, Nick's interrogation, the interviews, the documentaries, and I initially believed her, but when she got released from prison, she did a good job at showing me, like, I started questioning her almost immediately because of the way that she was talking about Nick, because I was under the impression that Nick,
He saved her.
saved her life. Yeah.
Well, I asked her. Whenever I had Bree and Ken on my lives within 72 hours, and they asked to come on mine. I didn't invite them, so I had them on, and had a good amount of people watching, and I wanted to ask this question. And Becca Scoops even put this on her YouTube. I'm on YouTube, but I have to recover my password for it because my original one with my original email address got taken down because I was doing politics at the time, and it was just a big, you know, rabbit hole with that, with YouTube policies or whatever, even though I didn't violate anything. But if someone can mass report you and file fake DMCA claims, you get your channel like striked like immediately. That's what happened to me. So I'm not, I am on YouTube, but I got to I'm getting help retrieving that password right now. So this is going to be on TikTok exclusively at the moment, unless someone else, like usually Barbara from Straight Outta Context, some other people will post stuff that I post, and I give all permission to whoever wants to do that. But yeah, just overall, where was my thought going with this? Anyway, but yeah, just
you were saying you had Ken and her on the live within 72 hours.
On the live, and I'm just like, you know what? Let's pretend I believe everything you guys are telling me about, you know, there was no way out of this except to hire Nick or coerce Nick or to groom Nick into this crime, and there was no other way out. So if that's the case, that's like her, you know what I mean? That's her basically saying, you know, he came to slay the dragon. So why is he the hero in this? Like, why exactly is this not the hero? And then like Ken gave some like, you know, excuse like, well, I can't get in the mind of someone that was abuse. I mean, that's not my question, though. You're not answering my question.
That's what I'm saying.
I got a bunch of diversion, and with Bree, same thing. Diversions. Well, you know, Nick did this one time, and he did this one time. And
we're
not
talking about his past. We're talking about what he did for Gypsy, and they
so
love to drag.
They
love to drag that McDonald's incident up, but it's like,
oh my gosh,
he was dating. They were dating. There's
McDonald's.
Literally emails where she's telling him what to wear to court and shit over this charge. Like, what?
Well, you know, in the McDonald's,
he was probably watching her any damn way.
He was watching her in McDonald's. The content of what he was watching was Gypsy. He was not watching like corn from some other website. He was watching Gypsy herself. So I find that
she's the one who loves this public display shit. You know, even now.
She had a kink for. She talked about it, like, you know, getting caught in public. And all this other stuff. You know, it's just
the wanting to do everything at the damn movie theater. Then the video she sent to him talking about they can go into the trees. Right. Then when they're on the damn bus, she's talking about how much she wants back there and wants to get all on him.
Then absolutely diabolical.
Since being free, we see her do the same things. The D is fired just a week and a half ago. Oh yeah,
you know,
10 years younger with a bigger D. It's always her.
One more thing that Bree was trying to say. Bree was trying to tell me like how much of a rapist that Nick was and all this stuff, but like then Gypsy's own claims, he couldn't even build a tower. He couldn't even get it up. It's like that's a pretty ineffective rapist, if you know, just on a hunch. You know, if you're gonna sit there and really make that claim, and you're gonna accuse him of, you know, something heinous like this, it's like I think he would be aroused by the idea. It doesn't even.
There are depositions that she did before his trial where she admits that she wasn't honest in these documentaries and that it was a great fantasy. Like
correct. And he was assimilating with her fantasies. I don't see. I didn't hear anything from him. Like, you know, I heard, you know, anything that came from him was, I was under the impression like, you know, he was doing it to satisfy her more than anything else. Because before that, it's like, you know what's like the worst video I saw him say was like, you know what, we're getting married. I'm gonna treat you like a queen, and that's the end of it. You know, it's just like it was something like he didn't even really know what he was saying. It was almost comical. I thought it was like a skit.
I'm a firm believer that if Nick is in like prison for life, then so should Gypsy. Because when I found out that Dee Dee really is the victim of this case, that changed my whole perspective. I went from feeling bad for Nick to feeling like, well, you can't be justice for Dee Dee and be Nick, free Nick, free Nick. So, you know, while originally I felt bad for Nick, I went to like, oh well, he should be locked up, even though I do feel bad for him because that's not justice.
Locked up for life, in my opinion. I think he deserves a chance to parole at some point.
Gypsy should be right in there with him, and if she's out, then he might as well be out.
I've never seen the mastermind of a crime.
But the reason he's out, he was offered plea deals. He was offered plea deals that had parole dates with them. He thought he deserved the same amount of time as Gypsy, and I think he really thought,
rightly so.
Yeah, he really thought that he was going to be able to get that shit, so he went to trial.
So if she wasn't in the equation, this whole thing would have happened. If you had taken Nick out of the equation, again, she could have gotten someone else to do it. I think it would have happened regardless. But if, again, you have to look at who in the equation was like basically the the fuse or the the match that
And
lit the
that's
fuse.
But I
basically
also
my
think
point.
I think Nick also has a thing for women though. Even since he's already, he went to prison. Look at the stuff that happened with Dawn Broker, how she was able to get him flustered and get him to talk crazy in them emails. So I do think he has some kind of he's easily influenced by women. At
Well,
the end of
he's
his
level 2
trial, when he's
autistic. We have
asking
to,
for mercy,
yeah, we have
he
to.
asked he had
We,
asked the judge, he's like, can you please give me some mercy? All I want is a woman's love. He wants to feel loved. And his mind state, they even said he's got the mind of like a 12-year-old.
right.
He
And Gypsy
doesn't.
takes advantage of people
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
yeah, she
He does,
Look
did.
and
at
also
So
we
did
have to take
Ryan.
Dawn.
into
So did Dawn.
consideration.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that prison necessarily is the right place for him
Right.
because of his state of mind
Correct.
and the way
Well,
he's able to be taken advantage of.
plus, we
I
don't have
agree.
like we don't have the
I
correct
agree.
background. We don't have the correct education to
Yeah,
understand an
yeah.
autistic man's mind state and how they think and what their dynamics are. Because especially with how big of a spectrum autism is, it's like we can't just sit there and assess him the same way that we would assess
Well,
somebody regularly.
I think
Because he's
my thing
completely
about it is
different.
this. It's exactly what you said. Gypsy she was the mastermind. So I feel like if she's out, then it's a contradiction.
It is.
It's a
I agree. It's
contradiction,
crazy.
And
Yeah.
I do agree. I feel bad for the guy because you
Well,
can't
yeah.
help to feel bad because she literally knew what she was doing. She knew the laws. In my opinion, she knew the laws. She knew what she was doing,
She
and
knew
she
she
groomed that man. She used him to do her dirty work for her.
Well, she even looked it up of whether she can get. I think she was looking up accomplice or you know what I mean, after the fact.
Accessory.
Accessory after the fact. Yeah, they're
Mhm.
not going to give you that. They're going to give you the same charge. It's like she didn't look that part up. It's just like,
Well,
oh
and
wait,
she
oh
looked
crap.
at who Charles Manson was too. Like, they talked about Charles Manson briefly in the messages. Then
Sure.
she compares him to, who was it? Not Ted Bundy. What's the other one?
Jeffrey
There was some.
Dahmer.
Yes.
Jeffrey Dahmer.
Then she compares him to him too. Like, she looked this stuff up.
And
She was
that's
the
just, I
driving
guess,
force.
what's so disturbing. That's exactly what's disturbing about the whole situation is the fact that she literally was the mastermind, and she gets out after only serving 8 years, only to get celebrity status and get treated and not take any accountability. She's making a mockery out of actual child abuse survivors is what the hell
Right.
she's
He
doing.
does a disservice to them, and it makes it more difficult for real abuse survivors to actually, have their cases heard. You know what I
And
mean?
it's just like,
Now they have to be scrutinized even more because of people like Gypsy and the media that facilitated this lie. At the same time, it's not just her; it's the lawyers that colluded with the media and a judge that failed to put a gag order on this. And they released a documentary 2 days, a really big documentary, I might say, that she got paid handsomely for 2 days before next trial. It's like if that's
you know,
not
I
almost
think,
if that's jury
I think
tampering, I don't know what
history,
is.
Hmm.
I think
Yeah.
history's repeating it or repeating itself. I think that, Gypsy was more involved in the con than what she believes. And I know that sounds delulu, but I used to not believe that. But if you observe more and more, the more you observe, the more you can tell that girl was smart. That girl was smart.
Sure. And again, she doesn't use her intelligence for anything good, but she's intelligent and calculated enough to know what was going on. And again, Ken was like flip flopping on this, like, oh, she's, very mature and mature enough to be a mom and take care of a kid. But, but when she goes out and does something stupid, well, she didn't get to experience stuff as a kid, so
Yeah.
she didn't act like one. It's just like, well, you can't have this both ways.
Ridiculous.
You know what I mean? It's just like either she's mature enough or she's going to act and be reckless and stupid like a kid. It's just like you can't do both. Sorry. So I'm like, you're making a good case for why someone else should be having custody of Aurora, and you know what I mean? And that's it. I think at some point, and I know Ryan Anderson's probably waiting for this, for those two to finally have, a fallout. They're going to separate. They're going to whatever, because you know what I mean? I don't think Ken's putting a ring on it anytime soon.
Me
And
neither.
also, people need to keep an eye on Mia because, she's thriving right now with her career. She's about to be a bride. And, one of the things that Gypsy has said publicly is that her sister is one of her biggest triggers. And
I think
that
that's
to
why
me,
Mia went ahead and got on down. She's gone to Florida. I don't blame her. I would have put as
right.
much space between us as I could, especially after
Yeah.
learning that, because I think Mia really believed Gypsy and everything until she
Oh,
got out and
absolutely.
things really started coming out. And I think, I don't blame Mia. Get the hell on down.
Mia was
Yeah,
a kid when all of this happened.
she
Mia was a
was.
Yeah.
child when
And
Gypsy did what
she had
she
to grow
did
up
to her
quickly.
mother.
Mm-hmm.
And, obviously she was just going to go along with what her family was telling her at that
Right.
age. Like, I don't
Correct.
know how old she would have been, like 11, 12. I don't know. I think she's like a year older than me. But I'm saying I like Mia because I don't think that Mia can't help who her sister is.
Yeah.
Correct. And
I ain't got nothing
it
against
seems like everything in that family was going okay, especially considering, Dylan never wanted to
Hey,
board the
Justin.
circus train.
I gotta hop out. I've got to go make lunch for my two other kids, but
That's right.
we can do this again. Just let me
I would love
know
to.
if we plan it. I can work
Yes.
around, and get kids
Look at
taken care
Trevor's
of and
glasses.
stuff.
That sounds good, Ash. I
Okay.
will
Well, thank
send
you
you a
for having
DM.
me up.
All right. Have a good rest of yeah. Tell
Bye,
the kiddos we'll
y'all.
say
Have a good
hello.
day.
Yeah, you guys.
Hi, Ashley.
Bye. It was nice
Okay,
meeting you.
50 and
Bye,
50,
Ash.
okay?
Bye.
But yeah,
Because I
yeah,
need
no,
that
Ashley
extra.
was very
The
on
one
point
point
with, what I
fly
mean.
away.
Anyone that
Yeah.
hasn't followed her, go follow her. She's amazing with all the
I
recovery.
really like Ashley's like perspective on it because a lot of the things that she like her perspective is a lot of like my perspective.
Yeah, she's great. Every
Okay.
time I have her on my
A
FYP
little
and
bit okay.
everything that she puts out there, she brings the receipts. She's, what I mean, she's very assertive at getting her point across. And it's a lot again. Like I'm going to be doing the same thing with the series I'm about to drop with Gypsy's own debunkings. And again, I'm going to let
Yeah.
Gypsy take the lead and let her talk for herself, so that way people can't look at me and say
Ladybug.
that I'm like cherry picking anything, because it's like these are Gypsy's own words regarding the same content matter. And it's just like, what? Anytime that I've done something that, I brought the receipts and everything else, you know what they do? They don't combat you with like, something that disproves
The
it.
what?
They just dox you and call you names and everything else. But yeah. No, Care Bear, I'm not on you. I am on YouTube, but I have to retrieve my password because I had to make a second account. And I was actually doing pretty well. I was on it for like maybe like a month, and I was getting subscribers and all that fun stuff. But then I ended up losing my phone, and I have to have YouTube retrieve the password for me. So I'm not currently on YouTube. So I'm going to be posting it on TikTok for now until I get it back. And if I could probably get like Barbara from Straight Outta Contacts or someone else, or maybe even Becca Scoops to put it on there, because Becca's put more than one of my videos on her live streams and stuff like that. So again, I'm going to notify the proper content creators when I drop these, and I'm going to do, like I said, one at a time, because I think every single contradiction and lie and debunking needs to be highlighted. Every single one of them. I don't think anything should be off limits.
Yeah, Justin.
Okay.
Oh, you can.
I told myself that I was going to take a social media break for a week, but then I seen that you were live, and I just had to come because I like when you go live.
Thank you.
But I'm technically contradicting myself though because I'm supposed to be. I told myself I was going to take a social media break for a week. After I get off of
It's
here,
good
I
to take a
will.
break.
Believe me, no one has done the whole "I'm taking a social media break" than Gypsy herself. Remember how many times she said she was deleting that 9.5 million
Oh
followers
my
and
gosh,
finally doing
yes.
it?
Totally.
I said from the beginning, she will never do that. She will do, you know what I mean? You can, once you can deactivate it, you have 30 days to go get it back. She's never going to let it go. And again, she tried to grift with it with the whole blown beauty art thing and everything else. And it's just like anything that she can turn into money. And another thing that really exposed her was, that Amazon wish list that, she kind of snuck into her profile to let people know, like, hey, go buy stuff for my baby, whatever. She gets all that stuff for free, and then she goes and tries to sell it for top dollar on Marketplace, and also tries to sell clothing from stuff that she wore on Life after lockup and stuff like that. I'm like, this woman just will not do anything unless there's some monetary gain is attached to it. And again, it's just like, instead of passing those items down from Amazon to the next, single mom or like, new set of parents, she could have passed it down the same way that, anybody else did. It's just like, yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things that I thought that she could do something good with her situation, and she just chose not to.
Do you need me to mute Lexi? Because I know people are saying
Yeah,
to mute.
if there's some noise coming from somewhere, just is that better?
Yeah. I didn't want to accidentally mute somebody the
No, you're
wrong
okay.
way. So
No, you're okay. It's and I really thank you for clarifying before doing anything, because last time I had
right.
a small issue with this, and nothing against those my other moderators for that, but because Sheena was in there was a couple of situations going on, and I understand people's perspectives, but just always just consult with me about stuff like this first.
So, what do you
Yeah, I
guys
figured
think
I'd
about
ask
the
first.
book that has come out?
I've read a few chapters in so far. I did get it, and Liam put a very generous price on it. I like it so far. It humanizes Dee Dee very well. It really
I
gives a
love it.
angle of perspective coming from her end of this, rather than just another book about gypsy, and it's just all about her. It's nice to see something that actually humanizes the victim, instead of going with the mainstream media / gypsy narrative of how horrible this person was, and she can't even defend herself in any way, shape, or form. The book is called The Woman They Made a Monster, and I have a video on it. If you go to my profile,
Yeah,
I stitched
I'm on
a
chapter
video on it.
12. I'm on chapter 12. I really liked it.
It's very well written. It's
I don't know
very
how
well
many
written,
chapters
and
there. I don't know how many chapters there are, but I'm on chapter 12, so I don't know if that's the last chapter or not. But
I'm not. I'm on like 3 or 4, and like I said, that's it humanizes Dee Dee, and it gives takes a look into her legacy. In spite of what has happened to her since Gypsy had to slander and be on the grave for her own defense, and making sure she doesn't have any accountability in the crime that basically took her off the earth. So again, it's just like that's what makes me most sick about the case is not only did Gypsy run with this faulty abuse narrative, which does a really big disservice to actual victims, but also the fact that she's doing this to the person that brought her into the world and unfortunately enabled her. I think that was Dee Dee's biggest sin, was the fact that she spoiled her into oblivion, and to the point where she got so entitled where it's just like, you know what I mean? If she didn't give her what she wanted, she was going to throw a fit of the century. And I think once Dee Dee started to, this is just my theory on it, my common sense perspective, where just basically, Dee Dee, especially when she was getting in the throes of her diabetes and her health issues, she's like, I don't have time for your nonsense anymore, Gypsy. I don't have the energy. You've worn me down. And then basically Gypsy had no real use for her anymore, because, she's not going to really get what she wants with Dee Dee. She's like, well, maybe this house, would be very nice if it was just mine.
Yeah.
And she's got a whole new way of victimhood to grasp. My poor mom was unalived by this monster
Gypsy
boyfriend.
was threatening to kick her out, or Dee Dee was threatening to kick her out, and Gypsy retaliated against it.
Yeah.
She retaliated.
Of homeless shelters and shelters for youth and young women and stuff like that. It's like she was doing searches. It's like if she wanted to just keep her there chained to the wall or whatever, it's like, why would she be like researching places for her to go?
I seriously think that Gypsy's got some serious anger issues, and I don't think that Dee Dee's to blame for it. I mean, I don't think she's all to blame. I think it's Gypsy's micro deletion from doing, if you really
agree
look
with
into
that.
it.
She's very intelligent, though. While her
very.
is a factor, but she's way too calculated and way
But
too
I'm saying, like, her
premeditated.
anger, the way
anger,
that she,
sure.
yeah.
Oh, she
like,
has an anger issue, that's for sure.
She throws fits. It's more like temper tantrum.
And then what's bizarre is even that thing with the whole scissors and the blanket thing. It's just like, why would you record yourself doing that? I saw Parker was nearby. I was like, oh, please let him be okay.
I was just gonna bring that up because it's like she cuts up the blanket and says, I gave it to Ken so I can destroy it. It's like,
okay. And also, there's several people that confirmed the headboard video thing. And, Gypsy hasn't really denied those claims from what I know. Cutting the X into the headboard on Ken's side of the bed. It's just like, once again, it's just like, while some people write this off as no big deal, it's just a couple fighting. It's just like, yeah, maybe if it was just if the person didn't have Schmurder on the record, maybe you could look at it a little differently. But this person has Schmurder on the record, and to me, that changes everything for me when it comes to the outlook. So,
and the thing is, like,
the Schmurder part does make a difference.
Hi, Ashes. Hey, Justyn. Haven't seen you in a while.
Nice to see you, and
nice to see you.
Glad we got a lot of people here just hanging out, and I'm gonna be
When I
gonna be going live regularly. I'm gonna try to, do like again, like me and Audrey used to have a show like every week at one point. We did that, but again, like I fell into my job so hard, and I had no time for anything else because I was working out of the mayor's office, and it was 14, 15 hours, including a 5-hour round trip commute on a train every day. I had no energy to do anything, so it's like TikTok became sort of like off to the side for me. But now that I have a job that's regular, kind of hours, and so a lot of it's remote right now. Because it's a tech support job. So basically, you know what I mean. I have a lot more breathing room. I could do stuff like this, a little more often. I'm verified on Facebook. You can look me up on there. I post true crime stuff on there all the time. So if anyone wants to follow me on there, you're more than welcome to do that. But yeah, just altogether, like I also want to talk about other cases, like the Corey Richens trial just ended not that long ago. That one really intrigued me because of all the different layers in that and all the things that came out to the public, like either during or after that trial. And then we also have other recent like trials of like young unalivers, like Carly Gregg. If you guys know who she is,
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
I haven't heard of
Justyn,
her yet.
that's
I haven't
hard.
heard of her yet,
Like
so I don't know what she did.
Interaction with her stepfather, right? Like,
yeah, it's a little weird, and he
Yeah.
was supporting her like relentlessly,
right.
even during the trial. I thought there was something a little strange about that. All things
Yeah.
I
considered,
think
that she
there was
tried to.
something going on between
No,
them.
like,
but
dude,
that's
did
my
you not
opinion.
love your wife? Like, what the heck?
Did you? Yeah, didn't you want justice for your wife? It's just like, and again,
Yeah.
like I think she knew. Again, they tried to dress her up as like a little Catholic schoolgirl that could do no harm, but it's like they threw the book at her hard, and I'm glad they did because it needs to. They need to send them. Because if you watch that, everything during the crime, it's like not only did she commit the crime, but she bragged about it to her friends and even invited a friend over to see the body. That's pretty
Justyn.
diabolical.
I want to ask your advice, actually. I think this is actually a question that I should ask you because I really, really, really want to pursue journalism and I want to talk about other cases. However, I can't, like I can't I'm too obsessed with like the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case because I want justice. I
I
want
agree.
I want a positive outcome, and it seems like every time I want to sway away from it a little bit, like not permanently, but just like talk about other cases because that's what I want to do. I want to talk about other cases.
And it brings you back.
Something new happens with Gypsy, and it's just like I'm just asking your advice. How do I go about that? How do people talk about multiple cases at once when one case has just not been solved yet? She served her time or whatever, like a lot of people say, but this is not justice. And so my advice.
It's a travesty of the system, completely failing, not just for Dee Dee, but for Nicholas as well. Because again, if you're going to do something like, hold people accountable for a crime, you have to even the playing field here. You can't just, put one on like this pedestal and then, just let the other one just throw him away just because he's the patsy. It's just like, and again, there's some political stuff in this with the DA rerunning for re-election that year. And he didn't want to take a chance going after, a victim narrative. So he made sure that, he came up with a sweetheart deal that, basically can reassure that he gets reelected. And you know what I mean? Everyone can just, they'll just throw Nick in there as the patsy, and that's going to be the end of it.
When I scrolled,
my advice to you is how do I move on to other cases when this hasn't been resolved yet?
So I've been trying to move on to like Mackenzie Shirilla and a few other cases on TikTok. Like again, the only way I was able to even mention Mackenzie Shirilla was because she was in an article with Gypsy Rose commenting on it. So it's like I got traction because of that, and also like I became known on TikTok for being one of the more like male like direct opinions. And there's some other ones. There's case studies. There's Sir Morbid, well, used to be him. And some other people, but it's just like I just wanted. Plus, also the fact that my brother said muscular. I kind of came up because of the Gyp verse, so I have to sort of stay true to that. But I say just it doesn't matter like how many people like anything could go viral at any time. Like my biggest video, it's got like 1.3 million views. Is just my blank reaction to Gypsy doing that really dumb dance, and I just go like this for like 13 seconds, and that got over 1.3 million views. And like everything else, I put effort and I put effort and time into, got like a minuscule amount. You got to just put out the content and trust that one of them is gonna get the algorithm.
She's constantly exposing herself, Justyn, and that's like my main thing is eventually I do want to get to the point where I'm talking about other cases, but right now I feel like this is a very important topic to discuss because this is not justice,
Yeah, and also like Mackenzie Shirilla is like one I'm really interested in, especially because I've been watching Dominic's sister Christine Russo on the Big Sister Unhinged, and she's fantastic. There's a lot of like really nasty narratives about Dominic himself and his family going all over the place, and she came out swinging to protect herself and protect her family, and she's had a very good reception so far.
Oh, and the Dominic and Davian's Mackenzie Srilla case. See, I've been meaning to go down a rabbit hole about that, but I only know the basics. And from what I know, in my opinion, from just knowing the basics about it, by not going down like a deep dive yet, not having the chance to, I think the mom should be held accountable because she's enabling that behavior. So I think, therefore, the daughter, the mother, and the father should all be locked up because the daughter had a choice. She made a choice to take those two lives.
Well,
and
what
so
she's doing now. Here's what I'm sorry to interrupt you, but here's what she's doing now that's really got people up in arms over this case. Again, first of all, first it was like the car malfunctioned. I don't remember anything. It was an accident. End of story. Now her mom, she was on Chris Cuomo the other night, maybe a few days ago. And now she's claiming POTS disease, if you know what POTS is. And people from the POTS community that actually suffer from that know that one of the side effects of POTS or symptoms of POTS is not to slam the foot down on on a car and then on a gas pedal and then navigate a winding road. And when one of the boys puts it in neutral, slam it back into drive and then go into a building at 100 miles per hour. So,
now,
what
I've always thought?
There's no doctor's diagnosis about anything to do with POTS. She had no POTS symptoms before the crash or POTS symptoms after the crash, conveniently. So, again, like the POTS community has come out and has condemned her even harder because, again, there's this delusional belief that, and again, like, even let's say she's 15 years is up, she's up for parole. She's already racked up almost 40 prison infractions in less than 3 years. And you can just imagine what she's going to rack up by the time 15 years goes by. So, and believe me, parole boards, from what I understand and what I've seen, and I've watched a lot of parole hearings, they take those things into accountability. Even if you have 1 or 2 infractions, they're still like looking at you sideways. She's got almost 40 in 3 years. 40! That's crazy.
I heard that she had 7 RVRs because I worked in prison in 7 years, and that is just unnatural. I've seen people doing life and they barely get 1. Right. So she's just up to her shenanigans, even in prison.
Absolutely. Yeah, and again,
just think that it should be against the law to like turn a blind eye to your child's behavior, and then even after that should be neglect. I'm sorry, but it should be like a law. It should be a law. If you're turning a blind eye to your child's behavior, knowing that they are problematic, knowing that they're out of control, it should be a law where it's neglect and you should go to jail for it because this is too much of an issue.
Again, one thing that happens, I've seen this happen time and time again, is some documentary on Netflix will come out about a certain case, and then they start to like champion their innocence, like, oh, the car had to be something wrong with the car. She had some medical thing. Do you think they didn't like investigate those angles for a month? She wasn't arrested overnight. She was arrested after several months of an investigation. It's not like they just had some agenda against her. They looked into every possible angle of the accident angle the best they could until just, the evidence in its totality. Remember the word totality. It's not just one piece, because, again, people like to cherry pick stuff like that, that put Mackenzie under the spotlight and essentially got charged with the double murder. You know what I mean? They thoroughly looked into this. And then, again, like, it's just the suspicious timing, the day before her 18th birthday and stuff like that. You know, it's just like, it's crazy, like the way they try to make this look. And then, you know, even some of the gypsy content creators like Ivy Rose and a couple others said they were going to give me some evidence of the of her innocence and stuff like that, but I haven't seen it yet. I've seen excuses from a lot of people, like, you know, but again, they become medical experts, they become car experts, they become forensic experts just because they watched a documentary and there's some like stomach intuition that she's innocent or something like this, and then she's got like, you know, people flying around with this innocence of like when these like, you know, reasoning that or excuses they're coming up with have already been thoroughly like you know, gone over with a fine-tooth comb. So, you know, again, like Mackenzie, and it's like, you know, everyone thinks she just got convicted because she's some spoiled brat. No,
you know what I mean. The day before her birthday, though.
When they they arrested her, I believe. Oh. Yeah, the day after her 18th birthday, you know, and I think, I'm not sure that might have been calculated by the police to not take a chance of her going to juvenile court, which they weren't going to do anyway.
Trying as an adult, yeah.
Right, she's gonna be tried as an adult anyway, regardless. And then, like, her father comes in there stomping in there, like, you can't ask her any questions, and that's from our lawyer. It's like, well, again, she's an adult, and secondly, you can't just not ask questions.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
From what I've heard of that case, it just seems really suspicious all around.
Yeah.
When I scrolled in here, we were talking about, or you guys were talking about how Nick has autism and how that should have been taken into consideration with his conviction.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. That's a huge mitigation. It has
100%
mitigator in many cases. Other cases of people's like, you know, mental conditions, mental states, any disabilities. That's, you know, many times that's been
mitigated. If you guys have
I completely
noticed,
agree.
If you guys have noticed, this is a pattern of Gypsy. She takes advantage of men that are not all the way there. Like, look at Ryan. Look at Ryan.
Yep.
Ryan Anderson. Right.
When you guys were talking about that,
there's a theme.
When you guys were talking about that, I figured I would have something to offer because I was diagnosed with the same level of autism that Nick has, and coming from the perspective of myself with that diagnosis, I am very easily manipulated, and I know that he was manipulated in the same way that I have been so many times. So, it's kind of sucks because do I think he should have gone to prison? Yes, but
a psychiatric facility, I think.
I think he should have gone to prison because we are able to think for ourselves, but the manipulation behind it should have gotten him either the same sentence as Gypsy or a middle ground.
It should have been an even
playing field. In my opinion,
look at this in that way. My opinion, but it's like, I never say, really quickly, I never ever said that Nick should just be let out tomorrow. I've never said that. So I've always been like, you know what? I think he should have a chance to have something to look forward to, like parole, or, you know what I mean, or going to like a mental health facility, you know, just something else besides you're going to spend.
That's exactly what I was about to say, Justyn. Like, in my opinion, yeah, he should be punished for what he did. Certainly. But with the autism, he should be put in a mental hospital for the rest of his life and not a prison where these guys are stable that did what they did. He got manipulated by Gypsy, so did Ryan, and so is Ken.
Well, you know what the fact of it is, because this is a very sore subject, like, because, like, for all of us, I'm sure all of us could pretty much agree. I'm sure all of us could pretty much agree that the Gypsy was the damn mastermind.
Yeah, she
was the mastermind. And so if she gets to be out, then he might as well be out because that's a contradiction from hell. First of all,
yes, talking about that.
Men always get the worst.
Yes,
one thing
absolutely contradiction.
Yeah, well, not only is it a contradiction, it's also like, you know, a real like travesty of the justice system, and also like, you know, inconsistency of the justice system when they're seeking, quote, justice. Because again, it's like if they could show equal culpability in a crime, they should.
It's always worse than
and Sheena says, I totally agree. Victor needs to be free. Oh, well, kind of like, hold on though, kind of like, listen though, kind of like how Ruby,
Listen, I know you guys are gonna agree. I have a soft spot for Sheena. I've always gotten along with her, and that's fine. She's on.
And don't let it get to you.
No, I'm not
Everybody
attacking
has
her.
an opinion.
No, I'm not attacking her. I'm just saying, I'm making a point. Kind of like how Ruby's free. Kind of how we're letting Damona free.
Damona, Candy. I mean, unless counting with her. What's the other one that She was playing the one from.
Was that? Hey, which one was that? Was that Demona? Was that Candy?
There's
Like
too many to
who was
count
it?
with that.
Who
Too
was
many
it that cut up the blanket? Who was it that cut up the blanket?
There's
I'm
one of them.
curious. Was it Demona or
That was
who
probably
was
Demona.
that?
I think
Was
it
it
was
Ruby?
Demona.
Again, Gypsy with sharp objects and a dog behind her. That made me a little nervous.
I was so scared for
That
Harper.
scared me. That scared me because I'm like, okay, the dog is just standing there. Where's Aurora?
Yes.
Where is Aurora? And then let's not forget, she said that she never put Aurora on camera, and then most of her videos, there's Aurora.
Yep.
Yeah. No, like I said, it's like that's the only thing that like it kind of like is gonna be like the biggest concern of mine is like not only just with Gypsy, but just the whole debacle in and of itself. When she gets older, all this stuff is gonna be
Devin,
all
hey.
over.
I don't know what that is.
You might want to mute.
Okay, anyways, basically, like, how I see it is Aurora's going to have access to this stuff. The internet doesn't forgive or forget. We all know that. And I'm afraid that when she gets to, like, grade school or something like that, that she might get bullied for stuff like that. They find out, you know, who her parents are, at least who one of her parents are. You know what I mean? Just from that should be all and more the reason why Gypsy should not be on, you know, social media right now doing everything that's going on, because it's like, you know, I don't think she's thinking about how this is going to affect her daughter later on in life with, you know,
honestly, I don't think she cares. She just wants her fame.
I used to piss.
But, you know, it's like, I don't know. That's the only thing. Like, you know, if I had a child and, you know, I was infamous for something, it's like I would make sure, like, I would be laying low. And believe me, like, Casey Anthony again. I give no credit to Casey Anthony for.
Oh, I don't like that woman.
She's a horrible person. But you know what? When she came on a TikTok and she had an overwhelmingly negative response, it's like, hey, lady, we don't want you here. She didn't sit there and fight with everybody and send friends out to go debunk people and talk and for her and all this. No, she just took the hint, took the social cues, and skedaddled. At least she was smart enough to do that.
Justyn, you know what I think? And I used to not think this, but my perspective is I really genuinely believe that Gypsy is so psychotic that the justice system really fucked up by letting her out, because I think that she's going to hurt somebody again. I think she's going to end up hurting Ken. Because, I mean, yeah.
But
hey, that's exactly what I was going to say. She's either going to hurt Ken or she's going to hurt Aurora. And it's going to be all over the news, and we'll all be like, we saw this coming.
Yeah, well, society fucked up by letting her out. I'm predicting it now. I don't want it to happen. No. I hope I'm wrong. But as psychotic as the patterns that she has shown in the past year, I would not doubt it, guys. Society fucked up by letting this woman out. She is dangerous and psychotic.
Yeah, I definitely think that she should have been at least required to get some sort of help in like the, you know, the field of like, you know, some kind of, like seeing a psychiatrist, a psychologist. I think Gypsy said a couple of things to the effect of she didn't need it or they didn't offer it, or, you know, I've heard a few different narratives coming from Gypsy when it's just like when it came to the whole like psychotherapy thing. I think she's in therapy. I'm not quite sure if it's having an effect. Again, I take a little bit of question of how effective it is when I see videos of her you taking scissors and cut. It's not the fact that she did it. It's the fact that she felt the need to record this and release it somewhere or send it to someone to whatever. It's just like, that's just not normal to me. That's a little bit either massively attention seeking or I mean, I don't know. It's just like, that's troubling.
After seeing the blanket video, I am very convinced that she's still dangerous and she's going to hurt somebody again.
It's not helping her, you know, doing stuff like that. It's definitely not helping her case of making her seem like she's, you know, I guess rehabilitated since this whole event happened. So again, like when I see, and then also I think several people, including one of Ken's sisters, confirmed the headboard video and stuff like that, which again, that's troubling in and of itself. And I would hate to see like, you know, that these signs were there and then something happens. You know what I mean? It's just like, that's the risk that the justice system takes when they, you know, when they make these sweetheart deals and these sweetheart pleas with people that, you know, that they let out on bail. Again, that's why I told everyone to watch that Dear Zachary documentary, because this is a
yeah.
fresh example of you had every like sign and symptom of everything going wrong with this person, and then they were taking a risk of letting this person out in society, and the inevitable happened. Not once, but again. Everyone has to go watch that when you get a chance. It's called Dear Zachary.
It's on Amazon Prime.
It's on YouTube for free right now.
Oh, it is.
Right now, it's on YouTube for free, and it's one of the best documentaries of any true crime, case I've ever seen, and it was done by the victim's best friend, and it's one of the best documentaries ever.
Back to one thing, like when Gypsy was saying that Dee Dee was mean to her by, I don't know how to say this, by hurting her. Like Katie said, that hurts us victims who have been hurt.
It does.
Because I was hurt by my mom, and CPS didn't care. They let me stay with her.
Yeah. See, again, it's like this. That's why things like this need awareness.
I can relate to that. So yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, so, and that what mother? Wait, what can I call you? Can I mother?
You can call me Denise.
Denise, okay, yeah, like what Denise said, she's really like out here harming like actual people who have been through that, because this is okay, here's my thing, Justyn. Here's my point that I always try to make is, child abuse trauma is not something that murderers should just get to make up as a way to avoid accountability or consequence, especially if that narrative has been proven wrong time and time again. It's a slap in the face, because real people go through that. Real people go through that. Exactly. Real children go through that. And it takes years and years to heal from. I promise you that.
Other things, right. And not only that, but there's also things like, people that, make up fake rape allegations, like on college campuses and stuff like that, because the real victims of those crimes, there's a big disservice. It's hard to, get justice for people that it actually happens to, because they don't know, like, if the person, again, like due process becomes much more difficult for that person, and has to be more scrutinized, because we have people that, falsely report.
It's not just something that murderers get to cosplay. That's my point. It's not something that murderers just get to cosplay when it's been proven wrong by the facts and the FOIAs and the documents and Gypsy's own behavior. Now, that is not the behavior of somebody that was a scared little innocent girl. It's not, because I couldn't imagine treating people that way. I couldn't imagine treating people the way that she had. Yeah, go ahead.
Really quickly, just where it got me to, this debunked Gypsy's narratives about the abuse altogether, was the fact before she met up with lawyers, she never said a word to Rod or Christie over any jail phone calls. She said nothing to the investigators. She said nothing to anyone that would listen to her, until lawyers came out and said, and also, if this abuse was all real, then wouldn't they use that as a defense? Why is Mike Stanfield saying they had no defense for her, and that they basically said if she goes to trial, she's going away for life? It's like, there's a reason.
In my opinion, she should still be in there, and she should do life. If Nick has to do it, she should too.
I think the playing field should be level. There should be no cherry picking of who gets to do a sentence and who doesn't.
Karma's doing its thing.
As far as what? I'm just curious.
Justyn, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Listen, you may not know this. I'll make this real quick.
Go ahead.
I have extreme severe hearing loss. I'm having to read captions. I can't really hear what you guys are saying. So if I interrupt, bear with me. I came up just to correct something very quickly.
Okay.
Casey Anthony didn't come on TikTok and see an overwhelming response of "we don't want you here" and left. She came on this app to advertise that she was going to be on another social media app that you have to pay to see her content. She came and said, "You can find me over there," and I think you've got to pay like $30 to see her stuff. So she never had any interest in TikTok. Secondly,
I thought she did. Maybe if that's the case, then I misspoke. I thought she was trying to get herself onto the platform, and I thought she didn't post a follow up or anything, because
she's not into giving free content. No, you have to pay to see her.
Yeah, I would pay her. I wouldn't pay to see her for anything. So thanks for clarifying that, though.
And secondly, I want to ask. I think you said call you Denise up there, Mother. Can you produce an email or proof of a phone call or you've contacted any lawmakers and said, hey, I don't think the deal Gypsy got was fair. The laws should change in this country. Have you done anything proactive to change that? Or do you just sit on TikTok panels complaining about it?
Sheena, to answer your question,
Oh
I don't have to call law enforcement and tell them that they did it wrong with Gypsy, because by now they don't care. She's out, she's free.
But you want things to change, right? Or do you want to just keep talking about
using
it?
our voice.
No,
We're using
no,
our
you're
voice.
misunderstanding my question. I'm not saying that you want to put her back in jail. I understand double jeopardy. However, in the future, if you don't want this to happen again, have you done anything proactive to make sure this doesn't happen in another case?
As child abuse survivors, we're using our voice. We're using our voice as child abuse survivors, which is very productive.
You can complain or you can put action behind it. I personally am tired of the complaining.
Why do you think thousands of people are so mad about this, huh? Tell me that. You think it's just a coincidence?
The action
Then do
is
something about
spreading the
Do something
information.
about it.
That's the action, is everybody is spreading the truth, Sheena.
Can I say one thing? I think what I understand, Sheena, that's a very fair question to ask. But I think at this point, especially since with double jeopardy laws in play and all that, we can't send Gypsy back to prison. You know what I mean? That wasn't exactly like my agenda with this or like my idea with this. I'm just hoping not to see this again in the future. I think if there's going to be a crime, especially when you have a mastermind and somebody that's, doing this, and participating in it, there should be a level playing field when it comes to the sentencing. Do you agree? Or do you think one should just, get something way less than the other, and that's
I think my thing is hundreds and hundreds of people are outraged by Gypsy's presence on the social media and the outcome of her case. Therefore, that's not a coincidence. That's not a coincidence.
My biggest issue is
they still watch her. They are able to block her. They still put money in her pocket and still complain about it. You do nothing but complain.
Vice versa.
You put no action behind it for change. And
I
don't want to sit around listening to the complaints anymore. If you want it to change, do something.
But yet,
for the love of God, do something.
This conversation is part of taking action. Maybe we're not doing it legislatively. Hold on, really quick. Let me just respond to this really quick. No, I understand. Again, that's a fair question to ask, Sheena. But again, I think that's a reason why content creators and people like ourselves that have maybe not quite myself, but the biggest thing that triggered me from this case is the muscular dystrophy angle, and I already explained myself with that. But I think it's creating panels like this and using your voice and using free speech and using platforms and making platforms that is taking action away. Just because we're not going right to the legislators and going straight up to the government buildings doesn't mean action's not being taken. It's you have to use your voice for that. Same reason people go out and protest.
Freedom of speech. Yeah, right. You know what? You make a good point.
Protest and do picket lining and stuff like that. They're not going to, they're hoping to they make change through their voices, and that's essentially what this is. And and it's also wise to discuss things like this so that maybe in case there is anybody listening, that's important, and you know what I mean, and enough people listen, and then that thing change
you
can.
Still have the court. You still have the court of public opinion at the end of the day.
Right.
The court of public opinion doesn't change a law and does nothing. I've been here for over 2 years now. I've heard nothing but complaining.
We've had things change.
No action behind it. Nothing.
My biggest complaint.
I'm just saying, you can complain forever.
The videos have been released.
Or you can try to change it.
No,
that's
to argue that
my biggest concern is the effect that
the videos have been released.
Hold on, Kate. Really quickly.
One at a time. One at a time.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just say one thing. Okay, my biggest thing at this point, I think the ship has already sailed for Gypsy as far as anything goes, law until if she reoffends. I'm not saying she's going to or she's not, but it's my biggest concern is the effect this is going to have on her child later on with, being exposed to this kind of debacle, with just the Gyp verse altogether. It's going to be all over the internet. And if people at her school find out who she is and who her mother is, it's going to be one big field day for Aurora, and it's going to be terrible. In my opinion.
Well, here's my point.
Don't worry about a child that you don't know and will never know.
Here's my point.
She has parents.
Here's my point. You say that nothing. nothing productive has happened, but yet we've got the FOIA videos released. We've got the documents released. We have everything that we could possibly need to know that Gypsy is unhinged. Like, we have all of the evidence, Sheena. So when you say that nothing productive has happened, that is inaccurate, because we have all of the evidence has been released to the public.
Okay,
And her own
so
behavior,
you believe
cutting
she's
up a
unhinged.
blanket.
You
Yes,
believe she's
yes,
unhinged.
absolutely.
God bless your blankets.
Absolutely.
Lock them up. They're not safe. So what do you do now?
Unhinged.
What do
She's
you do now?
unhinged. It's
She's
not just
unhinged
that.
and she
It's
cut
not
up a
just
blanket.
that.
What
She
now?
takes no
What do you want now?
accountability. She admits to the public that
She doesn't owe you accountability. She owes you nothing. She doesn't know
admits that
you.
she admits that she had Nick do the hard work for her.
Well, the
And
entire
that technically,
And what now? What now? What do you want now?
Just
She owes you
accountability
nothing. She
without
doesn't
saying
know
nothing.
you.
I think if she wants to
Accountability
Can I say
is
one
between
thing?
themselves and
we
God.
don't want her
That's who
influencing our
accountability is
children.
Everybody
between.
chill.
Gypsy doesn't
Everybody
know you.
chill.
She owes you nothing.
We don't want her to influence our
Katie, give me 1 second.
children.
Can I please say one thing?
Katie,
Sorry, I
let
understand.
Then keep
Justin
your
talk.
kids off the internet and off
All right,
apps.
hold on. Okay,
Put
let me say-
Fortunately,
child
not
safety
everybody is
protections
doing
on.
that.
That is a
Can I say one
parent
thing,
problem, not a
Can I say one
gypsy
thing, please?
problem.
Let Justyn talk.
Can I say one thing, please? Thank you. Okay, so that's fair. That's a very fair question, Sheena, and that's a very fair outlook, especially considering you're very friends with Gypsy, and you said you are biased for her, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. You know what I mean? I probably would be for somebody I was really good friends with. I'm not saying that's not understandable. At the same time, again, I want to reiterate, it's the effect that this is going to have on her child. It's not about her owing anybody anything. It's just like if she wants the public perception to even help herself, it would be good to take accountability without pointing fingers, but Nick, but mom, this, but that. And she doesn't have to take my advice or any of our advice. That's fine if she wants to continue going down this road and, continuing, in my opinion, what looks like a circus, which is going to affect her daughter in the future, in my opinion.
She's using her child. She's using her minor child as a way to make money.
Justin finish what he's saying.
You have no right to speak on her or anyone else's minor child. We're dealing with that across this app right now, where people are going after children and have no business doing so. You don't know her child. You know nothing about her. You never will. She has parents to take care of her.
I'm bringing
Stop
awareness.
talking about people's kids.
I'm bringing awareness that nobody.
One second.
Can I just say this at least?
Guys,
I'm just bringing awareness.
I want to get a couple other voices in here. Audrey's on the panel, and Audrey, you want to add something to this?
I wanted to clear something up with Sheena. I have a question for you, Sheena.
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, Audrey.
From everything I've listened to in our conversation the other night, I just want to confirm that you think it is okay to speak on the alleged actions of parents, because that's not speaking on the children.
1 second. Let me go back and read. Okay. It's okay to speak on the alleged actions of parents because that's not speaking on the children. No, I never said that. What I was saying was I'm drawing that comparison because people will say, I'm not speaking on the child, I'm speaking on the parent. So Ashley's accusing Morbid of doing exactly what she's doing. I was calling the hypocrisy.
No, you said in the live that we were all on, and you said on your own live in so many words, what Morbid was doing was okay to you because he is speaking on my actions as a parent. So I am asking you to clarify that you did say that in a roundabout way.
I never said it's okay. What I said was what was happening. I am not going to do coward's work for them, Audrey. I'm not going to. If I get proof sent that something was said wrong about your child, I'll stand on it. But I'm not going to do these cowards work.
No, that's not. That's not what my
that.
question was. Don't twist my words or misunderstand me. I am saying that you said him speaking on alleged things of me is not him speaking on my child, but me, even though it involves my child.
I think my concern is nobody should be using their children as
Katie,
as content, you know.
Let
Especially,
Sheena and Audrey talk this out.
okay, one more thing. Especially when Gypsy claims that her mother made her, used her as a cash cow, but yet she's using Aurora as content for money.
Okay, I'm only speaking on something that I wish for Sheena to clarify, because if it is okay for Morbid to speak on alleged actions of my child and Sheena thinks so, I want Sheena to know, never come to me again about people speaking about her alleged actions as a parent, because I will not delete them. If we're going to be across the board, we're going to be across the board.
Just to let you know, Audrey, I think Sheena has to read the.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was waiting.
She's got the something with her hearing, and that's, you know what I mean. It might take her a second to respond, so I just want to let you know that she has to read the captions.
That's fine.
And by the way, I'm kind of unfamiliar with the topic you guys are talking about, so I can't really give input on that. But you know what I mean. I'm gonna let you guys, talk this out just to make sure. It sounds pretty serious to me. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know much about it, but I think you guys should be able to talk openly if you know what I mean, and maybe even, I don't know, find common ground somewhere if you can. Again, it's like
that's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking her to clarify so that nobody can say I'm misinterpreting her words.
In the comments, I want to say one other thing. I let people from both sides of the aisle come into my platform. I'm a big free speech person, and I think one of the things I especially like to do is talk to the other side of the aisle, because I believe that's how you expand your mind. You might be able to learn something, find common ground. For all the people saying block this, block that, I'm just not that type of person. Unless there's like a DEF threat or doxing or some call to action involved, then yes, I understand that. But as far as just like someone being triggered or not liking their content or disliking the person, that's not enough for me to just censor them and say they have no right to speak at all. And besides, Sheena's never attacked me personally, and she's never, done anything to me personally where like I would feel uncomfortable with her being on my panel. I always told her she's welcome on my panel. So
that's fine. I'm waiting for her to answer. I understand that she is likely with her son and talking to him at the same time. I am just asking for her to clarify what she said on her feelings, not anybody else's, hers, because I would like to know where we stand on this.
Correct. Okay.
That was my question. Yeah, I had to deal with my son and go back up and read. That was my question, Audrey. What are the rules going to be? Are we going to be fair across the board? Are we going to say this person can talk about parenting, this person can't? This person can talk about a child, this person. I just need to know the fucking rules from now on.
I'm not asking about rules, Sheena. I am asking about your moral compass that you preach about.
I don't have one, Audrey. I don't have a moral compass, and I do not preach about having one. I've said many times, don't put morals on me. Don't do that.
Okay, so I'm asking you if you think that it is okay for him to speak about my parenting and all these alleged things that he is claiming, which, by the way, is defamation. Then if you agree with that, don't come to me whenever somebody comments about your parenting, because I did the respectful thing. I deleted it. But if you are saying you see it as okay whenever he does it, then you need to start seeing it as okay whenever I do it.
Okay, let me tell you this. I never wrote a book about my parenting or anything to do with that. What I was saying was, from what I understood, what I heard, he was speaking about things that you wrote in your book personally that occurred. I have asked many times if he said something, send it to me. I will listen. I will read the proof, but I can't make any kind of statement if I don't know what the man has said or done. And I have yet to have anyone send me anything. They'll say, oh, go watch his live. I don't have time to sit around watching 2-3 hour lives to find a needle in a haystack. I said, send me a clip. I'll listen to it. If I don't agree with it, I will go to him and stand on it. I'm not scared to stand up and tell Morbid how I feel. And I'm not going to stand up to him for cowards who are. I'm not. If I can go to this man and have a conversation with him and be like, hey, I don't agree with that. I don't think that shit was cool. Then other people should handle their business too. I can have conversations with people. I heard what you said, Justyn. You and I have an open dialogue. We've always been fine. I can do that with people that can do that with me.
Absolutely.
I'm not afraid to do that. But I'm not going to go to this man about shit that happened, God knows back when this entire app had that man's back and stood as his cavalry.
Stop
And
saying the
now want
entire
to
app because
complain
I
about
never
it.
had his back.
Now I want to complain about it and want me to be the one to go confront him. I don't think so. I'm not standing for cowards. I'll stand for myself.
I have never had his back, so I don't know about the people that did, but I did not.
Many did. His live was full of hundreds and panel full of the same people every night cheering him on. And now they want him held accountable and want me to be the one to do it. I'm not doing it. You had your chance.
Again,
by the way,
I
just for the
never
record,
supported Morbid. I never watched Morbid. Whenever
Me
Into the
neither.
Weeds would send me their stuff, or his stuff, not their stuff, sorry. I did not watch it. I would go on there for a few minutes, and the only time I ever entertained him, he was speaking about me, and I joined the panel. I said what I had to say. I got off, and I logged out. I did not continue to watch. I have never fucked with Morbid, even whenever he was anti-gypsy.
I was never Team Morbid either. I never got on board with him. He was just always like, it was just too flip floppy for me. Just didn't. I'm not saying I like the guy or dislike the guy. I just never got on board with him.
I never liked him because he gave bully mentality, like troll mentality. Like instead of it takes away your credibility when you make fun of people's looks. In my opinion.
Hey,
Talk
I got
about
a question.
Facts.
Sheena, do you see him as credible?
Do I see him as credible?
Yes.
I see proof as credible.
Okay, so let me ask you. You say he's credible, but I literally have whenever he was on the live with all of us, and he was like, "Tell us about your mom's fake ass boyfriend," and then in the same breath turned around and said, "My mom's boyfriend had warrants out for his arrest." How are those two things even possible to be true?
If he shows proof, then to me that's credible.
He wants to show proof that he's imaginary, but also that he has warrants.
If there's proof, it's credible, right?
You lose all of your credibility when you make fun of people's looks.
I agree.
Let's touch on that. How long did he sit up there making fun of me and all my people's looks, and nobody stood for us? Not one time.
I was against
stood for
it
us.
back then.
But we're supposed to stand for them now. We're supposed to stand for them now.
I was against it back then. I was against it back then.
I'm against that too.
No one came to my aid. I will not come to yours now. I won't do it. But I will tell you this as far as the parenting comment, Audrey, and I don't want to use Justyn's panel to rehash it. So I'll be brief. We all know there was a mother on this app who claimed that her disabled child tried to unalive himself 3 times because of my actions that I never committed. I had to go and pull a police report and show proof that I had nothing to do with that situation. So yeah, I think she's a shitty ass parent for lying and using her child to try to come at me. And I will scream that as loud as I can across this app. Yes.
And I said the other night on that live, I had just learned about that, and I absolutely agree. That is wrong.
It is very wrong. I agree. I don't know about the situation, but just
I feel like
I'm
I missed
gonna
a
take
lot.
I'm gonna take your guys' word for that. But again, Sheena, if I was there, I would have taken up for anyone. Doesn't matter what side of the aisle it is, on anyone just going after someone's aesthetics. That's not a credible way to. I like intelligent conversations. It's the content of your character at the end of the day. That regardless of what someone looks like.
Yeah, Justyn, I'm on the same page as that as well.
Yeah, it's all it's about that's what I always try to keep it. Content of not only your character but also content altogether. It's just like if you can't make a cohesive argument and you have to attack somebody personally,
morals and
you have
values.
to attack someone personally, then you know what I mean. Your message is lost in translation, in my opinion. But no, I hope everything is clarified between the situation. Again, like if I was there, Sheena, for anybody, doesn't matter who it's for. If someone's there, and I've done it in my own panel. If someone's making fun of someone's looks or whatever, it's like, again, I encourage people not to even engage with that person if they're going to do that. Again, because if they have no content to offer, they have no cohesive argument or a persuasive one, then again, there's no message to be had. There's no conversation to be had.
Yeah, Justyn, my perspective is whether it's a good person or it's a really, really like disgusting person, I don't believe in making fun of anybody's looks.
Correct.
I believe that we're all made, in God's image, but I know that's irrelevant to this topic, but you guys can continue.
Oh, by the way, really quick, I just want to clarify. Someone said me walking around is making a little motion sickness. I have to walk around because my back is out of alignment, so I walk around my apartment. So sorry.
Look, if I'm yelling, I apologize because in my head, I can't hear you. So
No,
if I
you're
can't
okay.
hear you, you can't hear me. And my daughter keeps telling me I'm yelling, and I am elevated. That's another thing too, but it's not intentionally screaming at anyone. But I am telling you, for 2 years I've been here, and I watched people back that man and sit as a cavalry at his back and never spoke up and said a word. Had the chance to stand on business, didn't do it. I confronted Morbid. I went on his panel 2 or 3 times. I was not scared then. I'm not scared now. But now you want to complain about the shit he did for 2 years because you don't like his message now and you want me to be the sheriff and the police to police him. I'm not doing it. We tried. You didn't help us, and I'm not helping you now.
What we're trying to tell you, Sheena, is a lot of us never supported him to begin with. We never supported that behavior to begin with.
Hey, I never heard your voice raised, not once. I never heard you stand with us, not once. We were on our own. We tried. We got shot down. Now he's come back with a different message, doesn't want to engage in certain things. And I'm good with the hypocrisy being called out. I'm getting to know Morbid. I actually like the man. I have good conversations with him. I have no problem saying that. Now, has he gone after a child? I still don't know that because no one seems to be able to provide me any proof. If that has happened because of how I feel, I will stand on it and go to him with that. But until I have proof of that, I'm not going to him and accusing him when there's a whole account that has doxed his entire family and his children, but yet we're raising hell about troll account that did it to Cooks. That's not okay. But it's okay to dox Morbid's kids and his family. And I know who's behind it. And one of the people behind it's in the comments. Thank you.
May I say something?
I'm saying let's even it out. If it ain't good for one, it ain't good for the other. That's it.
Sheena, why are you showing proof the other night?
Wants to say something, I believe.
Yeah, go ahead, Chloe.
Thank you, Justyn, for allowing me up here. So, Sheena, I just want to make it clear: a lot of people on this side of the community, the anti-gypsy community, did not like Morbid to begin with. So, for you to make a general statement saying that we supported him, we were on the panel, we were laughing, that is not correct. Secondly, you're okay with Morbid holding a live, making fun of Audrey's mom, making fun of Audrey's GoFundMe, calling her a scammer, making fun of her son. Is that just not as bad? What does Morbid bring to the table except being a big troll, a horrible person, and now he's just on your side for what reason? He's not exposing anything.
I think that it's very telling the links that you guys will go to out of retaliation for the people that are spreading the truth, because this man literally did nothing but do horrible things to you guys, but you guys are choosing to support him simply because of the fact that he is now against the people who are spreading the truth. And all I've got to say about that is that's gonna really backfire on y'all, because that man, I think that he's gonna blindside y'all. I think that he's all in it for the clout.
Hold on, Sheena, you have subtitles on, right?
Yes.
Okay, right here in his own words.
Right? Like I've always said, let's talk about her son. Should we do that, Nick Chaos? Or is that you, Audrey?
And that's just one of several fucking times in a live that my son is mentioned. Let's talk about her son. Let's talk about her son. Let's talk about her son. Literally, you can go to his video, any of his lives. You can go to transcripts And you can type in the word son and it will bring up every minute mark he mentions the word son. I don't have to do the digging for you.
Not just your son, he's also called someone else's son redacted. You know, the hard R word. And that wasn't right either.
Okay, let me tell you this. I don't care what Morbid says about your mother, Audrey, or her boyfriend. I don't care. There's nothing in me that cares. However, if he has said something about your son, that I care about. Because if nothing else, you and I have that one thing in common, and I am a lioness for my child. My child is defenseless in this world and only has me. And I understand that, and I will stand for your child anytime, any day, anywhere, anyhow. That will happen. If he's been wronged in any way, that will happen. You have my word on that. But when I say, let me respond to the other lady. That is a blanket statement. That applies to whoever it applies to, and you know who you are. So when I say, you never stood with me, you never stood with us, if it doesn't apply to you, it doesn't apply. I will not be your champion now because you never championed me when we needed it.
I would have been there. If I was there, I would have championed you if that was
Tina,
the case.
You can admit I was not around during that time. So I can't speak for what he did to y'all. I can say that I don't agree with it. And you can acknowledge that whenever you called out, there was comments about your son. As soon as I got off that live, I went to where you said those comments were and I removed them. Did I or did I not?
Yes, and I publicly made a post thanking you for that. Yes, I did. I'm saying, we're sitting here saying, don't mess with Audrey's son. I agree. But then, 15 minutes earlier, we were talking about Gypsy's child. Like you people know her, like you know that baby's life, like you know anything about her. Stop fucking with kids if you want to stop fucking with kids. And it should be across the damn board. It's hypocrisy otherwise.
Tina,
and I
there's a
won't
difference.
champion hypocrisy.
There's a huge
not
difference.
now, not ever.
You're not gonna stop people.
I hate
You're
to
not
agree
gonna.
with Sheena usually, but there's no difference in bringing up a kid.
Okay, look at the Ruby Frankie case. They're advocating for people to not monetize off of their own children. Like they're advocating for it. There's a difference between talking about children in a negative way than bringing awareness to not use your children as cash cows on social media.
Whose child
shouldn't be brought up at all
on social media? Please give me examples.
Her YouTube.
Any parent can put their child on social media if they choose, and not a word will be said. But Gypsy puts hers up there, puts a cover on her face, and we're going to talk about her being a cash cow. Are you serious? How many videos has Gypsy put up of her child versus of her dancing or doing some other content? She's not putting her child up every day as a cash cow. Stop with the... Justyn, I can't with it. I can't with it.
Hey, I got to jump off of here because the JAG office is open and I got to call them.
All right. Well, again, I think you guys did find some common ground, and I agree with both of you. Like, I don't think anyone should be going after children in any way, shape, or form. I don't think anyone should be going after anybody's looks, aesthetics, what have you. I think it's about content of your argument and your character. So again, like, I would never encourage that. And Sheena, if I was ever in anywhere with you where your children were being attacked, you were being attacked personally, I would absolutely champion and stand beside any of you, no matter who it is. It doesn't matter who, when it comes to something like that. So I've never.
Can I address a comment real fast before I jump off? Is that okay?
Yeah.
This person's asking, did Morbid just read my record? No, what Morbid read was an administrative filing done by CPS. In order for them to proceed with an investigation, they have to do it. And whenever they do it, they have to do it against both parents in the home, whether they think that one committed the crime and one did not commit the crime. It is something they have to do. And my whole failure to supervise was because I was not at the fucking house. Therefore, it would be absolutely impossible for me to supervise. He was the dad. I left my child alone with his father. No parent should have to fear doing that. And I learned a lesson. I shouldn't have done it. But also at the same rate, no parent can watch their kid 48 hours, 24 hours in a day. So if anybody thinks that I have a conviction for anything that involves children, I would encourage you to go and look me up on CaseNet. You are going to find very few things. You are going to find a speeding ticket, and you are going to find 2 lawsuits that I filed. One of them is against a preschool, a learning education center that I worked at in 2022. Now tell me, if I was a convicted child offender, why would a preschool hire me years later? They would not.
That's fair.
Okay. Jessica, and hold on. Jessica needs to shut her fucking trap because I've kept my fucking mouth shut. But listen here, you're the only one on the internet liking comments about having to bury your child while your daughter's fully fucking alive and 27 years old.
Oh, damn.
Oof, 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 oof.
Well, I'm hoping you guys found a little bit of common ground. I understand that, different sides of the aisle and agree on anything. But again, Audrey, I my positions on stuff like this, so I stand with you on basically what you said. If something like that was going on, no one should be going after your kids in any way, shape, or form, or Sheena's, or anybody.
And Jessica's saying just because I wasn't convicted, I'm not saying because I wasn't convicted, my child wasn't abused. My child was abused by his fucking father. The man went to federal fucking prison.
Yeah, and again, you've told me about stuff like this, and I will always say no one ever deserves something like that, especially children. Again, I have a big problem with you. I've always said, Aurora, I'm worried about how this whole debacle is going to affect her later on in life. Because again, you have kids in school that are going to potentially bully her. They're going to find out who her mom is, who even her dad is. Again, it's like, this is nothing that between us adults need to get down to children. And this is going to be all over the internet. It already is. That's the part that, I worry about.
Let me say this real quick. No side should be talking about children because that makes no side better than the other if they're going to bring up children.
Right.
It should never happen.
No, it should be all about content. It should be, I'm here for true crime, talk about cases, and to have an intellectual dialogue with people. I'm not here.
I think that it depends on the context. That exploitation, bringing awareness to exploiting children online is absolutely okay, in my opinion. Nobody should be exploiting their children online. That children are not old enough to consent to that.
I agree.
I wanted to answer this while Audrey was here, but she left because people are asking in the comments. But if there's proof that Audrey had some part in harming her child, yeah, I'm going to look at her sideways for that. I don't think that's okay. All right. I don't think it's okay for Skip to be crashing out and screaming and yelling in front of her kids. I don't. Someone just asked in the comments, Lenny, who would want me as a mother, blah, blah, blah. My kids would, because I'm a fucking lioness and I'll rip your heart out and eat it for dinner. But I also love you as long as the day is. My kids adore and worship me as much as I do them. So that's who to answer that question.
Why do we even feel like we can say that to other women on this panel?
Case exploited Aurora. Gypsy's baby exploited the fuck out of that baby. And you know what? People were in Morbid's comments talking about Case's child. You know what I did? I said, please do not bring up Case's baby. Do not speak on his child. I did that because I'm consistent across the board. Kids are innocent and can't help it, but parents sure as the fuck can.
Big Sheen. Respect to the panel, respect to the lies. Hey, Justyn.
Hello. How's everybody? How are you doing today? How's everyone doing?
Yeah, Big Shane, you losing your voice.
I might be because I feel like I'm yelling.
You're
I can hear
not
you pretty
Some
well. I
yelling.
don't think you're
Like,
some
yelling.
say I'm yelling, some say I'm not.
I mean, I think it's because of whatever hearing issue you have going on. Sometimes you can't really like get the voice projection, like to be consistent. When I had like a hearing issue at one point, temporarily, I
no,
did.
Justyn, let me give you the tea. The reason why she losing her voice is because she been molly-whopping people for the last week. She crashing out.
Key.
She crashing out, Justyn.
It's not crashing out, it's passion. Because I'm done with this fuckery and hypocrisy. If you want to leave kids off the table, I'll stand with it. But stand with me. Make everybody stop it. It's not okay for some, it's not okay for others. This one can do this one can say that. No, if you want it stopped, I'll stand on it, but do it across the board.
Can
I think that should apply to everybody, and you know what I mean. I don't think anybody.
Now, I will say this. I'm completely against it when people make fun of, like, go after innocent children's looks and say that the baby's not real. In my opinion, that's just not okay.
I've always said the baby again. I've always, and you know what? I've said this more than once.
They're innocent. They're innocent children. They're innocent children.
I've never agreed with anyone that's come to my panel or come to my comments saying the baby wasn't real. There was a baby. You know what I mean? It's like the whole birthing process was pretty much documented.
Yeah, they just be saying stuff, and Sheena just be saying stuff too. She ain't never eat no human flesh.
But that's all I was bringing awareness to, is the child exploitation thing. Like, that's a totally different topic than making fun of an innocent child's looks, or you know what I mean.
Right, and like I said, it's a fair statement from everybody that you know what I mean. Whether who, I don't know who did it to who and when. I don't really do the drama thing, but again, I try to stick to content like the case and true crime and stuff like that. So when this kind of stuff happens, I usually don't stick around too long, or it's just something I don't really get on board with. And obviously, it's common sense that no one should ever be going after children. And again, with regard to Aurora, I worry about what she's going to have to go through later on in life, in school, from peers when they find out, about the whole Gypverse thing. Again, it's the internet.
Can I ask you a question, Justyn, since I got you here?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm just gonna be messy for a second. Somebody has said that you in Katie Cake's house.
I'm not commenting on my location or any people or my love life or my job life.
But do y'all go together?
I'm not answering anything about my personal life.
Okay, all right. I respect that.
With all due respect, I say that with the respect. I've said this about everybody. I'm here for true crime, and that's it.
Keep being
put him on the spot. Way to put him on the spot.
Okay.
I love you, girl.
Girl, they came in my life and told me that. I wasn't checking for you, Justyn. I'm just saying. I said, I know you are. That's crazy. But
you know I love you, girl. I'm just saying, you put that man on the spot.
Well, again, it's like if someone's going to come in here and just try to talk about my personal life, then you know what? It's like they can do that somewhere else. I'm here for true crime, the cases. My personal life is no one's business but mine.
Just be happy, Justyn. It doesn't matter. Just be happy.
And again, I've never confirmed or denied anything regarding any person, place, or thing. But it's no one's business to be asking me who I'm with, where I'm at, where I'm living, where I'm working, what car I drive, what shirts I wear. That's no one's business but mine. And if someone's going to take it up as their business, that's ridiculous.
Alrighty, change of subject now. It's so awkward.
Can I say this, because this was really my whole point? Listen, someone made an account against Cook's family. My group got the blame for it. We know that's not true. We know who did it. It is whatever. I wasn't okay with that at all. But it's okay to have an account with Morbid's children, his ex-wife, put up all over it. Mm-hmm. And then, you got Mimi saying she's going to contact Morbid's son to come up on her panel. And then I hear, and I don't know if it's true, that she did actually contact his children. You've got people that talk about Gypsy's baby. It's okay to say that Gypsy's baby needs to have her V card checked. She's 18 months old, for
So
God's sake.
disgusting,
But it's
Sheena.
okay to
That's so
say
disgusting.
that. But yet, I had people coming at me Sunday night wanting me to go after Morbid for something he may have said about Audrey's son, which I wasn't aware of because I didn't hear it myself.
Yeah.
I've been in New Orleans all weekend and I missed a lot. I'm saying if it's wrong for one, it's wrong for all. I will stand with you, but make it across the board. I'm not going to do a coward's work for them. You can't man up and tell someone it's not okay to say I'm going to go predator your children, which I have a clip of, or your baby's V card needs to be checked, or, all the other shit that goes on. That's okay. But I'm somehow elected to go tell Morbid it's not okay to talk about Audrey's son. I don't care to do that. I don't care to tell Morbid how I feel. I'm not afraid. We have a good dialogue. But stop the hypocrisy here is what I'm saying. I'm
Sheena,
done
can I
with
ask
it.
you a question?
That's a fair
Can I-
statement.
Yes.
Justin, may I ask Sheena a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Sheena, I agree, right? It's not okay to go after people's kids. I think what you're missing here is a lot of people are talking about Gypsy's parenting. If she's choosing to put her child online, I'm sorry, just like any other family blogger, there's gonna be questions about parenting. And she made that choice, and unfortunately, there's gonna be a lot of feedback. There's a lot of people that don't like her, and unfortunately, she's gonna come with a lot of criticism. Now, if you're against people talking about children and you're saying you haven't heard Morbid say that, the next time he talks about anyone's child, especially Audrey, because he's been going after Audrey really, really, really hard, and it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Secondly, he's also not just going after her. He held a live making fun of her mom, claiming that she's using this GoFundMe as a scam. That's not true. So I'm
I
just
don't care about her
asking you.
mom.
I'm just
I don't
asking
care.
you to be fair. That if you don't want people on either side to go after children, the next time you're in his live and he brings up Audrey's child, will you call him out?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't care about her mom. Her mom's grown. Aubrey put lies on us about her mom already. I don't care about her.
What
I
are
don't
the
know her.
lies?
I'm not going to stand for her. It's not my business, and that's what it is.
But what are the
I don't
lies?
care.
Well, I think this is in regards to the children thing.
So you're admitting that you enable that kind of you support that kind of behavior, that concerning behavior.
I'm saying
that
I don't
Morbid is
care.
showing.
Saying I don't care.
Why is it her job to be concerned with it? Why is it Sheena's job to be concerned with it?
It's
Thank you.
It's just a moral and value thing.
Not,
why
it's not her job.
It's just
why would you choose to openly support somebody who does that kind of thing?
I think everybody here openly supports a lot of people that shouldn't be supported, but nobody else is getting drugged through the dirt over it. I mean, I can see everybody going up on panels and in comment sections of a lot of creators here that do a lot of foul shit, and you all don't have to answer.
With all due respect, we're talking about Audrey's child. And
she said she would support Audrey's child.
Okay,
she said she
would
support
a lot of her lies. Audrey makes this a point that if anyone comments about anyone's child, she shuts it down. So let's focus on the fact that Morbid's been going after Audrey pretty hard, and that's not okay. And I'm only asking, and Sheena confirmed that she would confront him.
100%.
And that what she's asking should be on the other side as well, both sides. That's my whole point.
No, I agree with your question. I was responding to the one above you. That it's not her job to go after creators about every little thing that they say. You know what I mean? Right. She already said she would go 10 toes down for the kids, but she thinks it needs to be across the board.
And I agree with that.
I think we all agree.
Can I say something real quick? Right. And I'm going to hop
Cherry,
down.
Go ahead. Yeah, let Cherry ever speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll hop down. Sheena, are you able to hear me?
I'm able to read what you're saying. I can hear your voice, but I can't make out what you're saying, but I can read it.
Okay.
She's got to read caption. She's got something with hearing right now.
Gotcha. And first off, I'm so sorry to hear about that, and I hope it gets better. I wanted
Thank you.
to
It's
say,
okay.
I wanted to say, because I have seen a lot of people recently stating that you are being a hypocrite because you posted somebody's grandchild. And I just want you to make it clear for everybody that that happened to you first.
Okay. Let me respond to that. I had a woman who is completely obsessed with me. She always has been, and that's okay. Take a picture of my grandbaby off of another social media app and put that picture up next to Gypsy's picture. I don't know if she was trying to say my grandchild's Gypsy's baby or what. I don't know what she was doing. But I messaged her and I said, you have 1 hour to take my grandchild down or I will put yours up. And instead of doing that, she chose to take one of my posts about Gypsy and repost it. That hour was up and I put her grandchild up and said, sorry I had to do it, but your grandma did some stupid fuckery on the internet and it is what it is. That's what happened.
Correct. Okay. I wanted you to be able to confirm that for people who maybe did not understand the full story, because I've been seeing people say that and it's very wrong. So I wanted you to be able to say it to the 350 people that are here.
That's what happened. I don't just wake up one day and say, you know what? I'm just going to post this lady's grandkid for shits and gigs today. That's not what happened.
And for people that are sitting here and making fun of somebody losing their hearing or saying that someone is faking an illness, I personally think it's disgusting and people need to stop doing that. I don't see Sheena faking an illness or her hearing. I've actually been quite concerned for her, and she doesn't even know me that well. But Sheena, I wish you well. Justyn, thank you for having me up.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
I dig it. Like I said, I'm a pretty free speech platform, so I want everybody. And again, like I've always, Sheena and me have always had a good dialogue together. You know what I mean? It's like and plus, you know, I do this for politics as well. It's like I like to talk to the other side of the aisle because it's like
I think that no matter what side you're on, grown ass adults should not be bringing innocent children into their drama. I think that's very telling about who that they are. And I'm speaking for anyone and everyone. It doesn't matter what side you're on. I think most of us could agree, you know, whatever side you're on, I think that if you're bringing a child into your drama, then you're just not a good person. It doesn't matter if you're anti-gypsy, if you're pro-gypsy.
Correct.
That's just how it is. You know,
Justyn,
you're
I just
not
wanted to apologize for asking about your personal life. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not here for my personal life, and you know, I'm not saying that disrespectfully. I'm just saying, like, you know, I've had this question many times, and I've never confirmed, deny anything, and I say that whether I'm single, taken, halfway taken, divorced, what have you. It's just
yeah, they had just came in my live and told me that, and I was like, I know you lying, so I'm sorry to break boundaries.
There's a controversy going around right now about me and a person that's not even been on TikTok for months, and it's just like it's not really something I care to talk about because I've addressed it 100 times.
No, I just want to let you know I apologize.
Oh, no, I accept your apology. I wasn't trying to disrespect you or anything like that. I'm just, again, when you get the same old thing, and then like I thought you were calling me a liar at one point or something just because I didn't answer it, like in the way that I don't know. Regardless,
no, I said no when they came in.
What was that?
I said when they came in my chat and told me that, I said, I know you lying. Not you.
Okay.
I don't really be over here. I just seen
I never discussed
Audrey and Big Sheen was over here arguing.
My location, especially in the days of doxing, you know what I mean? I don't give out my location. It's a needle in a haystack where I live anyway, so it's just like
you have a very good point. You have a very good point with that.
Safe move, for real.
You know, I was sitting here thinking, I don't know. Look, when I'm reading, it doesn't tell me who's speaking. I can just read what you're saying, so I have to watch the boxes light up. But one of you said something about going after parenting. So Audrey asked me the question, is it okay to go after parenting? So one of you just said it's okay to do that. Audrey doesn't think it is. So what's the rule on that? I need to know that as well.
I don't know. I think everybody has their own outlook on that. I mean, people align with Audrey, they align with Audrey.
I think that people should just follow common sense. Follow your common sense. If you have any common sense at all, that's what you should be focusing on. Not what everybody else is telling you to do,
Correct.
but if you have any common sense at all, that's what you're supposed to follow.
Right.
Everybody has different rules because not everybody is the same. That's what makes us all unique, you know? And so the bottom line is follow your common sense. If you
Why
have
are we
any.
going after anybody's family members when we're here for true crime? Why are any family members up for grabs? What do they have to do with any reason we're here?
Hold on, Justyn, real quick. Jen,
Well,
since I got you here, weren't you the headliner of that billboard that posted Gypsy's minor child?
Yes, I was, but I already talked to the Blanchard family. I did not put those the certain pictures up there. That was not me. I took responsibility for what I did. I never said a fucking word about it. If I'm going to be the fall girl, so be it. But whatever. I didn't send in the pictures of Dee Dee and her baby. So it is what it is. I was still involved with it. I took the hit for it. So now what?
Well, I mean, to
I
be
was just
fair,
asking,
it was a
girl.
picture that, I mean, I'm not defending or condoning the billboard, whatever that case is, but it was a picture of Gypsy herself or someone on her side put out. You can't even really see the baby. She's wrapped up in a blanket.
Yeah.
And also, like, you know, if we're going to go with that logic, and this might be a hot take, then every Huggies commercial and Pampers billboard is child.
No, that picture that was on the
Well,
billboard,
I didn't
Justyn, they had
co-sign
put that
the
in.
baby pictures and the baby pictures. I didn't know they were going up. I didn't see them until they were on Bourbon Street, but it was what it was. There was nothing I can do about it, so I'm not
I
going to
only
go
saw the
throwing
one
everybody under the bus.
I only saw the one in the hospital with Ken and Gypsy holding the baby in the blanket. I didn't see anything else.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that one on that mobile billboard.
Horrific.
Dee Dee's unalived body in the bed was on one side, and that baby's picture was slapped right up on that billboard. And
no, I wasn't.
You know, I think
you said you would put a block between Dee Dee's eyes. What, girl? Why are you acting like you kept?
From what I understand, I have to say, it was Ethan that chose the pictures that went up.
I didn't know. I thought Ethan.
That's what I heard about all that.
No, he just
and Ethan owned that.
I don't think he had any actual direct.
Like, no, Ethan was in on the billboard, and it was his choice on the pictures, from what I understand and from what he said himself. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
That's true.
But I believe that's how it went.
If that's what happened, then I'll accept that. But I only saw him report.
Jen collected the money.
No, I didn't. Not on the second one. The first one I did.
Yeah, I'm talking about the mobile billboard.
Yeah,
you did.
Yeah, I did. I just said I did.
Yeah, and she collected the money, and Ethan organized it in the city
I know
or the parish.
And I get that. So
again, Mimi and Naomi were all up in on it too. Let's don't leave them out.
Yep, and South. Yep, all of them.
I'm going to say this, and I'm going to leave this here because people are asking in the comments. And I'm going to say this publicly, and you can write it down so you never have to ask me again. If you are a shit parent who has harmed your child in any type of way, I will not stand for you. Ever. Not saying I'm a perfect parent. It's just the way it is. I will stand for your child. I will not stand for you. I will not be Morbid's moral police. I will not police that man on what he's to say or not to say unless it has to do with the child. If it does, I will go to him and tell him how I feel because this is hypocrisy and I'm done with it. I'm sick of it. And an adult can handle themselves. A child cannot. They're defenseless. And that's where I will stand. That's it.
I think it's more of the fact that you're choosing to support someone who does those things, you know?
And who did it for 2 years I've been here? Who supported him for 2 years that I've been here?
You can't speak for everyone. You can't speak for the whole entire community because not everybody felt that way about him.
I'm making a blanket statement, and if it fits you, it fits you. I know who sat on his panel night after night
Sheena responsible for
and now they're crying about it. And I'm not going to do a coward's work for you.
She openly supports this man, knowing his
that's a grown man.
pattern.
You can't say like she's responsible. Like I'm just being real for a second.
I know. I wasn't even around.
I know what you mean.
So you can't hold me responsible.
And then not only that, Sheena does have a point. Morbid was supported when he was doing it on the other side.
Exactly. And they used to all sit over there while he would
Yeah, they were
call
sitting there
people's jobs,
laughing with him.
make fun of that
Yeah.
baby. Yeah, they all, yeah.
But that behavior isn't appropriate for all of us. Like, we're not all sitting here saying that's okay. I was
No,
never
I
sitting in
think
Morbid's
I
everyone
mean,
is.
yes,
panel.
that is true because I was one of the people who was not watching Morbid. So I get it, but still, he was supported when he was doing it.
Thank you, Sam, for being honest. And you know what? There's a whole account with his children, his family, his ex-wife up. And you know when I found out about that? Today, because nobody's crying about it. Nobody. It's okay.
Maybe we
So
don't
you get
know
what I
about it.
mean?
Maybe we learning with you. Shoot, how would we? If you found about it, found it today, how?
Found out by you saying it right now. So.
Exactly.
Like, I don't watch him. Like,
Right. So, Sheena, sometimes you're the one that is like projecting out these things when you say them and you're like, well, don't you see? I heard this. And you're like, then blaming us for it. But you're actually bringing the information to us.
I'm blaming whoever the blame goes to. It's a blanket statement. If it doesn't apply to you, just ignore it because you know who you are.
Oh, by the way, really quickly, yes, I have read in the middle of reading reading back from that book. If anyone hasn't checked out the book yet, and anyone's interested in the perspective of Dee Dee Blanchard, it really humanizes Dee Dee. For anyone who wants to read the book, it's available. I'm only 3 or 4 chapters into it so far. I enjoy the way it's written.
I absolutely love the book.
It's a good book so far. I recommend it so far.
I've been reading it on my live. I'm on chapter 12 so far.
Yeah,
I really like it.
I like it. It's again because it's a different perspective. It's a different side of the aisle, especially because, like, in case anyone again, Dee Dee, in my opinion, was not a perfect person by any means, just like everybody else. And it's just like, but I do like that this is a different angle. That this is more of a humanity side for.
Yeah, it's more of it's bringing humanity back.
Right. Not just focusing on just one aspect. Because we've heard the same narrative over and over again regarding the entire Gypsy case, but it's nice that someone actually looks at the humanity aspect. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So I recommend it so far, and Liam, the book is very inexpensive too. I think it's like $1 for Kindle, and I think if you want a paperback, it's like $5 or $6. So it's a fair price, in my opinion.
On Amazon?
Yeah, it's okay, Megan. I'm screenshotting Case down there, doxing Morbid's family in the comments. But watch, we'll hear Case cry about it when it happens to him.
What is going on?
We'll hear it. He'll cry loud, I promise. Fucked with an entire baby.
What's up with all the hostility?
Exploited a baby, but down there doxing Morbid's family and then wants to cry about it. So I'm going to keep screenshotting, Case. Keep it up.
Oh, so you sniping about Morbid nowadays?
That way we'll have proof when you're crying, baby.
I wish I had more.
Have some proof when you're crying.
I've never been team Morbid or team against Morbid, so it's like I can't really say much about him.
Big Sheen.
Yes.
You sniping about Morbid nowadays?
No, I'm just really perplexed at how people came to me on Keisha's panel Sunday night to hold me responsible for a grown man when they can go to him themselves, and they can't because they're cowards. I'm not going to stand for cowards.
No. Just to clarify, we were asking that because you are on that side. So we were wondering how you can be on the side of someone that was doing that. I don't care about you being the moral police. You don't have to be. It just shows when you are on that side with him doing it.
Yes, my
I
thing
wasn't
is
over there
like,
doing anything. That's what I kept telling you. I've been gone all weekend in New Orleans. I wasn't over there doing anything. I
You
don't
know what
even
I
know half
find
of what's
sad?
I
happening.
will agree
But
with
that's the
her.
thing.
Sheena didn't do anything. He invited her to come up and talk, and Sheena came up and talked, and then it all fell apart. And that's how it happens quite frequently.
You know what I find sad? Why are people retaliating? Grown ass adults are retaliating by using innocent babies. Innocent babies, bro.
Yeah, that's always been crazy to me.
That's my thing. That's my whole thing is like we're all grown ass adults. If you're over the age of 18 years old, you know better to why would you want to use an innocent child as a way to retaliate against someone that you disagree with?
Yeah, you might if someone's doing that, your message gets lost in translation. Because again, if you have a cohesive argument, make the argument. Using family members, especially children, that again, that's just showing that you don't really have much content wise. You have to attack someone personally. That kind of says more about the person that's doing it than the person that's making the
And
case in side.
I'm speaking to everyone. I'm not speaking to one side in general. I'm speaking to
Well, I agree.
everyone.
And I agree with the sentiment with when whether you say it, Sheena says it, or everybody, Audrey.
These are
No one should be
innocent
going after anyone's kid.
babies. These are
No one should be
innocent
going after anyone's kid.
babies.
Like just like Pink Floyd says, "Hey, teacher, leave those kids alone." You know.
Hey, Justyn, it's Sherry like the wine. I hate to come in and interrupt what y'all got going on. What's going on?
There's again, like I'm not really in the middle of this thing that's going
I
on,
know.
but it's been there's been a dialogue about certain content creators bringing children and personal family into live streams and doxing and just just the morality behind the whole concept. And so far
I
with what I'm
know.
hearing, I'm agreeing with the sentiments that people have about that no one should be including family members,
Right.
doxing children, like none of that. The only thing regarding children that I said about the case was I worry for Aurora in the future because all this stuff about her mom is going to be all over the internet. It already is, and
Absolutely.
it's just something that I personally worry about. And that's a good thing. People should worry about children, whether it's yours or someone else's. Again, if the same thing was happening to Sheena's kid, Audrey's kid, no matter whose kid it is, I would have the same concern.
I absolutely agree with you. I don't understand why they do that either. Remember when I come here?
Like that's the thing about putting like Aurora on, and with and Gypsy putting yourself on there, you're opening yourself up to criticism. It's like that's how the internet works. Me just being on this live stream now, that leaves me open for criticism, and I'm prepared for it. If that's the case.
Well, why you drop me when I asked you about? Never mind.
Because I don't address my personal life on when I'm here to talk about true crime.
Because you were being messy as hell,
a
Keith.
million times, and I can't say.
And it's irrelevant. His personal life is irrelevant to the topic.
I'm just kidding, guys. Relax.
Justyn, what I come back to say was one of my friends asked me, I was talking about the survivors had voted and we changed the name to medical child. What if we call it medical child abuse, like TikTok words? Can we do that?
Abuse.
I would be on board with it. It's pretty straightforward. I mean, I know everything has to be politically correct here on TikTok. Abuse, murderer. You can't say like adult words among adults because someone might get someone's feelings might get triggered or something. I don't know.
We're very censored. We're very censored.
I understand. But medical child abuse is a TikTok word, right, Justyn?
Big Sheen.
Yeah, but
hold on, wait, hold on.
The word, we can't even say adult words in adult conversations because apparently TikTok is so worried about triggers and microaggressions. It's like you can't even like have a conversation without sounding like we're speaking gibberish or something.
Big Sheen. I'm sorry,
so you don't think that'll work either?
Yes. Are you calling me, Key?
Yeah. So when I was talking to you last night, you was yelling at me about all y'all was yelling at me about platform and me.
I wasn't yelling at you personally, Key. I was very elevated and passionate, crashing out as you called it.
Yeah, but didn't you just go on Mimi panel like 2 days ago? 2
days ago. On Mimi's panel?
Yeah.
No, I was on Keisha's panel, and I think Mimi came up there.
It was Mimi's live, and you.
I might have been.
I
don't
there.
think
I was
so,
there
though.
now. Look, I had a little bit of Don Julio last night.
So I wasn't clocking
Key.
like I usually do.
Key.
But you
I
were
heard
just
you did.
you were just on her panel a couple days ago.
Mimi, don't you even act like I DM you and stay in your inbox, baby. Don't even try it.
I heard y'all were friends.
Big Shane.
Well, what's strangely weird to me about Mimi is I find her in
I know
a
you
weird way
confused, Justyn.
entertaining.
Look at
However,
like what is going on?
she's not off the hook with what she's done because if y'all want me to stand, we're going to do it across the board, right? She fucks with kids. She fucks with parents who have a disabled child. So I just need to and doxed them, full doxed them.
Y'all in the
Called the
comments,
man's
please
job.
stop
Called the
telling
man's
me that.
job.
Hold
Called the
on, Big
man's
Sheen. Stop
job
telling me
because
that
she didn't
it
like
was
what he
Keisha's panel.
said.
Y'all talking
So
about
I
the day
mean, I
before
just need to know
yesterday.
the
That
rules
was
here.
Keisha's panel, but I was on Mimi's panel and Big Sheen was up there. The maybe 4 days ago. I don't know. Don't quote me.
It's possible, Key. It's possible. I have been on her panel a time or two before. I know I have.
So when you were up there, which I was yelling at me about last night, why didn't you address her
Ask
about that?
Mimi if I call her on
The
her
whole
shit.
Kelsey situation.
She's in the comments. You can ask her. She'll tell you.
Let her up here. Well, I'm sorry. This ain't my.
And you know she's going to do a live tonight trying to fuck with Kelsey and her husband again. She's done put up a post about it. This man works his ass off to support his family, and Mimi called his job. Called his job. He's a firefighter.
And
He
how
saves
long did you
lives.
hold on? Wait, I
Hey,
wasn't
nobody
clocking
says a
last
word.
night, but how long did you know that?
Nobody says a word. That's cool to do that.
How
So
long
we
did
can
you
call
know
people's
that?
jobs. Let me write that down. I need to know that's okay to do.
How long did you know that?
Do what?
How long did you know that Mimi did that?
I've known that for a while. I was screaming about it back when it happened. We all were.
How
And
long did you
again,
know
where were
about?
you people coming to Kelsey's aid? You didn't, but we did. But you
Okay,
want
but
me
you
to
was
come
just
to your
on
aid
Mimi's
now
panel and you
and
never
put
addressed
Morbid
her about
in
it.
moral jail because you can't do the job yourself.
You didn't
You're
address her about it
cowards.
when you was
You
on her
can't
panel that
stand
day.
on
But y'all
shit.
want to tell me last night, are you gonna hold me accountable? Yeah, I will. When I learn about something, yeah,
Hi,
absolutely.
everybody.
Justin,
How's
dear, I'm
everybody
gonna come
doing
back and see
today?
you as soon
Hi,
as I
But
Mimi.
can. Okay.
Key, I'm
Hi,
expected to
guys.
know
Sheena,
everything,
you're going to
Key.
have to be quiet. I'm at work,
I'm
so I only
expected
have
to
a
know
minute.
everything
Justin,
that
I'll come
Morbid
back and see
does.
you when I get a chance.
No.
Shush, shush,
Okay.
shush, 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 so I can answer because I'm at
Come
work.
make me, Mimi. I'm right
Justin,
above
I'll
you.
Again,
come back and
Come
see
up
you.
here and make me
Okay.
again,
shush. I'd
Sheena
like
is
to see you try
forgetting
that one.
everything that Kelsey and
Love to see
Steven did
that.
first.
Guys,
One
Right,
at a
scream
time,
over top
please.
of me.
no threats, please. None of that,
Respect the panel, y'all. Come
please.
on now.
As she should. As she should. See, Kelsey and Sheena don't want to tell the entire story, nor what Steven did to start and begin and continue to go after me. Nobody ever threatened. Well, no, no,
Oh
no.
boy.
Nobody ever called Steven's job.
Let's get
Show
ready
me
for the
proof that I
spin.
called Steven's job. Yes, I did tell him I was going to call his job. Absolutely. I scared the fuck out of him, and then he started
Yeah, but
crying.
Mimi, why
We're
would
going
you?
to go over all of those text messages tonight.
I love this.
Where is
I
Kelsey, by
hope
the
you do
way?
that, Mimi. I
Kelsey's
hope
on
you
the
Okay.
do
panel.
that.
I brought Kelsey on the panel.
Kelsey's going to show her cherry picked text messages. Tonight, we're going to go through all of them from start to finish.
Woo,
And
y'all are
we're going to go
messy.
over his post. We're going to go over his live. And
Messy
we're
as
going to go
hell.
over how the
Y'all look messy
I
too.
FBI
agree. I
sent
agree.
him
Very
in.
messy.
Shut
Hold
the
up.
fuck up, Katie
Hey,
Cakes. I'm at
hey,
work,
can I
so
say
I
something
have
real
limited
quick?
time.
Can I say
If
something
you're
real,
gonna
real
say
quick?
my name, say it right. I'm not Katie Cakes.
Well, you're just as the fucking same thing, basically.
Hey,
Get
Mimi, hold on a minute,
educated.
please. Okay, so I want to tell Sheena. Sheena, last night when you was live,
and y'all were talking about it. I'm just being honest. I heard her husband say in the background she did not call, but she did threaten to call. I just want to say
Period.
that.
Period. And
Yeah,
that was after
but
they
she
stalked
still,
me
Lauren,
and
she still
harassed
shouldn't have
me
threatened to
for
call that
days.
man's job and scare him. Because
Absolutely, I should have.
what did he got to do with any of this, Mimi?
Are you seriously not remembering, Key? Let me
Oh my
remind
gosh.
you.
Why do we have to
Let me remind the
retaliate?
class.
We
Why
shouldn't
don't you shut the
retaliate.
fuck up, Katie Cakes? Seriously, sit down, shut up.
I
Fucking
love
Christ. Now,
this.
anyway, if you
Childish.
guys don't remember, back in January, the FBI got her husband, Steven, who is triple shot of tea, to come and attack me and call me a pedophile
Because you're
and
a
a
weird
predator.
predator going after a child.
So
He
you
called you
admit
a
it.
Now,
Good.
predator
Sheena, y'all
because
ain't
you
tell me that
are.
last night.
Exactly.
Y'all ain't
Exactly.
tell
They
me
didn't tell
that.
you the whole story. Of course, she didn't tell you the whole story.
See?
Key, I
You
told
went
you a
after a
million times,
child who you
I
don't
don't
even
go for
know. It's weird.
anybody
It's
unless they
predatory.
come for
And
me
No,
that's
I'm
what he
first.
saying
called
Sheena them
you.
ain't, they ain't
It's
tell me that
I
true.
last
don't
night.
come for
And
anyone
Kelsey,
unless they come for
since
me
I got
first.
you here, why
Period.
you ain't tell me that
You
last night?
weirdo. Going after a child you don't even know, making
What
eyes of you with
child?
that baby,
What
you fucking
child?
I'm in the room
weirdo.
with my
It's
children, so
What
I'm not
child?
predatory.
gonna. I'm
And
muting,
that's what
What
he called
and I
child?
you.
and you're in my ear, my headphones.
You better talk about morbid with that mess, Sheena.
Hey, Justin, thanks for letting me up. I just wanted to, because I figured Sheena didn't hear it. So I just wanted to let her know that I heard the husband say in the background, Mimi threatened to call, but she didn't call. I just wanted
Yeah,
Sheena to know.
absolutely. I said, what do you think would happen if I would
Can we
call your
make
job and show
can
them
we
what
make the
you're
box
doing
big?
to
Is
me?
that possible? Do you have a mod who can make the box
Well,
big so you can
honestly,
read it?
Kelsey, it's okay because you only
Honestly,
want to
Mimi, I really
show.
don't care what you have to
You're
say.
only
Keep
showing
attacking
bits
me.
and
Keep going after
pieces.
me. It's really great and fun. I love it.
Nobody's going
Honestly,
after
thank
you. You're
you.
a weird bitch.
Then stop posting a live tonight. What's the point? Oh, you need
No,
click
Guys,
I'm
views,
going to
guys,
go
money. I
live
got it.
tonight.
I got it,
guys,
Oh,
Mimi.
she doesn't want the truth
Go
out.
after me.
Now I see.
guys,
Now I see. No, I'm just
can we
going
stop
to
with the
set the
personal
record
attacks, please?
straight.
If you guys want to talk
Personal attack?
like in DMs, that's fine, but no personal attacks on my platform, please.
There's no personal attack. Again,
Gonna
like I
I
be
don't want
said,
no
name
DMs from
calling,
she's
her
whatever you
cherry
want.
anyway.
picking. She
Gonna
is
be
cherry picking what she shows. They're telling half the story. At
okay. Well,
5:30
again, like
Eastern, I
just try to
will.
keep this productive. I mean, I don't know. Again, I wish I could comment more on this, but
Holy
it's just
fuck.
like you know what I mean. All right, give
Again,
me
at
Mimi,
give me a
stop
second.
5:30
cursing.
Eastern
Y'all just try
time,
to
I will.
Mimi,
try to
you gonna
stop.
let me up on your panel tonight to go screenshot for screenshot because you like the AI stuff.
No, I'm going to show the entire thing from start to finish. We're going to go
Good for
over
You
the
you. I
said
can
recording.
yourself in the
post it
screenshot that you
myself.
called. You said you called Mimi, but you go do you. Show your proof. I want to see it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You've said a lot of things that aren't true as well, Sheena.
You
You
said
troll
you
just as
called
much as I
yourself.
do.
You crazy kook.
Well, again,
You
so
said it,
join
you
me tonight at
predator.
5:30 Eastern
Child
time.
predator. That's what
Oh,
you
you're
Guys,
so
are.
angry,
guys,
Sheena.
guys, can you just
What happened
respect
to
the
no
platform?
personal attacks, Justin? What a
The
bullshit
host
Because
is
all
panel.
you're gonna
I'll
speaking
see
do
on the
you
tonight
guys
is
at
respectful
5:30
personally attack.
tonight.
platform.
All
What
you
did
do
y'all?
is go
Oh,
real
okay,
life. That's what you
hold
like
on,
to
hold
do,
on, hold
Mimi.
on, hold
Exactly.
on, hold on, hold
I
on,
ain't post
Justin. I got
your
you.
stuff.
Hold on,
Did I go real
Kelsey.
life on you?
Real
No.
quick, real quick. The host
Yeah.
is asking you politely to stop with the attacks and the cursing. Just stop. Have a
I'm not
conversation, because
cursing. I haven't
Can I ask you a
cursed.
question?
I'm
Can
not
I ask you a
cursing.
I'm
question
not
on my own?
saying
Can I ask a
you.
question on my own panel? Is that okay? Can I ask a question? Okay, is that yes? Is that okay? Okay. Does anyone
Go
here want
ahead.
to talk about anything true crime related? Because I don't know about any of this stuff, and I'm not taking sides on one thing or another. But I still want to have like a productive
Justin, I
conversation
want
if
to ask you
someone's
a
willing
question.
to do it.
What
Yeah.
do you think Brian Koberger did that by himself
Again, I'm willing to hear people out on theories about Brian Kohlberg, or if there's any
in
evidence that points
13
to another
minutes?
person. I understand that, but when someone has premeditated a crime and is enough of a psychopath, and they're firing on all cylinders with their adrenaline, things like that can be done. You know, I've seen crime scene stuff where it. I mean, look at Jodi Arias, what she did with Travis Alexander in 62 seconds. You know what I mean? It's like if someone wants
Oh,
to.
that's the lady that unalived her boyfriend, right?
Right. In Mesa, Arizona, Jodi Arias was a huge case. In 62 seconds, went from the shower to being dragged bloody down the hallway with
Oh,
27
stab wounds.
a shot to the face, and his neck cut. 62 seconds. So that
Okay,
Brian
but
Kober
we
has
talking about
Brian
like
having 12 minutes. That he could get a lot done. And Travis was a
12
big
minutes
guy.
from the car going
Travis
down the
Alexander
road
was a
to.
big. Hold on, Travis Alexander was a big guy. He was not a small,
Ethan was a big guy too.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying, I think Travis Alexander, again, I think Jody was firing on all cylinders. Whatever she had pent up, jealousy wise, whatever her motivation was, we don't know her entire motivation because there's that G chat that happened between Jody and Travis, where Travis is basically saying that Jody destroyed him in so many words, but they never get into the subject matter as to what. And that's something only Jody knows, and Travis, we can't hear from him. But again, that crime scene was one of the most horrific. The rage and just everything that, again, the crime scene pictures and the autopsy pictures and the pictures of Travis are on the internet for people to see. Unfortunately, it's really graphic. It's not for the faint of heart. But again, it's just like, you know what I mean? Just because it doesn't seem possible does not mean it isn't possible. Because again, like, she's a prime example of what you can get done in just over 1 minute. It's crazy.
She was scorned. That's why.
Do
Oh
you
yeah,
really
I mean
think that
that's just part of it. But
Bethany
yeah, it
and
was
Dylan
very
didn't hear?
premeditated. She changed her hair color. She put the license plates upside down. She took gas cans with her. She alibied herself with another man and was dry stumping him like less than like 12 hours later. It's one of the craziest cases. And this is also a defendant that was on the witness stand for 18 days, not hours, days. I've never seen a defendant, especially a murder defendant, get on the witness stand that long. It's one of the most crazy, and it's all available on YouTube right now. Juan Martinez is one of the most, I don't know. I could not stop listening to that man's cross-examination of Jody. It is one of the most recommended things I think I would ever give anyone. I used to fall asleep listening to it. I would listen to it in the car. I mean, I've gone through that trial, from front to back. Plus, I used to work on a true crime show. So it's like, you know what I mean? This was something I had to do for homework anyways. And Juan Martinez, my God, that guy as a prosecutor is a pit bull.
He's not one of my favorites, Juan Martinez, but I felt like he did a really good job in that case. But he's not one of my favorite prosecutors.
And I know Juan had some some possible office misconduct regarding some females that came out about. Okay, that's fine, but I'm just talking about his craft in that case specifically. He was fantastic.
Yeah. He did good in that case. My favorite prosecutor of all times is Kelly Siegler.
I love Kelly Siegler. Kelly Siegler's great.
She's awesome.
She has her own show. It's on Oxygen, I believe. It's that one show, Cold Justice. It's really good.
Yeah.
And you know what? A trial I like of hers was David Temple, the first David Temple trial where she's going up against Dick DeGuerin. He's a defense attorney that even Kelly was just like, oh, geez, here we go. Because he really, really, he's like a veteran in the world of law. So again, even though David Temple was found guilty twice, because he did get his conviction overturned, it was a very interesting trial to watch with David Temple because Kelly Siegler also did Susan Wright, if you know who that is. She's out of prison herself.
Yep.
And I think it was 192 wounds that she unalived her husband with. One of the most, and she had him tied to the bed. Kelly Siegler brought the bed into the courtroom and actually straddled her co-prosecutor, straddled him doing the whole instant replay kind of thing, and was trying to do a blow by blow of the crime. It was one of the most. I can't believe the judge allowed it.
What's the name? What's her name?
You remember when she went up to the witness stand and banged on it like she was jabbing?
Like you're mad, you can't
Yes.
stop. Yeah,
I'm like, that's classic Kelly.
That's classic. Yeah, Kelly's great. She's one of my personal favorites. I've always loved Kelly.
What's her last name?
Siegler. Seigler.
Oh, okay.
And
Justyn, also you said true crime stuff. Yeah. Why they can't find that lady mama? Because they don't found Osama bin Laden in a cave in Afghanistan. Nancy Guthrie. Why they can't find?
I've been following that since the beginning, especially in New York City. That was in New York Post from day one. I don't know. And like usually when someone's going missing that long, again, there's so many different theories as
You
to what
know it's
happened. They're like,
pointless after
I've
a
heard
certain
things about
time.
the cartels. I've heard things about, you know what I mean? There's so many angles to it, but I'm keeping up with that case as it churns along because it's a huge thing. Like again, in New York City, like even stuff that's going on in other countries and other nations. This is where all the biggest TV networks are. So it's like everything comes through like the metropolitan cities like NYC, Chicago, Los Angeles. They get the information first, or at least at the same time that the local areas do, because of stuff like that. But yeah, Nancy Guthrie's a
I'm
heck of
just
a mystery.
saying, like, this is the ransom notes. Like, how is this possible? I ain't never seen no criminal write this many notes. I mean, a Gypsy, she did post some Facebook status, FB statuses, dumbest criminal in the world.
Well,
But
I mean, it's got some like Zodiac.
I'm
It's got
just
some like
saying, like,
Zodiac.
who is sending all these notes? These
It's got some
4-page
Zodiac.
letters.
It's kind of like there's other killer unalivers that taunted the media, such as the Golden State unaliver. There was also the BTK
Zodiac.
unaliver. BTK would actually write to the. It was actually his own writing to the media and to the police. That was his own undoing. He asked the police in a letter, "If I send you a CD, can you trace it?" They're like, "No, not at all." And then he sends it, and it shows his location right away. I'm like, and he had gotten away with it for like 20, 30 years at this point. So I'm like, you know what I mean? And he already stopped his, spree or whatever. Same thing. And Golden State unaliver in California, he was like the first that they used the genealogy technology and DNA to find him through family members, through their DNA. And they got him at 70 years old. And he stopped his spree in like the late 80s. And he was a police officer. That's
Justyn,
crazy.
let me tell you what I think.
Not a surprise.
I think who would be the best on the case for Nancy Guthrie? Big Shane McQueen, right? Under me. Yeah. She could find anybody allegedly for bald head purposes.
You know what's crazy about BTK is he actually thought that the police were his comrades, and he was like, "You can't figure out who I am, by this disc, can you?" And they were like, "No, we won't be able to tell." And he believed
Send
them.
it over. Send it right over, man. And then they catch him like that. It was fantastic the way they played that off. They played that off fantastic. And then he goes in there. He's like, "Yeah, I'm BTK." He was proud of it. And then one of the most disturbing things, it's on YouTube, is hearing him give a blow by blow of each of his unalivings right to the judge. And he said he's matter of factly talking about it, like he's talking about eating lunch. It's one of the scariest things I've ever heard. But no, again, that's another thing that if you want out of all the serial unalivers, I implore you to check out this serial unaliver, because it wasn't about the victim. It was about the location. Israel Keys, if anyone knows who that is, it was based out of Anchorage, Alaska. I implore you to go research Israel Keys. He would travel around the country randomly and select random towns, random houses, depending on, and he was military trained, so he knew like how to get in places and get out of them really quick, and he didn't care about what kind of victim it was or who was in the house or how old they were or what they looked like or their demographic. It was just about the convenience of location. And he would actually bury KILL kits in the grounds and then keep it there, sometimes up to a couple of years, so he can go on vacation, come back to that kit and use it for a particular location. So he went by location. That's one of the most prolific things I think I've ever heard in any of the serial unalivers that usually pick a particular type of victim. This guy did it by location, and that's what really intrigued me about that.
I don't mean to interrupt, but while I have it on my mind, everyone, what do you think about? What do you think about, like, I think, like, in my opinion, and you guys could, like, give your thoughts, I think that cold cases are probably, like, the most important, like, out of all, like, I think that's one thing, like, if I ever do pursue, like, journalism, like I want to focus on cold cases, because I feel like that's the most important ones.
I mean, we still hear about they're still doing John Benet Ramsey and some of the, other cold cases.
She's into that. She told me last week that's what she wants to.
It's the one that I really want to focus. I really want to start focusing on that one.
Like
And the
Noah
Nancy
Prescott.
and Nancy Guthrie as
Nancy's
well.
another one. Yeah,
I'm
Nancy,
glad that
and she's more recent.
May I say something?
But
May
you know
I
which one was
say
scary?
something before?
No, no, really quickly. The
Hi, sorry.
one scary case that was from the New York City area was the well, they finally caught him. That guy Rex Heurig or whatever. The Long Island unaliver case. I remember when that just started to come out, and all the bodies were being found, all the remains were being found. That was scary stuff because that's in Long Island, not far away from like where my parents are from and stuff like that. So that was really terrifying. That so many years went by and they couldn't find the guy. They finally got him, and he's pretty scary looking. He just pled guilty.
I think
Another cold case that I'm really interested in is Noah Presgrove. If you guys ever heard of that one?
Heard of it? Yes.
I'll look into that one. I don't think I've heard of that one.
What's it called?
Yeah, it's still unsolved.
Kimberly wanted to say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that how you pronounce your name?
It's just actually Kimberly, but I made it Kimberly without the burr because I don't like Kimberly.
I wanted to make sure I got
They
it
used to always
right.
say you're burly, and anyways, so I made Kimberly to make it unique. But
Let me
hi
see your
y'all.
braids. Girl, I like your braids.
Happy Hump Day. I thank you for letting me up, Justyn. I really appreciate it, and I just want to say I've been watching. I used to believe Gypsy, and I don't hate her. She's got issues, obviously, but I've been watching all since before she was released, and then I guess I know the whole situation. Basically, I've been in it, and what I wanted just to say is that I feel like the focus has gotten out of hand, and I think Sir Morbid is a lot to do with it. I saw that a lot of the things he's in the back of the scenes getting these girls fighting at each other, and really honestly I thought the whole purpose was this is to find justice for some of those, Justice Dee Dee and maybe Nicholas or even Gypsy. I mean, I don't hate her. Like I said, I know she's got a lot of issues, obviously. And the problem is everybody's trying to point fingers instead of getting true help, if you know what I mean. And so I don't know. I just feel like the focus has gotten crazy, and I just want to pray for everybody to just leave all your emotions out. Like somehow we gotta get back because everybody's fighting.
It's over for you, boo. They finna dox you.
That's a fair
I'm
statement.
sorry. Girl,
That's a very fair statement.
Dox me. I went to prison. I've been to prison. Dox me all you want. What are you telling me? Dox me what?
I'm just
Dox me.
I'm not. Girl, I'm just saying.
Why would they dox me? Why would they dox me? Because see, that's the problem. That's the problem. Everybody's trying to start trouble, and I'm not trying to start trouble. What I'm trying to say is that we should act like adults and maybe focus what we had focused on. Sounds like child's play. All this is nonsense.
Yeah, I just didn't know where to. I let it go on for a while, but it's like I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, it's scary. It's
I
like,
could talk about true
what's
crime.
the
That's why I'm
point? And what are we
here.
showing our children?
That's why I don't
we were trying to
When it
focus on
comes
our
down
family
to Gypsy's
and our
case,
children.
what do you think people should focus on?
I mean, I don't want history
Well,
repeating itself.
I mean,
but, oh no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
it's so broad. It's already over with. I mean, I know we should let it in the
that's what I'm
past, but I
saying.
guess
Like, it's just so tired and
my concern, I guess, would be the huge point is that she did some crazy stuff, and I went to prison, and I didn't get out of prison and got any kind of accolades. I had to raise myself from the ground up, and not that I'm jealous. You know what I'm saying? I feel like our children are being influenced, and I don't want people to think that you can do that and get away with it and then get out. And so that's what I'm worried about, I guess, is
I
her
agree with that.
just being an influence on her children, and then us fighting amongst each other. Nobody's going to get any
Ash,
justice.
you have a direct. In fact, Ash, I'm not sure if you know her story, but one of her own kids, because she looked up to Gypsy, actually attempted to do. If you want to tell the story or you want to reiterate to it, you're welcome to.
Scary.
Okay.
What?
Justin, I have to go. I think my son needs me. Kimberly, I
But
can get
dox
on
me all
board
you
with a
want,
lot.
guys.
I can get on board with a lot of what you're saying, Kimberly. But
Thank
to
you,
me,
Sheena.
that's a parent problem. That's not a Gypsy problem. If you're concerned about your children on social media, watch what they're
No, it's not
watching.
that. It's not just
But
no,
I
Sheena.
watch
That's
what
not
my
what I'm
kid is
saying. No,
doing constantly.
you're taking it the wrong way. Obviously,
did
we're
it-
parent our own kids. That's not it. The point is
I
that
monitor my
we
kids.
are making something like a damn entertainment out of a murder. Come on now, somebody died, and that's disgusting. and we have got to stop. Who cares? Everybody's trying to make money off of it. Honestly, I don't. I'm not. I don't care. What I want is to see that people, like, the world is
Sometimes kids
dystopia in this
idolize
world,
the
that Jesus
wrong
needs to come.
people that
That's
are
all I know.
horrible people.
I gotta go. I don't want to be taken in our context. So thank you, Justyn.
No
God
problem.
bless you.
Good to
If
see
y'all
you.
want to
Thank you.
dox me, I'm straight
Nobody
up.
docs
Leave the
anybody.
hound
I
back.
was
Go
just
ahead.
No reason
joking.
for that. No
Well,
reason
they
for
might.
anything.
I don't know
Okay,
now.
thanks,
Can
Key.
agree
I
to
love you, girl.
disagree.
All right. Bye, guys.
I
Bye.
don't know
People
now.
can
I
agree to
can't make no
disagree.
promises.
Yeah, people can agree to disagree. Nobody should be doxing anybody. I mean, that's just ridiculous. You know, what I mean,
You
when
hear
I
that,
heard,
Sheena?
It's childish.
yeah, when I heard of that concept, I'm just like, really, do people really have nothing to do with their lives to that point? You know what I mean? That's just the way I saw it. I'm like, how do you track all this down and why? Like, what's the end game for that person? Just to say, ha ha, I know where you work and here's where you live, and then what? What's gonna happen after that?
I think it's to
Well,
You get
silence
Sheena's
arrested.
here. You
people,
can.
to
You get
Sheena's
to
here.
arrested.
You can
scare
ask her.
people.
You know.
Yeah, they think they can silence that way,
Yeah.
which seems
But you know,
like
it's very yeah. It doesn't matter
Yeah,
what side of the
and
aisle
you
is
know,
doing
like,
it.
and I feel like, the sad thing about it is most of us who bring awareness to that is wrong. Sorry, I guess I stuttered for a minute. But, like, to those who do bring awareness that is wrong, I feel like we're just wasting our breath, unfortunately, because and it's just sad because, like I said, we're all grown ass adults, and I feel like if you have any care, if you have any heart, any love in your heart, then you wouldn't go after people's personal lives because you're not thinking about the danger that you're putting those people in. You're thinking about the hate that you have within that moment. And it's just an in the moment thing. You know what I mean? Like,
But do you want me to say what I gotta say real quick? I'll say it, because I don't mind. Okay, so my kid used to idolize Gypsy because, sometimes kids idolize the wrong kind of people. And, they tried to unalive me for it by trying to, grab me by the neck and, all that. Not going to try and go into detail to get shut down. But, after they did that, I contacted the police and put them in a psychiatric hospital, and they stayed there for a month. And it helped them out a lot and stuff, and they worked out some of their issues because they're on the autism spectrum, and they thought somebody like Gypsy was cool. I don't know why,
I
but
mean, again, it's
Can
like I
I
can't blame
can I
Gypsy
respond to that?
directly for this. I think it's more again, it's a slippery slope. Trying again, it's like
yeah.
let me give an example of this. Like for example, there was a case that tried to go to. There was a family where I think it was a school unaliver or something like that. A school pew pewer, and he had Slipknot lyrics. If anyone knows the band Slipknot, he had lyrics to to some of their songs or one of their songs. I think it was Disaster Piece or People equals SHIT. That's I know their songs pretty well. And they were trying to hold the band accountable for, you know what I mean, for their content. And I'm not saying that's necessarily an analogy to, someone idolizing a murderer or anything like that. But it's really a slippery slope of who to hold accountable when really it comes down to the parenting and it comes down to someone's personal choices. So, you know what I mean? While I can understand the plight that, you know what I mean, it's horrible that, you know what I mean, and that they might have the wrong influences at the end of the day, it's just I do agree. I think there shouldn't be any glamorization of anyone that's
Right.
committed crimes. I don't think anyone should, you know what
Yeah,
I mean?
because
Right.
I
There's
continuously monitored what my kids do, or
right,
monitor what my kids do.
right. And
So,
yeah, I guess it all comes, there's many aspects and many angles to that.
the more that I
but
think
that
about,
story with, Gypsy, saying how Dee Dee kind of controlled what, she, did on the internet, whatever. I don't know. I don't pay attention to Gypsy shit. But, I think that's where my kid got the idea, thinking, that there was the similarities with us or what between the whole situations, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how much.
Can I respond to you, Ash?
Yeah.
Listen, if that happened to you, I really hate that. But here, I've said this before. No one wakes up in the morning and says, you know what? I'm just going to unalive my parent for shits and gigs today. There's a deeper rooted issue. There's usually darkness going on, secrets, whatever. If I were in that scenario, if you'll let me finish, please. If you'll let me finish, please. I would ask myself, what's going on here that my child did that action? You can't blame that on some. And let me tell you, I used this before and someone had a fit. But there was a guy who stayed in his room 3 days listening to Ozzy Osbourne albums.
Yeah,
okay,
I know.
And there was a particular song that he was affected by, and he unalived himself. His family tried to sue Ozzy. How is that Ozzy's fault for that boy's actions?
Yeah, with Slipknot, I just said the same thing. Someone tried taking
Yeah,
the band
Justyn,
to
you
court.
did. I appreciate it.
Yeah, similar situation. You can't blame the band and artistic expression. And, it's like, a person that has that has the right state of mind can listen to something like that and have that be it helps. It's usually an outlet that helps get their anger out without doing anything, crazy. They get to listen to music.
It's a matter of being out of control. That's
right.
The fact
If someone's
of
on
it.
the edge, if someone listens to that music and they're a little on the edge mentally, then it very well could result in something like that. But it's artistic expression at the end of the day.
But he had schizophrenia, the guy.
Right.
No,
I understand, but again, there's the difference between the moral, responsibility and the legal responsibility. There's a distinction. I've always recommended this guy on YouTube. His name is Dr. Todd Grande. If anyone knows who he is, he breaks down cases and situations, and he puts new videos up every day, and he does it really quickly. He goes from A to B on the background of the people. He's like Jodi Arias, for example. He goes into her background, goes to the timeline of the crime. He gives you evidence that's inculpatory and exculpatory, and then he just kind of lets you he'll give his analysis of this. But it's he's one of the best sources and he also gives one of the best distinctions I think that I've ever heard when it comes to the justice system. That there is a difference between being guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in the court of law and guilty in reality. So there's times where where somebody may where the jurors thinking they're pretty sure they did it, but they have to go by the evidence and not gut feelings. So it's one of those things you have to really take into consideration if you're ever on a jury panel, that you can't go by emotions or gut feelings. If the prosecution did not do a proper job of bringing out the evidence to convict that person, even if your gut tells you they did it, you'd rather have them. That's something where there's been people that have been found not guilty. A good example of this would be she was on 48 Hours, and I couldn't believe this was I can't believe this case didn't get talked about more. Her name is Catherine something, but she unalived her boyfriend, and the only thing, the reason she was ultimately acquitted is because during the police investigation, when she was talking to the police, the audio of the police tape in the police station went had a malfunction with it, shut right off. And even though she says on the 911 call that she pew-pewed him, you know what I mean? I thought that was enough right there. But they decided to acquit because of, it was a bad investigation by the police type of thing. So, you know what I mean? And again, they ended up ultimately acquitting her, even though some of the jurors were we all believe she did it, but the evidence just wasn't clear. So, Dr. Todd Grande really gives that distinction of, he believes that, I do believe the person is guilty in reality, but I do not believe they're guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, because again, there's your personal feelings on a case, and then there's the legal responsibility. And I really like his channel because he really does a deep dive on that distinction. And I think that's something everyone should go listen to. On that, he's got a few million subscribers, so he's pretty popular. Dr. Todd Grande, YouTube. He's fantastic. You know what I mean? I don't agree with everything that he says, obviously, with certain cases, but he's a PhD. He's very well versed in the field, and he does it very quickly. He's not like a long labored video you have to hear. He breaks it down pretty quickly, and he gives his analysis on it. He makes it very clear he's not diagnosing anybody. He's just speculating based on the information that he has. And I implore everybody, Todd Grande, to go check him out. If anyone knows who he is, you know who I'm talking about.
Also, For the people in the comments that are saying that Gypsy is not to blame as far as what Ash said, that is kind of the problem with putting out her story as much as she does, especially the way that she pushes it. That doesn't help either. No, you can't blame the artist or you can't blame her for, their expressions, but putting it out there the way that she did, that doesn't help either.
Gypsy is absolutely
block her and don't watch her.
Gypsy is absolutely to
but I'm
blame.
just,
She's
the thing
absolutely
is,
to blame.
well, to answer Sheena, I don't really watch her because of what she puts out there, but I'm just saying that doesn't help. Especially for kids who she was being put out there to influence.
Yeah.
We watch her to bring
Protections on your kid's
awareness.
phone. Be a parent. Stop blaming others for your actions.
Ashley,
We're bringing awareness.
I remember
We're
you
bringing
talking about
awareness.
And that's the thing.
Hold on,
That's
y'all,
the
real
thing.
quick.
I agree with that, Sheena, halfway, but on the other side, it's really two streets. On the other side, what she puts out there does not help either. It doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
That's true.
Because she got away with murder.
She is targeting younger audiences.
That's an issue I have as well.
Exactly.
The younger demographic, like looking
And that's
up to
the
this
difference.
and
That's the difference
condoning it.
between bands having artistic expression
Right.
versus her
I agree.
choosing to put out false stories out there. That is the difference.
And I can resonate with that.
And not to mention, she's going around bragging about her crime. For example, in the comments section, she insinuated that her own mother is in HELL.
I know. That's another
She's
issue I have with
her mother, her life, her
bragging.
business.
Constantly
So
going
what?
after her mom. It's like let her rest in peace.
Not when you brutally unalive your own mom in their sleep.
You don't know that lady. You don't care if that lady rests
we
in
do.
peace, or you'd stop talking about her.
Oh my gosh. You're delusional.
I mean, listen, guys. Without
Be
attacking each
delusional.
other, everyone has the right to an opinion, whether you agree with it or not. Just please, no attacking each other over it. I get it. I already know Sheena's outlook on it, and I can get along with her perfectly fine. But like I said, there's different sides of the aisle on this, and I do have my own personal concerns. Just so you know, I'm just reiterating. Just keep it respectful, guys.
Also, to finish my point as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
To use as an example, when
Just so sick of the hypocrisy. You didn't know the lady. You've done nothing to bring her justice, but run your mouth on
We know
TikTok.
enough.
You
We
don't
know
call
enough.
your
We know
lawmakers.
enough.
You don't say
Justice
the law
for
needs to
Dee Dee.
change. You
Justice
do
for
nothing
Dee Dee.
but run your mouth about
first.
someone you don't know.
Justice
And
for
if you
Dee
had
Dee.
any
Guys,
respect
can
for her
Sam finish?
family,
Hold on,
you
Katie,
would let that
Katie.
lady rest in peace, but you don't.
Guys, can Sam finish? He was in the middle of talking. Just let him say what he's going to say.
Thank you. To finish my point with an example, when that girl, I don't know who it was, but when that girl came on TikTok saying that she wanted to do what Gypsy did.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it would have been best for Gypsy to be like, you know what? That's not the right way to do it.
I agree with and I made a video about this. I agree with you.
Like even if she feels right with what she did, you know damn well that no one else should be doing that.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? So that I would have
should lead by example. And should lead by example. I agree with you, Sam.
Exactly. I think she did do that though.
At
I
the
think
end
she
of the
did
day,
say that.
I don't remember her doing that.
At the end of the day,
At
the end of the day, Dee Dee was the victim. Dee Dee was the victim, and she deserves justice. And anybody who is into true crime, anybody who is into getting justice is entitled to that. We're entitled to that.
Stop talking about it. Go do something about
stop
it.
interrupting everybody and talking over everybody. Shut up. You don't know everything.
Talking about it is bringing awareness to it. And that
How
is
about you shut up, weirdo?
No, guys, stop.
You're the
Stop
weirdo.
it,
You think you're going to
Please don't
interrupt
do that here.
everybody, you stupid
Okay,
bitch.
Colt. Okay, Cult member.
Guys, can you guys not do that?
I refuse to entertain a cult member. I refuse to entertain a cult member.
But if there's going to be
That's what you're pretty much doing right now, though.
guys.
Justice for Dee Dee.
This right here is how.
Respect on my panel, please. That's all I ask.
That right there is how we got to where we got today, with everyone saying that everything is child's play. That right there is how we get to that.
It doesn't help anything at the end of the day. It doesn't help either side of the aisle. It doesn't.
No.
The
And I don't think
minute
we'll ever
someone
get it.
does any kind of action to get justice, I might listen. Instead of sitting on
Well, I mean,
TikTok
that's
for 2 years running your mouth, you
well. I mean,
haven't
we
called your
can't. There's not much
lawmakers.
that can.
You
Well,
haven't written letters. You haven't went up to
I mean, you have to, Sheena, again.
House of
No,
Congress.
Sheena,
You've
come on
done
now.
nothing to get justice for this lady.
No, you
Period.
Sheena,
don't
you
know what
know
we've
that's
done.
not true.
You don't know what we've done. Are you in our personal
Then
lives? Do
show
you
what
know
you've
what we're
done.
doing?
Show
You
what
don't
you've
know.
done.
You don't know what we've
To the issue.
done.
Hold on, Katie.
You're
Bringing awareness to the
delusional.
issue.
You're
Katie, let
delusional.
other
Hold
people
on.
talk.
I'm a realist. You've done nothing but run your mouth on TikTok. You've put no action behind it to get any kind of justice. Let's just be real.
What kind of action can be done? Honestly, so, I mean, the case is over, and there's double jeopardy laws. We can't put her back in
Exactly.
prison. The
But
best we
not
can
only
do is
that,
make sure history doesn't repeat itself by having these conversations.
but not only
Exactly.
that, Sheena, look at how many people call out the lies of the stories, and look what happens. They get doxxed. That is some sort of justice for her to basically to clear her name up.
Sam, people don't get doxxed for saying justice for Dee Dee. If that were the
The
case,
bottom line
this
is,
entire app would be doxxed because that's all people do and they don't put
Girl,
action behind it. You know why I
Sheena,
don't scream justice
Nina
for Dee
lost her
Dee?
job.
Because her unaliver is sitting in prison, okay? And if I
Flawless
wanted to
Nina
scream
no,
lost
justice
her
for
Gypsy's
Dee
the
job.
Dee, I
unalive.
would put
No,
some
Both
action
no,
people.
behind it.
no,
Gypsy
no.
herself
That's where
admits
you're
who
wrong.
planned the
That is
crime.
where you're wrong, and that is where I will call you out on it. Her unaliver is out on the streets in society bragging about it.
But Sheena, no
Then
one
do
gets
something about it.
Well,
Sheena, you're saying
we're
Sam, go
having
ahead. I'm sorry, go
these
ahead.
conversations is doing something about it, Sheena. It's bringing awareness and
She
making sure
was the
history doesn't repeat
We're
master
itself.
all aware,
mind.
Justin. We know
She
what
was the
happened in this case.
master
We're aware.
mind.
Hey,
No, I
Now
Katie, you
what?
gotta
understand that,
let
but
other people
there's still
talk.
things that's been going on now, including what she says about her own mom and stuff like this. We just want to make sure, like, again, she's open for criticism if she's going to go out on the internet. You have every right to
Her life,
criticize
her
me all
mom,
the
her
same.
business.
Everyone on the internet's
If
out
you
for
go on the internet, you're
criticism.
making it everyone's business, just like I am right now. Any one of you, including you have every right to criticize me because I'm putting myself on a platform. That's what it's for. And you're open to criticism if you're going to do that. That's
and
what
then
you signed up for.
not only that, Sheena, when you say her mom, her business, she makes it our business whenever she goes public with it. She
Correct.
could have kept it that way
And
had she never went
that's
public
for
with
anyone,
it.
not just Gypsy. That's
Yeah,
for anyone.
This is a
celebrities
worldwide
literally go through the same
case.
thing.
This
Celebrities
is a
deal with that
world.
every day.
This is a worldwide case. Bottom line.
So is she a celebrity now, Sam? I heard she wasn't.
No,
I
no, no,
heard
no.
she's infamous, not famous. I mean,
Infamous, I would say
No,
infamous is
let
the
me
accurate
clarify.
term.
Let me clarify, Sheena. Gypsy is not a celebrity in my book, but she does what celebrities do. She goes on interviews like celebrities do. She makes books like celebrities do. She does press tours like celebrities do. It doesn't make her a
fathom.
celebrity, but she's in the same arena when she does those things. So
Correct.
celebrities deal with criticism just like she does. She is Gypsy's child is not the only one that's talked about. I see people talk about Northwest every day due to the
Right.
parenting.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's the
Yeah,
same
and
shit.
Northwest is actually doing music and stuff like that. So she has her own, she has her own thing going on. And I know, just her affiliation with Kanye and Kim is a whole nother, issue in and of itself. But again, it's just like anyone that puts himself on the internet is open for
Everybody's
criticism, no
gonna
matter
go through
what the
it.
case is.
Anybody. And like Tori said in the comments, yes, she wants to be a celebrity. I would never look at her as a celebrity, but I mean, let's be real. That's what she wants to be.
I mean, she
is.
You know her and you've asked her
The
if that's
fact
what she wants to
is
be. Got it.
Gypsy
No, no,
Here's the
unalived
no.
her
thing. Look, if
mom.
you guys want to
Tina,
sit and talk about it and do nothing for another
Oh
2
my
years, you do
gosh.
you. I can't help that.
The
And
no,
fact
Justin,
Tina.
if I may
is,
answer
I'm
one
going to
thing
reiterate
for
again, having these
someone who cannot
conversations.
follow me in the comments, I did answer Audrey's question. I'll do it one more time for you since you couldn't follow it. If you are a shit parent and have harmed your child, I will not stand for you. I will stand for your child. That is my answer. I've said it
so you
before. I
support.
repeated it. Now we can move on.
So my
You gotta
question is
chill.
this, Sheena. I
You
have a
gotta chill.
question. So
Yes.
you are okay. So you're acknowledging the fact that you're okay with the fact that Gypsy brutally unalived her own mother and masterminded the whole thing. You're
I
okay
have
with that?
Well, yeah,
I have no
she's
problem
friends
with what
her.
Gypsy did, and I've said that all along. No
I could have
problem.
told you that. She's friends with
Why
her.
not?
What do you expect?
I know that, but I'm just saying. I
Honesty.
just wanted her to clarify because she's saying that she just said that her Dee Dee's unaliver's in prison when in fact that's not true at all. That's inaccurate.
Wait, can you repeat that last part?
She's got to read the captions.
You said that Dee Dee's unaliver is locked up in prison, but that's inaccurate. That's inaccurate because Gypsy
No, it's
was
not
the
inaccurate.
mastermind.
It's not
Gypsy was the
inaccurate.
mastermind. There was two. There was two unalivers. It takes two, and she was the mastermind. She supplied the weapon. She supplied the weapon.
She participated in the plotting of
She
it.
supplied the
Absolutely. I don't
weapon.
deny that. He
She
committed
opened
the
the
act.
door.
If you didn't like it,
You
you,
know
should
what?
have done
There is
something back then.
darkness
Again,
It's too
Charles
late. It's
Manson.
over.
Charles
She
Manson
served
didn't
her
touch
time.
I mean,
Justice
again,
for Dee Dee. Justice for Dee Dee.
Again, but it comes back to that's why people use the Charles Manson reference because Charles Manson technically didn't wield a weapon, but he, was the mastermind. He's the one that ran the cult.
Can we let Sheena speak, by the way?
Yes, let her speak.
I do want to hear what she says.
No, I do too. Go ahead.
Hold on one sec. What did you want to hear from me, Justyn? I'm sorry, I've missed
Oh no,
it.
I think Sam wanted to hear you out.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Sam.
No, Sheena, you were getting cut off. I just said I want to hear when you.
Oh, you want to hear me out? Here's what I'm saying. I don't think anyone's ever denied the facts, and Gypsy's never denied the facts. She came up with this idea, this plot. It was carried out. She was offered a plea deal. She took it. Nick actually took the life. He's in prison for life. He was offered, I can't remember if it was 2 or 3 plea deals, which he turned down himself.
35 years.
Took his chances in court. Yes. And it just is what it is. He unalived Dee Dee. He's sitting in prison.
Because Gypsy asked him to. Because Gypsy manipulated him into doing it. He's autistic. He's level 2 autistic. And so you're basically
what do you want now?
admitting, you're basically acknowledging that Gypsy...
Do you want me to tell her to go turn herself back in and stay in for life?
You're basically acknowledging that Gypsy had him do the dirty work for her. That he was a hitman. He was an unpaid hitman.
I'm acknowledging that if it were me, I wouldn't have needed anyone's help. Period. And I do not have a problem with
the
what
laws. She didn't need anybody's help. She didn't need anybody's help. She didn't need anybody's help. She knew the laws. She knew how to work around it. She knew by having Nick doing it. She knew.
Okay. So what do you want now? What do you want now?
He did try. Again, it's not about wanting anything. I think it's just about having these conversations and having awareness to make sure this kind of thing doesn't happen again.
Okay.
So history doesn't repeat itself.
Right, and that we can also bring awareness that our justice system doesn't have something like this happen again. Because I think if there's going to be 2 people involved in a crime to this level, there should be a level playing field. You know what I mean? It's not fair
if you don't want history repeating itself, then do something instead of talking about it.
No, talking
about it. If you
about
don't
it,
want history repeating itself,
hold on.
do something.
Can I speak for 1 second? With all due respect, this is doing something about it. Having these conversations, constructive conversations, and spreading the awareness. That is.
It changes nothing. Changes nothing.
Not necessarily.
I will say this very calmly. Gypsy knew what she was doing by having somebody else do the jabbing for her. She knew the laws. She knew that Nick would get in more trouble than her. As soon as she got arrested, she blamed everything on Nick. She lied about Nick even. I mean, she was not this innocent, scared little girl.
Then she's a smart ass chick and I dig it. Now what do we do?
Justyn, I have a question for you.
Well,
that's fine. I mean,
that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
Okay, Justyn, I wanted to know what you think. If Gypsy would get off social media, do you think all this would die down? That we could get on with her life and other...
For herself, yes, it would. She'd be doing herself a favor, absolutely. And
she got off.
Not just herself, but also her daughter's future as well. Because her daughter is gonna. The internet doesn't forgive or forget. Her daughter is gonna find all of this when she gets older.
The way I remember it is people are like, we want her off social media. So she left. And then they're like, where's
She didn't
Gypsy?
leave.
Where's Gypsy at? Still making money off of
No,
her.
because
And
Sheena,
she's
she
like,
had
you know
Bree,
what?
Joey
she
did
had
If
not
they
do
Bree
still
and
that.
going to
Ken and
make
everybody
money
else
off
out
of
there.
me, I'm just going to stay where I'm at. She has every legal right to be on social
No
media.
one says
And
she
if you
didn't.
don't like it, change the
No,
law.
nobody
Or
said to
now.
legally get her off social media.
Working
It's just
on it. We're
something that she
working
could
on
benefit.
it.
No. I don't want her
I
legally
want
off. I
her
just think.
legal. I
Hold on,
want her
Katie.
legally forced
Can I say
off.
something, please? Can I say something,
Let
please? No,
Justyn
I
talk,
never,
Katie.
I never said that for one second that we legally want her off the platform. I just said she would do herself and her daughter a favor by doing so. It's not. We're not demanding anything. We're not trying to change laws to,
It was demanded,
prohibit free
Justin.
speech. We're just trying. I think this would be a favor to herself and to her own. Again, I agree. Yes, it would die down if she got off, but she doesn't want to get off. We all know that. If she's not on here directly, she has Bree on here, she has Ken on here, she has people by proxy on here because I've seen it straight
I'm
through.
not here by proxy. I speak what I think and
No,
what I feel.
and Sheena,
Nobody tells me to say anything.
right, and I know that, Sheena. That's why I always allow you on my platform, and that's why I've always had respect for you, and I've always had a good dialogue with you. But at the same time, no one's trying to change laws to keep her off. I think she should do. I think it would do herself and her daughter a lot of good if she did. But no, that's a suggestion. No one's trying to change laws to make that happen. I don't want her. I don't want any laws changed. She has every right to do whatever she wants. I just don't think it's
Yep.
smart. I just don't think
Yep.
it's smart. That's just my opinion.
Then that's okay. You're entitled to
Right.
think that, and she can still do what she wants. She's grown.
Of
And so,
course,
what do we do
I've
now?
never denied that.
What do we do now?
What do we do
Just
now?
don't watch her.
What do we
Block
do
her.
now?
We're having a
What do we do
conversation. That's
now?
all we're having.
Here, I'll
Block
answer your
her.
We're
It's
having
question.
awareness.
easy.
I don't know
I'll
what
answer
action.
your question. I'll answer your
Katie, let the
question.
host talk. Quit interrupting him
I'm
every
going
time
to
he
answer
tries to
your
speak. He is the
question.
host. Let him
What
talk.
do we do now? What do
Fuck.
we do now? We do whatever the fuck we want to do.
And so can she.
Right.
Absolutely.
Our platform with
But that
our platform,
Gypsy
because you
can't
know
do what
what?
she
We've
wants.
never.
No one said
The
that.
difference is there's a difference. There's a huge difference. We've never unalived anyone and bragged about it.
If you want to sit here and be a tragedy pimp, go ahead. I've seen it for
I
2
don't think that's.
years.
I think
It
that's a
doesn't bother me
mischaracterization.
any. I'm just sitting here thinking, why are you still complaining after 2 years that I've been here and doing nothing about it but complaining and tragedy pimping?
Well,
Morbid
I don't
was
think that's. I
right.
think that's a.
You're
With all due
tragedy
respect,
pimps.
hold on. With all due respect, I think that's a mischaracterization when you're trying to have a productive conversation to make sure history doesn't repeat itself and someone is held accountable appropriately. I don't think that's tragedy pimping. I mean, you can look at it that way if you want, but that's not what I'm doing.
How does any of this, Justin, keep history from repeating itself?
Because
How?
Do
by
not
having a
influence
conversation and
other
making sure the
children.
awareness is out there. You know what I mean? That way, something like this in our justice system doesn't just automatically happen.
If you're not
The people
aware
that
to
are
protect your
spectating are
children by
aware of
now,
it.
I can't help you.
I'm not asking for any help. This is just a
I mean,
again. I'm here for I'm here for productive conversations, and it doesn't always have to be about Gypsy. I'm true crime, Justyn. We could talk about any crime stuff we want. You mentioned Kelly Siegler. I love Kelly Siegler. I'll talk about her all day.
you know, I have a 9-year-old granddaughter who's not allowed on TikTok, as she shouldn't be. She's not
I
old
agree.
enough.
Yeah,
That's how
neither
it
of
should
my
go as
kids
a
are allowed on
That's
responsible
good
TikTok.
parent.
parenting. I think that's good parenting.
Neither of my kids are allowed on TikTok, but
That's
there's
good
shit like
parenting.
Google
And they sometimes
and
with kids,
reading
when there's a will,
things.
there's a way. When there's a will, there's a
Yeah,
way with some kids.
that's the unfortunate thing is unfortunately some people do let their children on TikTok and
Yeah,
Instagram
I
and
don't let
whatever the
my
case may be.
kids.
And they don't
Parent problem,
they
not a
don't
Gypsy
monitor
problem.
they don't monitor. And Gypsy's
Parent
targeting those
problem.
ones.
Thank you.
Gypsy's targeting those ones. That's the problem. She's targeting.
Parent problem, not a Gypsy problem.
Nah, partly Gypsy problem because she
I think
influenced.
Nobody's
she's
targeting
not helping the
kids.
issue.
Stop it.
It's like talking to a
Helping the
brick
issue.
wall.
Hey,
Yeah,
Sheena,
I'm a
you want to
brick
know what
wall.
we do
I'm a brick
next?
wall. Absolutely, I am.
You fucking go away so we can
Stop.
talk shit on your friend. Go away. That's what we do
Please
next,
stop.
Sheena. Go away.
Please stop. Don't do that. Please. Please respect the platform. Be respectful.
It looks
Well,
to
she's
me like
trying
the
to
name
ask
at
us,
the
what
top
do
of
we
this
do
live is
next?
Oh my
She
Justin.
needs to
And
go
god.
if
away and let
Justin
us
wants
talk
me to
about her
leave,
friend.
Justin
I
can
mean,
say
yeah,
so,
pretty
and I
much.
will leave. Thank you. But I do have to leave,
Well, she's
Justin.
not letting us
And I
talk
appreciate
about
you
her
letting me
friend,
up.
and
And
that's
if I
not who
got
we
elevated,
do.
it was not my intention to do that.
No, no, Sheena, I'm glad
But
you're
thank you
always
for letting
welcome on
me
my
up and
platform.
always having a good conversation. I
Distraction.
No,
appreciate that.
no, absolutely. I always welcome
She's
you to
just
my
a
platform.
distraction.
And like I said, Sheena, I've never had a problem with
Ah.
you. I've always welcomed you to my platform, and I like your honesty, and I like you. You're very straightforward. So you always have my
She's
respect.
not on.
Likewise, likewise. And
Bye.
here comes my son, so I got to go.
Yep.
Y'all
Tell
have
the
a
kids
good
I said
one.
hello, and have a good rest of your night.
Since when has she had a son? That's nuts. I never heard her talk about a kid in my life.
Because I don't sit on here and exploit my kid. Thank you.
Gypsy does. Gypsy
Fuck
does.
off.
Your
No,
friend does.
you exploit her child, but you go ahead and do you, boo. I'll sleep good at night.
Your
Y'all have a
friend
good
is
day.
exploiting her child.
All right, guys. Tone it down a little.
Oh, what a mess.
All right, guys. No, I don't mind anyone having their opinions, and anyone can be passionate about their opinions. I absolutely, understand like the plight, and understand how people's emotional states can get. But please just keep it respectful, just for everybody's sake. TikTok is very trigger sensitive, so we have to make sure that we can continue, spreading awareness like this without getting shut down for, God forbid, we say the word schmurderer without
Nope.
the
Been here for 3 years.
Morbid, go away. Nobody wants you here,
Can I
Morbid.
just say something real
Agreed.
quick?
I
The
know.
only
I
thing I'm
was
going to
holding.
tell you people is to stop
Anyways,
engaging with
guys,
Morbid,
is there
stop
anything
engaging with Sheena,
hold on? Is there anything
stop
true crime
all of this.
related that we can get back to, or is it going to go back to the this other stuff? Just be
Okay.
honest
Hold
Maybe
question.
on.
you can
Yeah,
hear
I
me a
was
little
gonna say
better now.
Cooks was talking,
Hi,
but
Cooks.
hey,
Um,
Cooks.
can I just say something real quick?
Yes, Cooks, go
Oh
Stop
ahead.
God.
engaging with Sheena, with all of those sycophants. I'm talking to
Listen,
the panel, not you, Justin. You can do whatever. I'm talking to the panel of people that are anti-gypsy. Stop engaging with them. The only way you're going to hurt that girl is in her wallet. Go after
Okay.
sponsors. Show them the facts of the case that we have learned.
Make me.
I don't think
Fighting
Gypsy
with
has
those
sponsors.
people is getting you nowhere. It's
That's right.
pointless.
That's right.
You do
Cooks
have a good
knows.
point. It's hard. It's hard not to.
I
And I understand that.
understand that, but it's ridiculous. It's not getting you anywhere. Anyway, I'm going to go back to grilling, going in my pool. Sheena can go have a cocktail, Sheena. Bye,
Cooks, I love you,
everybody.
girl.
I like
Have a
that.
good
I like that.
day,
I think
Cooks.
everybody needs a round of
Have a
cocktails after
good
this
day,
live stream.
Cooks. I like Cooks. I
I
really like
love
Cooks a
Cooks.
lot.
She is the
I love
best.
her. I think that
She's
she's a
Spread
very
spread
amazing.
the
rational
push here.
person.
A common sense. Hold on, my friend Esperanza's coming in. We're gonna say hello to her.
I like her passion for the
Hi,
case.
guys.
That's what I like.
She's
Esperanza,
just good
hello.
people. She's good people.
Hey.
Hey.
Esperanza's a really good friend of mine, everybody. So, yep, just everyone say hello to her.
Hello,
Hi.
Esperanza.
Hi. I'm gonna mute.
She's been one of my really strong support systems since I ever started on TikTok. So I got a lot of love for her. But yeah, just again, like, is there anything true crime? I understand like the passion about gypsies, and I agree completely when it comes to gypsy going after a younger demographic. That's why, and it's like Sheena says to take action, take action. What do you think this is? What do you think about talking, like, having productive conversations and putting awareness, and we have 300 plus people watching this? That's taking action. We can't write to legislators and have them roll over overnight. I don't know what she's suggesting, with all due respect to Sheena, but it's like we're here having the conversation, trying to make sure that the awareness stays out there and history doesn't repeat itself.
She just doesn't want
It's
to hear
simple as
it,
that.
Justin. She doesn't want to. She doesn't want people to come to her to complain to
Well, I
her
mean,
about other
I
people,
really
which I
give her credit
understand.
for bold honesty. I mean, she says, like,
Yeah.
I mean, you heard some of the stuff she said.
Yeah.
She's biased. She actually agrees with the crime. I mean, hey, she's entitled to that opinion. I don't agree with it. I don't
I
think
don't
it's
think that's her real opinion, though. I think she
I
says
think it's
it
like
be
for
trolling, and that's
clickbait.
fine. I mean, I like a good troll once in a while. That's
I
fine.
think that I think that she's in denial. I think that people like Sheena and everybody else who defends Gypsy are in denial.
Yeah, I mean, again, she told me in so many words that she will forever be biased for Gypsy. She has been since day one. She will not read the FOIAs. Ignorance is bliss, and that's
She
fine.
was a
I'm
pay
gonna live that
pig,
way.
Justin. Sheena
Like,
was a pay
I'm not
pig.
one to judge. I'm not one to judge if one wants to live that way. But I like information. I like, you know what I mean? Like I was just watching videos on our solar system last night. You know what I mean? I have all kinds of insights. You know,
Wait,
just random
what?
stuff like that.
There's
I
no
love.
stress in the solar system.
I have a
Wait,
lot,
what are
and
you
plus
talking
I'm a
about?
musician
Solar
of
system.
30 plus years. I
But
play
like,
five
I
instruments.
just
It's
think that
true.
it's like talking to brick walls anymore, and you know, that's what I get what Cooks is saying. I get what
Yeah,
Cooks is
I do.
saying a lot.
I can resonate. I can resonate with what Cook says.
I'm
And you know,
echoing, and
there's a breath of
I'm
fresh air.
distracted. I'm distracted because it's something's echoing. Do y'all hear that echo?
That's
Yeah, I'm
Patty.
not sure who that is, but
It's Patty.
all right, hold on. There we
Okay,
go.
sorry.
There you go.
That was throwing me off. Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't sure who it was, but I didn't want to mute everybody, so I was just like, I'm gonna see if I thought it might have been my phone. I wasn't sure, but that's much cleaner. Sounds much better. But
It was
anyways,
hard listening to my. I don't. Yeah, it was hard listening to myself
but this is
echo.
no, but just really quick, this is the kind of productivity I like, though. Even though it can get really, I guess, in other words, passionate. You know, people can really get passionate about their opinions. That's when I hear people attacking each other. That's when I'm like tone it down a little bit because again, it's like I don't want an echo chamber. I don't
You
need
know,
an echo chamber.
Justyn.
Yeah,
Justyn.
sorry
When I
about
think
that. Sorry,
about
like that.
when I think about how you're like you run your panel and stuff, it's kind of like funny in a sense because it reminds me like you are the driver and we're all like a bunch of people in the back seat, but like it's and you're you know how some people are good, they're so good that they can drive with a chaotic car full of like chaotic kids or whatever.
I was in touring rock bands for over 20 years. What do you think I did for a while? We had to take turns driving.
It reminds me like you're a bus driver driving a bus full of chaotic kids, and you're handling it well.
Yeah, I try. And also, summertime, I don't agree about the petition to get her off social media. I think she should get on social media and expose herself all she wants.
I mean,
Who, Gypsy?
I don't know. I disagree. I want her legally forced off the internet.
Well, I mean, again, because I'm a huge advocate for free speech, I don't want to open that door just a little bit to censor someone and then, you know, have it come back on me in
Are
some
you talking
way.
about Gypsy or Sheena?
Gypsy.
Yeah, no,
but
she
then again,
shouldn't
I
be
mean,
on
they could.
the-
Like, you know what? I would agree with legislation where, like, a convicted murderer. You know, again, I think Son of Sam should be federal. I don't think that should just be a state by state case. I think no murderer should be able to monetize off the notoriety of their crime in any way, shape, or form. In any way, shape.
I just don't think it's. This is not justice for so many reasons.
No, she should not be online
Again.
for the reason that she committed the crimes online.
Well,
She
I
did
think
all the
that-
planning, everything was online. That's my reason, not freedom of speech.
No,
but-
I understand what you're saying. No,
Yeah.
I do agree with the fact that she's a convicted murderer, and you know that would put her in a different league of what you should be able to have access to, and how much you should be able to, you know, interact like the rest of society.
It's like that's my thing. It's like kind of like how the book. It's kind of like how the book portrays, you know, and does it. The new book out there that I forgot the name of the author. I don't know his name right off the top of my head, but
Liam
it's
Bosman.
like he's bringing humanity back, and that's my point. And I think that's a lot of our point is this is not justice and this is not humanity. By Gypsy being on social media, bragging about it, flaunting it, making a joke out of it, cosplaying to be a child abuse survivor when it's been proven that she's not, it's just not, it's not justice.
No, I understand what you're saying, and like I said, like, you know, having these conversations to me are very important. It's very paramount that history does not repeat itself, and if anyone does, you know, like investigate the case. Keep in mind, all these live streams that we do like this, they go off on YouTube. There's a lot of content creators that put this on YouTube, and people that do deep dives into this will see live streams like the discussion we're having now. Or people will take the most crucial parts of it and, you know, put it out there to whoever wants to look into the case. I always tell everybody, hey, here's the information. You can, you know, interpret it however you need to interpret it and make up your own mind. You know what I mean? If they want my, you know, particular input on that, I will give them that. You know what I mean? You know, if they're interested. But again, it's like I always implore everybody to do their own research. And I guess, all the content creators that do call Gypsy out. And again, it's just like of course, her camp is to say, leave her alone. But that's not how the internet works. When you sign up for the internet, you're opening yourself up to criticism. It doesn't matter if you're a celebrity or if you're just a boring white guy sitting on a couch. You know what I mean? It applies to everyone.
Hey, off topic.
Sorry.
What were you referring to when you said you watched a stream about the solar system?
There's a really cool channel called What If, and it's like they do these like computer animated simulations where they have this guy Chase fall into different planets, and some don't have surfaces. It tells you what the planets are made of. There's exoplanets. There's actually water on some of the exoplanets. Anything you want to know about our solar system, they cover, and they also do like scenarios like what if Jupiter crashed into the Earth, stuff like that. It's super cool, and it's for all ages. If you're an adult, it's great information. If you have kids, it'll keep them super interested in stuff like our solar system. Again, it's just an example of like one of the random things that I'm into. You know what I mean? Like I'm a musician of 35 plus years that, you know what I mean, loves true crime, loves the solar system, and a bunch of randomness. You know what I mean? There's so many random topics and random different things that I like, and it's just like, and there's no borders or boundaries. I like information. You know what I mean? That's why I was trying to make my point to Sheena that, you know, having conversations and being productive and picking each other's brains, that's healthy. And on top of that, it keeps the awareness going.
Now that I get to thinking about it, this is the best way that I could put it into perspective. Not only did like people like me and a lot of other people as well, but like not only did we believe her or support her, but for the actual like child abuse like people out there that have been through it and felt like not only did we believe her, but a lot of us, speaking for myself at least, thought that I could legitimately relate to her false fabricated story. So therefore, when people get upset with me because of how like passionate I am, or because I'm loud, or whatever the case may be, which I can be too much, but I'm passionate because of that reason, because I literally thought that I could relate to her false fabricated story. So now that I know it's fabricated, I'm angry. I'm angry, and I want justice for the real victim, since I believed that Gypsy was the victim when she was not the victim. I want justice for the real victim. I'm angry. I feel duped. And that's the bottom freaking line.
Well, yeah, and again, when it comes to the false stories, it does a disservice to those that like for example, I think Gypsy one time really got me heated when she tried to compare herself to the Turpin sisters. I'm like, the Turpin family. I'm like, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah, that's not okay.
We're not doing that. That is not. And again, it's like, you know, those are real victims of some of the most horrific abuse I've ever heard. And, you know, you don't see Jordan and the rest of them.
To put it into perspective, I can't even finish the Turpins documentary because they're the ones that I can relate to. I've been through a lot of the stuff that they had to go through.
When Jordan was out on the street, she didn't know what street signs were. She didn't know what medication was. She just never talked to anyone outside of her family. She's never talked to the public before. 17 years old. I almost burst out crying.
But didn't she talk to the police? Didn't she go straight to the police?
Yeah, she did.
So there you go.
Heroically, and it's heroic the way she did it, considering she's basically been tied up in that house for her entire existence with one shower a year. I think they said crazy. You know, with the amount of
Justyn, also to bring awareness, it's a lot different when you have siblings as well. Just because, like, I know me personally, I had to raise my siblings, and had we have not gotten out of that situation by the time I was 16 and we finally like went to foster care and DCFS caught on to it or whatever. I don't want to ramble, but long story short, I would probably at 24 years old still be in that household, you know, had my dad not had divorced my ex abusive stepmom, because I didn't want to leave my sibling behind, you know, and we were always told, oh, don't go to school saying this, don't go to school saying that, because you'll be separated from your siblings. So to put it in more perspective, it's a lot different when you have siblings.
Justyn, I know you said you were doing that comparison video with the lies and the contradiction video.
Yes, this week I'm going to be doing one. Okay, so I have a very big compilation that I have a few people help me collect. It's a combination of interviews. It's a combination of videos, statements from Gypsy's book, statements from, you know, different documentaries that she's participated in, you know, things that she's told, written in comments. It's basically going to be side by side of her one claim here and her country. It's going to be Gypsy debunking herself. That's basically
what I would love to see in addition to that, honestly, would be a side by side comparison of her body language in these interviews versus real victims like the Turpins or that Elizabeth
That's a good
Smart.
idea. You know what? I will include that because that's a very good idea. And again, like, there's no exact science to body language, just like, you know what I mean? One thing that...
No, but they're not yitty. The Turpin children didn't smile and laugh during interviews talking about their trauma.
Well, yeah, and another thing about trauma is, like, one of the traumatic things that Gypsy claims is that, the buzzing of the head and the wearing of the wigs was, like, something that, like, brought her back to the days with her mom. But she goes and does it, like, voluntarily. It's just, like, that's a little... You think PTSD would have something, like...
Yeah, there's no trigger there for nothing.
There's nothing. It's just, like, I'm thinking, like, this is something that she's always liked to do, and... You know what I mean? That same person is there. So again, everything, what it says to me since the beginning, I tell everybody, pay attention to this. There was no claims of any type of abuse until lawyers reached her. Not to Rod, not to Christy, not to when she first talked to the lawyers, not to the investigators, not to anyone. It's only when lawyers made contact with her and they're just like, gee, how are we going to defend you? Well, we're going to have to go with this abuse claim. And they literally said if she goes to trial, she's going away for life, which means they were going to be able to debunk all that Shabuse nonsense. So luckily, she got the plea deal of a lifetime, and now here we are. So that to me makes common sense.
Makes me sick to think about it.
Yeah, I think it's just the main thing is a lot of us are angry. We want justice.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, we can't put her back in prison. That's not going to be a thing because double jeopardy. Although you want to know what I always say, like.
There's other ways to get justice,
She fully admits that she, tried to attempt to unalive her mom with the what she thought was a real pew-pew, even though she's walked back. This is going to be one of the contradictions where she's in that documentary. I think it's Prison Confessions. She's like, thank God it was just a BB pew-pew. But then she goes on Kale Lowry's podcast and says, I knew it was a BB pew-pew the entire time. Yep.
But I have a question.
No, that is not what you said. Not at all. So again, that's going to be one.
I'm saying, Justyn, she played the part while she was in prison. She played the part while she was in prison, but now that she knows that she's out, she knows that she can just admit to anything and everything, and not. Who cares if I admit to it because I'm not going back to jail? Ha ha, bitches! Like that's how she's thinking.
Well, another thing is like she was, up to these same old tricks all the way until the end of her prison term when she. When she gets out with Ryan, she had that correspondence with that one woman that was calling her like, goddess and all this stuff. Very similar to, the way Nicholas Godejohn was worshiping her and demanding that $50 a week that she was sending her and stuff like that. And Ken and the rest of them can say, oh, that's just survival in prison. No, it's still manipulation tactics. And her family was taking care of her very well monetarily in prison anyway. This was just her being her. This was just Gypsy being Gypsy because I don't think she can help herself. So.
I have a question.
Thank you, Ash. Thank you, Ash. It's mainly for Katie, but it's not just exclusive to her. I'm really want to know, what does justice look like to anyone who wants it? As far as because it's not really. I do have an idea of what I think people want justice to look like, but I'm really curious to know, what does justice look like? Since there's not really much that we can do, you know what I'm saying?
They're really, again, like, oh, wait, that question is for Katie. I'm going to respect it. Katie, go ahead. Katie, you there?
If she doesn't answer, like I said, it's not just exclusive to her.
Okay, well, I think she's muted for a second or she's busy, but I'll answer the question.
Wait, what happened?
Okay, he's asking a question of what would justice look like for Dee Dee Blanchard if you were to, what would you want out of the situation as far as
justice for Dee Dee for me? Oh, for everybody. Okay. Well, for me personally, it would be getting Gypsy legally off of social media and just clearing Dee Dee's name. Bringing awareness to the mother that she was and not the monster that Gypsy, her former attorney, the mainstream media, and so many others helped her portray her mother to be.
Now, do you think
what justice for me is?
Do you think the book that just came out, that Liam Bassinet just came out with,
yes, I love it.
It's
Yes.
great. I love it. I
Yes.
highly recommend it to anyone that's watching. Please,
And that's
please
why
check that book
when
out.
Sheena says, like, oh, nothing's happening, you guys aren't doing nothing, you're not getting nothing done, in my opinion, she would be very much wrong. She would be very much wrong about that because we've got the video diaries, we've got the documents, we've got a book, we've got the blanket video. Yeah, the FOIAs, the blanket video. She exposes herself all the time.
Right. Again, it's like, the more, if anything does get done, one of the best ways to start is to talk about it and create awareness. So it's like, it's not just you write to a legislator and show letters as proof. It's like, oh, look what I'm doing. It's like, that's not exactly, the taking action for every subject or every case that you want to advocate for, or any kind of justice. Obviously, if it was that easy, everybody would be doing it. But I think once the public consensus starts, especially my goal is to get the mainstream media, especially, I saw Perez Hilton, and maybe he's not so much of a celebrity anymore, but getting more people from either the Hollywood sector or the mainstream media sector who help perpetuate these lies in the first place to undo the narrative. Once they do that, then I think justice will start looking like the way we want it to look. Because again, it's all about not letting history repeat itself.
And I agree with Cooks, going after her pocket.
Right.
I mean, I'm not sure if she has much of a pocket, because it's just like every grip seems desperate to me. It seems like, either there's massive drug habits going on, I don't want to say that for sure, or, they're living above their means.
But not only that, that's kind of already happened. I mean, every time she gets a sponsorship, it gets revoked.
But I think that my main thing is undoing the damage, that this has caused. Undoing the damage that they have put on Dee Dee's name. Because this is not humanity. Nobody deserves to lose their life in that manner and then get blamed for it, and the perpetrator tell the whole world that it was the victim's fault for getting brutally unalived in the middle of the night while trying to sleep.
While sleeping.
Fuck that.
No, I agree. I think, like I said, I think the same people that perpetrated the lies in the first place. Well, first of all, that $3 million net worth, that's over a period of time since she was paid for all those shows. That money is long gone. It's not like she has $3 million in her pocket right now.
Yeah, that's a net worth. That's not in her wallet.
That's not in her wallet right now. That's just that's a net over time. Like, technically, if you do my taxes and you go all the way back to when I started working in 1997, I'm probably worth several $100,000. You know what I mean? But I don't have that in my pocket.
It's based off of assets.
Yeah, exactly. So net worth is different than what you have in your pocket. So don't let those numbers like that fool you.
And another thing is she's so delusional. And no, I'm not trying to go after, not trying to attack or anything, but she's so delusional because she continuously says, I'm an influencer. I'm an influencer. I'm an influencer. I've got that 3 mil or however the freak many she has.
You know what's weird though? Katie, you know what's weird about that is she has 9 million on TikTok. She can get all the following, but she goes to YouTube and she can't crack 10, 15,000 subscribers, and her viewership is like nothing. It's like that seems a little suspicious to me. If you know how
in my opinion, I think that Gypsy's got some real I think she's got some real issues up there in the attic, and that's not excusing her behavior either, because she has a choice and she manipulated and groomed that man.
Well, I think I'm not going to blame this on any mental illness with her, because again, she's very calculated. She thinks of these things.
I'm not using that as an excuse. I'm just calling it like it. I'm calling it like it is.
Some people like to reiterate, there must be a mental illness since you're doing this. Some people are just
watch what you say.
There's some people that just their souls are very dark. You know what I mean?
But I'm just calling it like it is. She is delusional. She's delusional.
Come on.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, there's a lot of people that perpetuate the delusions. When you have, I've been to some of the posts, and you got a lot of people when they're calling, really praising her, and really
Gypsy Manson. You know what? I've never called her this.
Right, so there's a lot of validation. So there's a lot of validation of those delusions. So it's unfortunate. Again, I think once mainstream media somehow undoes the perpetration of the lies that they put out in the first place, that's going to be
the beginning of what justice looks like is when mainstream media and the tabloids can no longer facilitate Gypsy. Either she's going to do something so bad again that they can't get behind her, or that, you know what I mean, that the FOIAs are just going to be an explosion. Like, you know, someone really big in the YouTube field or the media field is going to cover the FOIAs, and people are going to be the same people that bought Gypsy's story, like we did, are going to see it in mass numbers. That's what we need. You know, on Nancy Grace, I was watching Nancy Grace in her comment section. There's a lot of people that are like, Nancy, you should cover the FOIAs in the Gypsy Rose case. A lot of people said this. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's just, you know, one thing that I see that I think would be really helpful is having the same perpetrators undo the narratives and the lies they put out for her in the first place. So
Right.
that's just that's what justice looks like. I think if you wanted to start in the right direction.
What I wanted to say real quick though about the justice for me thing before I forget, I think justice would be to like make sure she doesn't monetize off of her crime.
Again, I thought Son of Sam Law covered that. Apparently not.
Yeah, but possibly like not be able to associate with people under 18.
I agree
That's
with
just
that because
my
again, I
opinion.
did cover a video. I did a video on that girl that was sitting in that doctor's office, or whoever, saying like, I know why Gypsy did it. And Gypsy goes in her comment section. She can't be older than 13 or 14, maybe 15. And she's sitting there validating, you know, those feelings instead of saying, you know what, don't do what I did. It was wrong. She's just like, you know what, I support you, girl. Go, you go, girl. I'm just like, this is dangerous.
And I think her internet should be monitored.
Yeah, that's going to be a tricky one. Because again, like, you know, despite what Sheena and her friends say, the breaks that she went on social media, no, she just sends her crew and her reinforcements out there to talk for her. So it's the same thing.
Right.
It's Gypsy behind. She's the driving force, and she has people like, you know, shielding her from having to take any questions or do anything. Again, I've offered. Gypsy wanted to come on my panel, which I respect everybody, and you know what I mean. And just answer some questions unfiltered. You know what I mean? I don't think she has the ability to do it. And, you know, I challenge her right now. Come onto my panel, and you know what? Like, I'll ask you one question at a time. They're not going to be mean. They're not going to be conniving. They're not going to be facetious. You know, and answer questions without you knowing what the questions are in advance, without a lawyer sitting right next to you, without Bree talking for you or any of your friends talking to you, and answer something yourself. That would go a long way for her.
She won't do that though, unfortunately, because she doesn't want to have to. She doesn't want to have to explain, you know, the real facts. You know.
Yeah, well, that's.
I don't know how to.
I think she's.
I don't know how to express. I don't know how to express what I'm trying to say, but yeah.
No, I know what you're trying to say. I think she's going to trip over her. She's going to end up contradicting herself at the end of the day, because once it's just like Judge Judy says, if you have the truth on your side, you don't have to remember anything. You know what I mean? So it's like, but when you have lies to remember and lies to keep up with, who's doing that noise? Like, what's that sweeping noise?
It's Coco, but I don't know if she knows.
Yeah, how'd I get up here? What the fuck?
I'll take you down. Okay, good. I was like, what is that? I was like, it sounded like nature and it sounded like vacuum. I don't know. It was an accident. It's okay. But anyways, like, yeah, just when it comes to, you know, again, Gypsy, if she, again, she, like Sheena, I guess, is under the impression, you know, the internet, that everyone's just supposed to praise her, and that's the end of it. It's like, no, she's opening herself up to criticism, just like I am right now. Anybody on this panel and anybody watching this has every right to criticize me, and that's perfectly okay, because I know what I'm signing up for, because life experience has shown me that's how the internet works. So basic fundamentals, as far as I'm concerned.
Ash, if you don't mind, I would like to ask you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Based off of what you said with the unfortunate situation with your child, if you do know, if you're able to answer, what was it about Gypsy that your child found cool?
I think it was because they thought she became famous from her crime, and the fact that, you know, their bio dad was not a good person to them, and which caused some of their mental health issues. And because, I had no choice into, not letting them like go to their bio dad's place because, we went through the court and all that. So, he got visitations with her because if I didn't pay attention to the court about that, then I could have gone to jail. But since he would get her or them and stuff, they would end up getting just abused by him because he would lock them in a dog cage and put them in a closet.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And
Yeah, I could see.
also when there were other things too that like I when I was going through their iPad, seeing what conversations they were having with people and stuff, that they mentioned about their dad that seemed alarming and that I turned into CPS. And yeah, it was like stuff like that. So even though I had no choice but to have to let them go with their dad because of court, I think they partially blamed me because of the fact that they had to go.
Okay.
And because, like I said, I had no choice. And so they like, because of them having mental health issues too,
Right.
and besides being on the spectrum, they snapped and started attacking me. And at first, they acted like they were going to go after their brother. And at the time, he was smaller, so I got between that to make sure if anything happened, it happened to me instead. So, that's what happened. And then, I contacted the police and then we put them in a psychiatric hospital for a month.
Exactly. You didn't, just hire somebody to, unalive anybody. You actually went to the authorities and did the right thing.
Justyn. And my thing is this, a lot of the people that like blindly or even openly like defend Gypsy, their biggest argument is, oh, well, nobody just takes their mom's life for no reason, this, that, and the other. Well, here's my argument to that.
Harley Gregg. Look up Harley Gregg.
I would, I have a very open mind. I am a firm believer in self-defense. I'm a firm believer in child abuse does bleed into adulthood. So I don't like when people say like, oh, well, this person could have done this or this person could have done that, yada, yada, yada. However, that was not the situation with Gypsy. The proof is there. The videos are there. The videos prove that she was not in fear of her life. There's so many things, like so many hints in those videos talking about how her mom was threatening to kick her out, how she was disappointed that her mom was not going to financially support her and Nick's finances. There was hints around there that she likes to torture. Not only does she have fantasies about killing, but she has fantasies about torturing as well. So my point is this was not a self-defense thing for Gypsy, but I am a firm believer. I am a firm believer in self-defense, and I am a firm believer that child abuse leads into adulthood, but that was simply not Gypsy's situation.
Now, can I give an example really quick? Several examples, actually. There's a case. His name is Greg Ramos. At 15 years old, he murdered his mom because of bad grades. Wow. So we have a really sensitive youth right now that would, and again, Carly Gregg. She just had a vape pen in her room, and it's not for the faint of heart, but there's cameras in the house, and there's two dogs walking around her as well. Like, she went and unalived her mom, 3 shots in the room, and then she goes and takes her mom's phone and lures her stepdad to the house. And then what she does is she actually calls one of her friends and says, "Hey, are you sensitive to unalived bodies?" And she goes, "No." I don't think she was taking her seriously. She's just like, "Come on over." And she shows her friend her mom's body and then shows her the pew pew and says, "I got 3 for my stepdad that's about to come home." And then luckily, right when he was opening the door, she pew-pewed a little too fast and a little too quickly, and he ended up getting the pew-pew away from her, and then she took off running or whatever. But again, it's just like, and there was a 9-year-old. Hold on, really quickly. There's a 9-year-old Kate. When I was living in Wisconsin, there was a 9-year-old that actually unalived his mom because she did not get him a video game he wanted. And there's another guy that unalived his father because he took away Halo 3. So again, it's just like, if something as minuscule as that kind of like vicious self-entitlement can get parents, unalived by their own kids, imagine someone like Gypsy Rose's situation using that as an excuse. You know what I mean? With the
slight. That's what she did. She preyed on that's exactly what she did. She took advantage of the sympathy of true child abuse survivors. She took advantage of their sympathy. She took advantage of, because she lied. It's all a lie. It's all a cosplay, and it's been proven.
Right. Especially because, again, listen to everything prior to when she met up with lawyers. She didn't say a single thing to her dad over the phone on the jail phone call. She didn't say anything to Christy. She said the opposite. I love my mom. I would never do anything to her. It was my scary boyfriend.
You know how psychotic you've got to be? Do you understand how psychotic someone's got to be to mastermind their own mother's unaliving and then right afterwards go to a hotel and talk about he's eating a brownie?
There's no getting away from that.
It's not funny. I'm laughing, but it's not fun. I'm nervous laughing because it's not funny. It's psychotic.
The brownie video, again, that says psychopath to me. And on top of that, it's just like, she's never going to get away from those videos ever.
And then as soon as they got arrested,
that is Gypsy's true colors right there.
Right. And then as soon as her and Nick got accosted, yeah, go ahead.
Not just that, the fact that as soon as they did this murder, she literally tried banging him in the other room, or possibly in the same room, for all we know.
Yeah. And I think
she actually did.
I think that when
she actually do it,
sick stuff.
I think that when Gypsy
attempted.
I think when Gypsy made that Facebook post, I think, in my theory, I think that she legitimately only made that post to make it seem like she was the victim, that she was to make it try to manipulate it. She was already manipulating. She was already manipulating the narrative, throwing it off, because she's so good at manipulating the narrative.
Throw off investigators to make it look like whatever happened to her, she was taken and she was being held captive somewhere.
It's like taking a piece of Play-Doh and manipulating it into the part you want it to be. That's what Gypsy was doing. She's so calculative that I firmly believe that she had no intentions on being loyal to Nick. I feel like she had every intention on using him as the fall guy from the very beginning.
Now just imagine all of this that we're talking about, and when Aurora's old enough to form her own opinions and not just listen to what Mommy Dearest says, what she's going to see with this information. Like I said, my biggest concern is the effect it's going to have on Aurora later, especially when she's going to be around peers that also know what happened. So I unfortunately, and the longer Gypsy stays on social media doing what she's doing, it was only just a few months ago that she was with Natalie Reynolds saying, we listen and we don't judge. Not the first time she's done that. And then, literally mocks the whole crime and just essentially brags about it and parodies herself. There's no self-awareness with her.
To bring awareness, to the whole, how Gypsy takes advantage of certain men and stuff. I want to bring awareness that I don't like Ryan particularly, but the more that I think about it, I think that people should have more, because if we sympathize with Nick, then we should also, in a way, sympathize with Ryan as well, because it's no different. They're both defending Gypsy. So hold on, hear me out. If you're getting, no, listen, hear me out. Hear me out. If you're mad, hear me out. If you're mad at Ryan for defending Gypsy, then you also have to keep that same logic technically with Ryan too, or not Ryan, Nick as well. Like I think that, like I think Ryan is not all the way there as well. Is what I'm getting at. Gypsy takes advantage of men like Ryan and Nick, and she uses them as stepping stool. She uses them as stepping stools, and then until she no longer, just like she did with her mom. Look at the pattern, y'all. Look at the pattern.
Now, let me just respond to this really quick.
Can we cuss? Can we cuss on here?
Yeah, I mean, people have done it, and they already restricted the live anyway.
Like, I'm not defending him because I don't really care for the. I don't really care for the dude. I'm just saying that look at the pattern. Dee Dee, Nick, Ryan. That's a pattern, y'all. That's a sick pattern.
I want to say something real quick. There's a difference between being fucked in the head versus having mental issues.
Autism.
There's a difference.
Level 2 autism.
There's a difference. Someone being fucked in the head doesn't mean that they have mental health issues, and vice versa.
Correct. Some people are just
because
evil,
someone has mental health issues doesn't mean they're fucked in the head.
Correct. Now, also, really quick, I wanted to reiterate back to Ryan. Now, I had a lot of sympathy for Ryan until I read the emails that correspondences in prison while she was still in there. Basically, he's saying to her in so many words, like, I'll play any role in your life. You can have boyfriends. I'll be your slave. Like, I'll be I'll be your affair. Just like he didn't care what role. He was desperate for her attention. So it's just like, once I saw that, it's just like I think he had some kind of kink or obsession with her, and he still does. Again, because he's had plenty of time to get past this situation and get whatever therapy he needs or move on to someone else. He just will not do it. So it's just like, like I said, he and again, he bought all of Gypsy's narratives, because again, I think he's quite obsessed with her. He will never, and it's sad because Nick is not saying anything either. So it's just like she has some effect on, really. I think Gypsy's a love bomber, and she's the type of person that will like make men like Ryan, men like Nick feel like they're validated, and they've never been validated like this before.
And I think that was like the point that I was basically getting at is I'm not defending Ryan necessarily. I'm just trying to bring awareness that this is Gypsy's pattern. She takes advantage of people. She's done nothing but take advantage of the people that she has come across in her life. Her mom, she did the worst. Her mom, she took her mom's life. Yeah. She no longer needed her mom anymore, and she took her mom's life out of greed. Okay, moving on. Nick. She used Nick as to do her dirty work for her and used him as the fall guy. Okay, moving on to Ryan. She did the same thing with Ryan. This is literally a pattern.
It is. And you want to know why she's pattern. You know why I think I've always said this about Ken. I think she's really like I think the obsession with Ken has to do with the fact that he actually has the wherewithal and the confidence to say goodbye and to put boundaries in place, because he did that once already. That's why she was so hell-bent on getting preggo as soon as she made contact with him, because it's just like she did not want him getting away as easily as he did last time. And get this, I do believe Autumn when she says that, and Ken's never denied this, that he's afraid of leaving her, because that's what she says. He's afraid of leaving her. But whether that's he's physically afraid and he might end up, I don't know if that's the case, but there's some aspect of it where he is too afraid to leave her. Basically, he's kind of a hostage right now, as far as I see it. At least that's the impression I got. And he doesn't seem truly happy with her. I think there's a big facade going on, especially when Gypsy decides to record herself cutting up a blanket with scissors with Parker just a few feet behind her. That made me extremely nervous because, again, knowing who we're dealing with, knowing her history, knowing what she's been convicted of, and knowing her like levels of depravity, especially, committing a crime and then eating brownies in a hotel kind of thing. I don't think any part of her has ever changed or healed. And again, like, she's made several excuses as to why she didn't get any therapy in prison. First, I don't think I need it. Then, I don't think they offer it. And then I forget like how many times she switched it up. But again, she's like, and she says she's in therapy, but I don't see it being too effective because, again, it's just like I'm seeing. And also the headboard thing as well. There's also I believe several people that are directly close with the family said that the headboard video does exist, where she
And it's
puts
just like I was reacting to the show that, her and Ryan did or whatever. I forget the name of it. But I was reacting to that the other day. And I noticed that, I think that Gypsy purposely had the camera crew follow them into that hotel, because I think that my theory is that her and Christy were planning on purposely humiliating Ryan from the very beginning of getting released from prison. I think that was her intention all along. I really do. I think that it was a calculated move.
I
And
think
to
so. I
respond to
think she's
you,
trying to look good on paper, to look good on paper for parole, even though she said she had the best times she's ever had in prison. It's like, well, why didn't you want to stay there? I don't get it.
and to respond to what you said earlier, Katie, I understand what you're saying about her pattern, but as far as Ryan, he loses my sympathy with the way that he replies to things.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I don't have it.
I go back and forth with it, guys.
I get
I go
that
back and forth with it.
Yeah, I get that he was a victim to the things that she did, especially her cheating on him, leaving him, and I get that. But it's only so far that you can go with giving
I
somebody
agree.
empathy.
Because it's like, my thing is we would love, I'm sure some people could agree, everybody, but I would have loved to see that man, just nothing but the best for him, see him move on with his life and be successful. But he literally had the opportunity to get a girlfriend, and he dumped her because he was quote unquote still in love with Gypsy. To me, that's
With that, I
weird.
understand.
That's weird, though. That's weird.
Ryan
not necessarily.
Ryan right now says he doesn't plan on working ever again, and he thinks Team Ryan is he fancies himself as some schmex figure or something at this point. Right now,
why it's weird. Here's why it's weird to me, because he's pretending I think that I think he's so delusional that he thinks that Gypsy is a celebrity because of her status of her case. And that is in his mind, I'm getting in his mind, I think he legitimately thinks that he's something special because he got with somebody that was a high profile case person.
A murderer at the end of the day.
Yeah. I think that it's a sick delusion of his.
It really is. Really quick, guys. I've been on for quite a while. I kind of got to dip off for a little bit, but hey, guys, this was really fun, despite some hiccups earlier on. And again, I always welcome everybody into that's willing to be rational. And I've had Sheena in my panel more than once, so if you see her again, don't be surprised, because she's never attacked me personally or doxed me or done anything like that. So and like I said, I don't need an echo chamber. If somebody wants to come and challenge our opinions, I think they should be able to do so. So that's just the way I look at it. Everybody have a good night, and thank you for being here. I'll probably go live again tomorrow. Keep again a little more homework again. If you have not seen Dear Zachary, it's called Dear Zachary, a letter to his son about his father. It's on YouTube for free right now. Second thing, keep an eye out for the videos on Gypsy debunking herself, because I'm going to be releasing many. It's going to be a series. And also the new book that Leon Bassinet has put out. It's called The Woman They Made a Monster. So just those 3 little factoids I'm putting in there before I sign off. Everybody, have a good rest of your night. And
Justyn, thank you for letting me on. Also, since you're in the true crime thing, I would advise you to look into Noah Pressgrove.
I'm gonna take note of that immediately. So or just send me a link or something and DM me, and I'd be glad to check it out. But all right, you guys.
Also,
thank you for letting me out.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Ash.
Also, I'm going to DM you afterwards, but thanks for having me up again. Sorry if I yelled a little bit.
No, you're perfectly fine. And I'm glad Sam I'm glad some new people came on the panel today. I was really excited.
Yeah.
I was really pleased with that. So again, everybody, have a good rest of your night, and I'm going to sign off now, and I'll be back tomorrow.
All right.